The PPG, the defeat. Yeah, I talked to PPG for like 5 minutes last night. He defeated me. He defeated me. See the clip where he said he wouldn't fuck you, but he would fuck Skate. No. I remember him telling me that there was no number for acting gay, but apparently he's just willing to fuck gay or fuck Skate. Okay, one more second. What's up, people? Oh, you know what? I should probably make a poll. Is it a Libs versus Gibbs? I don't know what we're doing on the Gibbs panel. Yes. He asked if I was interested in a squatters' rights versus property rights topic, and I was like, no, I don't have any opinion on that really. And he was just like, oh, okay, we'll do a surprise topic. So, we'll figure it out. I don't know what we're doing. Do you guys like my bass, by the way?
You were saying that Non-Fawn does not want to have sex with PPG. Non-Fawn is 18 years old, dude. Even
I'm
if
19.
PPG was a gay lord or whatever, like a gay man or all the things, and he was like sucking dick or whatever, he would not fuck Non-Fawn, dude. Non-Fawn is 18 years old. PPG would go like for PPG will go for.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. I need more fucking call. I'm glad. I cut it out, but it was, yeah, I heard him start to say Skade. I'm not even really sure what we're doing on the Whick panel either. We're talking about being a modern man or whatever, which last time I did something like that, I was just told that I had to kill a deer and rip its heart out in order to be a modern man. So, we'll see. Nice tunnels under your hospital. Be shame if there was an HVT in there. An HVT? Is that I don't know what that is. This is a regular hospital used for high value target, yeah. Used for regular hospital activities, treating several patients. By the way, Kyle, what is this boat? Did you make this boat? I couldn't figure out how to use it even. That's not my bad. I don't know what this boat does. What is the Wick topic? I didn't hear you. It's what he wants to know what it means to be a good man. Okay, because he's a weak, frail man who needs advice. That's my understanding, at least. I can turn, but I can't. Holding space doesn't do anything. Holding W doesn't do anything. Shift just makes me leave. Control doesn't do anything. Q, E opens it. I don't know how to... You can put cannons on it, though. You know, I thought I had more shit in the React Today thing so I could play it while I was playing Minecraft, but I guess I don't. Well, actually, I have quite a bit of stuff. It's just all random junk. Needs a dock for the boat. I mean, what I don't think that's the issue. We have a runway. I think it's just I don't know how to put like the sails down. That doesn't seem to be a thing for that. I'll check keybind. I guess I can just check keybinds. You to talk in third person? Oh, toggle sail, R. But it's also bind to like 5 other things, but that's fine. Okay, it's not doing anything. You can enter the I gotta make a cannon. What thing do you think? Y? Nope. Y isn't free. Do you think P is free? Nope. Do you think Z is free? Nope. V? Nope. B, N, M. Okay, don't worry, guys. Period is free. Yo, dude, let's go. This is either Zach's or Josh, so I don't want to break it, but oh, I'm going so fast though. Oh, this is fucking fire, dude. I don't know if it's any faster than the, airship, but new meta. This is definitely not the new meta. I don't even, you might be able to carry it with you, but I mean, I guess it doesn't use fuel, and this uses fuel, and I don't have any fucking fuel, dude. This is our runway, but we can use it as a dock. Same thing. This isn't my plane. Does he have fuel? Damn it. Uh-oh. Another PPG clip.
Was there when you were saying that. Non-fawn does not want to have sex with PPG.
Oh, it's the same thing. He's trying to get. He's playing hard to get. Damn. Damn. Don't worry, I'll find a way.
Non-fawn is 18 years old, dude. Even if PPG was a gay lord or...
Do you guys share clips of me with him and stuff? He said, actually, well, no, he said he watches some of my stuff, but like sometimes I talked to him and it seems like he knew what I was up to, and I was a little surprised, but. Yo, leads, let's go. You need leads to make a fucking sailboat, I saw. Nafa doesn't even have netherite tools. Yeah, I use my net. I think I have 2 netherite left actually. I could make netherite tools, but I don't need to yet, so I haven't. But I used my netherite to make a netherite engine for this thing. See, nether engine. So there's 1 netherite thing. I have 2 netherite ingots left, and I think I have like 3 netherite scrap. Glowstone, cyan dye. I don't think any of this stuff. Demon horns decoration. Don't think I need any of that stuff. I need to just put a chest there, full of buckets. I feel like I have more buckets somewhere. Chests are organized, by the way. This is what it really means to be a modern man. I cannot understand why you do chests like that. What do you mean, bro? Because this is awesome? Because that's how I always do it. And you can make water chest to floor. It waterlog the chest and make it impossible for me to move. When are your panels and what are they about? The Whick panel is at 6, I think. So yeah, 6 p.m. EST. So like in an hour. And the Gibbs panel is right after that at 8:30 EST. The Whick panel is about what it means to be a modern man, I guess. And the Gibbs panel is about a surprise, apparently. So I don't know. We'll see. You know, guys, Pentuple is back in a day. Hope he's on some panels with me soon. He's not on this one, unfortunately. But are they gonna have any men on the panel? Do I need to get a VC? What am I? I am the most quintessential modern man. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're on about right now. I feel like I... Or not. I mean, I can just look it up too. Oh, but also, I do need to read the crewman. No opinion post, obviously. Fuck. Modern man wears a dress and is gay for pet. Okay. I've never... We joke about... Oh, wait. I didn't realize. My fucking cat is on the... It's on the dress. To be clear, we joke about the gay for pay thing. I've never been gay for pay. The most I've done is put the dress on for pay. But that's worth it because I need the RTX 5070. I don't know what you guys are on about. I don't know what you mean. We actually getting the about to get the not about to eventually.
Well,
Gibbs said that apparently Gibbs is doing it now. I've been tossed around. Okay. So eventually, here's what it means to be a man. True. Tossed around. Let's go past around. God damn it. God damn it. This guy's awesome.
Woo! Well, the main event begins. The resolution again, replacing the Federal Reserve with free market institutions would significantly improve the economy's money, banking, and financial systems. Arguing for the affirmative, Professor Lawrence White. Lawrence, please come to the stage. Arguing the negative, Columbia University Professor of Banking and Financial Institutions, Frederick Mishkin. Frederick, please come to the stage. Professor White, you have 17 and a half minutes maximum to make your case. Please take it away.
We should have reason video on Twitch.
Okay.
Listen, I mean, it's sometimes Reason hosts good debates, and they have, I think they, I obviously do not agree with Reason for the most part, but, like, they have some sane people there, okay? Like, whenever, like, Trump says, like, hey, let's cap credit card interest rates, they're like, hey, wait, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe it's not a good idea to do that and also have tariffs and also...
So the resolution is that replacing the Federal Reserve with free market institutions would significantly improve the economy's money, banking, and financial systems. Nothing requires that money be produced by governments. Money, like a loaf of bread or like a cell phone, is what economists call a private good. Its use is rival in consumption. If I'm using some money, other people can't use it at the same time. And it's excludable. The money in my bank account is not available to other people. And so there's...
Well...
goods that fail to meet those criteria are sort of the standard case for rationalizing government provision because they make it difficult to charge users on a user pays basis. But money doesn't have those characteristics, so there's no prima facie reason to expect the market to fail to produce money of the kind that people want to hold. And of course, we still do have lots of private money in our economy. Commercial banks issue checking accounts, that's private money. Paper currency is still privately produced in a few places in the world. And if we delve into the past, even coins have been privately produced. And if we delve into the future, we have cryptocurrencies. So it seems to me the burden of proof ought to be on those who want to nationalize the provision of money. But I understand that the status quo is what it is. The supply of basic money is controlled by governments. And so the burden, in practical terms, is on me to make a case that the provision of money by the private sector is not only feasible, but preferable. So that's what I want to argue, that we'd be better off if we allowed free market alternatives to replace the Federal Reserve System and the panoply of bank regulations. I'm going to focus on a particular version of free market money. I'm going to focus on a gold standard with a free banking system because it has the best historical evidence. I consider a Bitcoin standard possible, but less likely because it's purchasing.
Okay, remember when I said they had reasonable people? Maybe I'm lying. God damn it, kill me, bro. Really, Bitcoin standard? Okay, listen, I can maybe see the argument for ending the Fed, but okay, Bitcoin standard, bro, kill me, bro. Really, we want to move to a Bitcoin standard?
Power is more volatile, or would be more volatile, even if it was the monetary standard. But if you think Bitcoin is the private sector money you support, please do vote for my side. Thank you. So in the kind of system I'm talking about, how would money behave under the influence of market forces? Too few economists even study this question. I took a look at Professor Mishkin's market-leading money and banking textbook. Doesn't discuss the topic of why we have central banks or what the alternatives are or whether the alternatives would be better. The status quo, and this is true in other textbooks as well, is taken for granted, and let's talk about how it works. But I'm kind of an oddball. I've been studying this issue for many years. I suppose that's why Gene asked me to take the affirmative side, but it's certainly why I accepted, because I think there's a pretty strong case. So I'm going to draw on historical examples that I've accumulated over the years.
I will.
I'm going to talk more about money and banking than I am about finance.
Imagine if Trump puts the fucking crypto bro as the Fed chairman, bro. Kill me. CBDC is my line in the sand. If that happens, it is go time. What do you mean go? Like you're gonna leave? You're gonna leave the country? Valid response. Listen. I have said, if Trump were actually to fire Powell, I would that would be like a make me more likely to leave the country thing. Cause I love my central bank independence. Okay. And if we don't have that, it's so fucking Jover, man. It's so Jover. Yeah.
As a private good, money and banking have been privately and competitively produced through history in places where the state hasn't completely stamped it out. So money doesn't need a sovereign backer or issuer to have a market value. And this is contrary to a view known as the state theory of money, or sometimes as chartalism. There were no state insignias on the very earliest monies, on cowrie shells, on what anthropologists call hack silver, just pieces of silver that weren't in coin form. Silver and gold coins were privately produced before they were monopolized by the state, and even when they were produced by the state, they traded by weight, not by the insignia. People learned not to trust the insignia of the state as certifying the coin. In the 19th century, privately issued banknotes were the most popular kind of money. They were a bigger source of bank funding than deposits, so more than half of the money stock was privately issued banknotes. And as I mentioned, there have even been privately minted coins, and I'd like to talk about those because I published a paper last year in the Economic History Review, so look that up if you have access to JSTOR, about the successful record of private gold mints in the United States during the 3 gold rushes in U.S. history. Now, it's a complicated story, and there were some private mints that did a bad job. They were either incompetently run or they were run by scam artists who deliberately produced underweight coin. But the important thing is that those mints didn't survive. They didn't survive more than a few weeks. Once the word got out that the mint was producing underweight coins, nobody would bring them their gold to coin because those coins would not be easy to spend. The word was out. So the mints that succeeded and lasted were the ones producing high-quality coins and full-weight coins.
One way or the other,
and they
I won't be
produced
able to,
significant volumes of coins, millions of dollars worth.
I won't be around to see it.
Can be handled by the private sector.
Good to know.
Why did governments then choose to monopolize mints? Well, it goes back to ancient times.
Trident.
So you shouldn't expect to find a public welfare reason for it. It wasn't to improve the quality of the coins, and in fact, ancient and medieval mints notoriously debased the coins. No, it was a source of revenue. Right? Call in the coins, remint them with half as much silver in each coin, and you've made a tidy profit for the sovereign. Similar story applies to why governments monopolized the issue of paper currency, not to improve its quality, not because there was any market failure, but because there was a fiscal aspect to it, a revenue potential from it. Looking into the near future, people are talking about a central bank digital currency, and I say, well, hold on. First, make a case that the private sector can't produce digital currency efficiently, because we have Venmo. So why do we need a Fed version of Venmo? One concern people have about privately issued money, especially if the only thing they know about monetary history is
I'm pretty sure isn't even Cato. I'm pretty sure I've read Cato's stuff before that's in favor of a central bank digital currency.
In the early 19th century, is that there's going to be a confusing variety of monies trading at fluctuating values. But that's not actually the common experience. That was the experience in the U.S. because we had laws against branch banking that made it impossible for banks to set up redemption agencies for their notes when they got out of the city where they were issued. They weren't allowed to branch across state lines. They couldn't set up redemption offices. There was the big exception, though, of the Suffolk system.
Never mind. There's no reason for government to issue a CBDC when the costs are so high and the benefits are so low.
In New England, where a bank in Boston did arrange with other banks to accept their notes at par in Boston, and the system spread throughout New England. So there was an area where money did circulate, banknotes did circulate at full face value, 100 cents on the dollar, throughout the region. And that's what you find in other countries. Banks set up branch offices. There weren't any laws against them doing that. And so their money circulated at par throughout the country because it's in the interest of a bank to make sure its money circulates at par. They'll get more customers that way. And you could say the same thing is true about the private mints that survived. So in a freely evolved banking system based on this historical record, the definitive money was gold or silver coin. The unit of account was so much gold, so the dollar had a definition as so many ounces of pure silver, or later so many ounces of gold.
Oh,
The
wait, I
common money, though,
forgot.
was not coins. People didn't carry big
All the
bags of coins
cows
everywhere. They
died
paid with
because my
bank issued
friend
money.
bombed them.
Banknotes, as I already mentioned, and merchants especially with checking accounts, all denominated in the gold dollar and all accepted widely at par. And of course, the technology for deposit transfer has advanced since the 19th century, but there's no reason we can't have phone transfers of gold-denominated money any more than fiat money, fiat-denominated money. So you see in these systems, only in the U.S., not only in New England, but also in Scotland and Canada and 50 more places. There's an article by Kurt Schuler which has a fairly complete list. Many issuers, all denominated in a common unit, widely accepted at par. All the banks are linked into a common clearing system, so they accept one another's liabilities, checks and banknotes, and then redeem them at the clearinghouse. And that keeps the system within check, but no central bank. Competition is generally better than monopoly, and the same is true in currency, and the same is true, I think we all take for granted, in deposit banking. If somebody said we should just have one deposit bank and it should be run by the government, it would say, well, they're going to be lousy on consumer service. But the same reasons that deposit banking should be competitive also apply to currency. And if you want a classic account of the argument, Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Book 2, Chapter 2, he makes 3 main points. It's better for customers to have competition for their business. They get better terms. If any one bank fails or makes some kind of money supply error, if it's only one bank out of 20, it's not of so much consequence than if it's the only bank of issue. And so that was the argument against giving the Bank of England an ever stronger monopoly in the issue of money in London. And then the third important thing about competition is that the banks check each other. The clearing system limits the danger.
What's up?
Wait, are you? I just joined, and I want to see if I can recognize the debate in like less than 5 seconds. Is this
Okay.
the Soho and the Fed debate with White and all the other people? FJ and all these people?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, bro. I'm legendary. I watched all of these. Yeah, this was a good one. This was a good one. But you should really watch the David Friedman Walter Block debate.
I did. Yeah. Or actually, I don't remember if I finished it, but I at least watched half of it, I think. But
Oh, I don't recall that. Okay, okay,
I did
okay,
before
okay.
the Fabian debate. I remember. I watched at least half of it.
Oh, okay. Did you
Yeah.
watch the David Friedman Epstein debate?
Uh,
You watched
I
a
don't.
little bit, right? Like 20 minutes before the debate or something?
Which one? Which one? What did they debate? What was it? Was it?
With the photons or like the flagpole thing?
Oh, yeah. At least some of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good debate as well. But like, yeah, and the Fed, that's so dumb. Free banking is like silly. Okay. Like maybe it worked like 200 years ago in Scotland, okay, but like this is not no, come on. I'm just gonna be like, echoing Sam on this topic, where it's just like,
Who?
yeah, I
Which
don't know.
Sam? What? The Sam and
Lefty
the.
Sam?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, my buddy, Lefty Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's based. Yeah. Yeah. Just read Goodhart, dude. Just read Goodhart, okay? No need to like talk about ending the Fed, okay? But like, yeah, which side do you think is making the better argument so far?
Well, it's this guy's opening statement. So he's just saying all
Oh,
he
it's
said
the
is
opening
like,
statements. Okay.
yeah, literally all he said is like, well, we shouldn't expect the market to fail in money, therefore the government shouldn't make money.
Yeah, and this is with fuck, what's his name? Oh my God. Um, this is a 2v2, right? Or this is just a 1v1?
I think it's a 1v1.
Of any large
Oh,
scale.
maybe. Let me see.
I only see 3 people on
Soho,
this stage, so
Soho, and the
Sector.
Fed.
The minted coins, and I'd like to talk about those because high quality coins and full weight
Okay, I see White. I don't remember the name of the other person. I think he's like a journalist, right? Hello?
it's someone. I don't know. I can't think of his
Yeah, I don't
statement yet.
recall I don't recall his
Oh,
name.
Frederick
I do
Michigan,
recall.
professor of banking and
Is
financial
he?
institutions,
Oh,
also a research
okay.
associate at the National Bureau of Economic Research.
coins.
Okay,
And
then
they
I
produce
was thinking
the
of
coin,
another
right?
person. Okay.
Similar story
But
applies
there's
to why
a
governments
friend
monopolize
of
the
White. Oh, fuck, what's his name? Oh my god, I
issue of paper
can't
currency,
believe him.
not to improve its quality, not
Selgin,
because you
Selgin.
see
Oh
in
my
these
god, I
systems,
can't
not only
believe I
in the
forgot
U.S.,
it. He's like the
not
free
only in
banking guy. I think he also had a debate on it. Selgin is really good to read. That guy is like very clear writer. He's very smart. You can tell he's smart. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate Selgin, but yeah. Whatever. Well, I mean, what are you gonna debate the Fed soon or what?
No, I'm killing time. I don't know. Playing Minecraft.
Oh,
Do you
okay,
see my epic Minecraft base, by the way?
No. I was just like open stream, and I was like 5 seconds. I hear like Lawrence White talking about deposits or something, and I was like, I know this, I know this, I know this, I know this, and then I was like joining to see if I remembered. Like, yeah. But what are you playing
Yeah,
Minecraft?
I am. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm fighting with a friend of mine about like if Trump will like actually do anything on Israel. And I think like he
Bro,
won't.
why
Like
would they
he
do that?
doesn't. He lies. That's his thing. He lies all the time. He doesn't
What do you
do
mean? What do you mean
anything he
actually do
promises.
anything? I think the issue is that he probably
He
won't.
said like will he like let all hell loose on Gaza because that's what he promised if the hostages are not back by
Oh,
the
sure.
first day of his term. And it's like obviously he won't. Like it's obviously a lie. You're obviously falling for it. And he's like, no, because he promised it after he was elected. So actually, he has no reason to lie. And I'm like, what do you think he's actually gonna like annex Canada? Like the guy lies all the time. That's his thing. He lie. That's the thing about Trump. He says whatever. He lies about whatever because he can. Because people like you will support him because you believe it. That's like his thing. You have no accountability for him, and he just lies to you, and you fall for it.
But you
You
do
know,
think like I don't think Trump is gonna like the issue is Trump won't do anything. Like I don't think Trump is gonna do any like
like I think he's
ceasefire
just gonna do like
negotiations.
sanctions on Iran, give Israel more aid, but he's not gonna like fucking
Yeah,
like
yeah.
totally like first. It's not gonna be like the first days of the war in any meaningful way.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, that makes
Like
sense. I
maybe
would
a
agree.
reduction in humanitarian aid as well. Like, but that's nothing. Like that's it's not. Oh, hell breaking loose on Gaza. It's like no, fucking shut up. You're dumb. Like yeah, I don't know.
You should
Right? Like I don't know. Am I crazy on this? He's not
No,
gonna do anything.
I think you're right. I think that yeah. I think he might I mean obviously I think he's gonna sanction Iran more. I don't think he's gonna be as, heavy handed as Biden. But I don't think he's gonna like I don't think he's gonna do it much else. I think he's just gonna let Israel.
Yeah, I don't think he will be like a contributing reason for why the hostages came back. Like assuming the hostages come back out under him, which I hope. Right? Like he's not gonna be like a meaningful reason for it. I don't think so at all. Yeah, I don't
I
see
don't think
anyone.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and he just lies, right? Like he said he will end the war in Ukraine on the first day after he's elected, and he said on the first day in office. That's not gonna happen either. He just lies. I don't know why people fall for it. Like he just has no like Republicans can just lie with no consequences, and that's like a superpower now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It's so frustrating. He could just like say, we have water problems and it's a big issue. We're looking at it very strongly, and just like say that, and like that's it. Like that would be all he says, and then the Democrat is like, you know, we proposed this policy, and then it's like a billion articles, like, oh my God, this is terrible. Why are they saying this? No. It's like, oh, I can't. Democrats need to lie more. Okay, no.
Real
But yeah, I don't know.
truth.
It's dire. It's
Dude, I
dire.
saw in that Piers Morgan, there was a Piers Morgan video, and like Jenk was talking about like the H-1B visa thing, and it was like,
Oh
you
boy.
know what? I'm actually gonna commend MAGA for having this internal debate. I'm like, Democrats
Dog.
aren't supposed to have any internal debate. You're supposed to all toe the party line. I'm like, dog, kill me. Like, first of all, you should be making fun of them for having because half their party is just fucking racist. It doesn't like Indians. And
Yeah.
also like it's just I mean obviously it's just not true. We have fucking Bernie Sanders and Liz Cheney in our coalition. Like I don't know where
I
people.
mean, Cenk is like retarded. Cenk is like Like I don't know, I don't know. I watched like his recent appearance on the David Pakman show, and he's just like David did a poor job interviewing him. I think very disappointing. But yeah, I don't know. Cenk is just like will completely get annihilated by conservatives on stage. Give them all like the not benefit of the doubt, just like praise them, and then be like, well, guys, we're gonna cut the Pentagon. It's like you're retarded. You're
Yeah.
retarded. Like yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm gonna go, overdose on Alpha Brain or something.
Okay, based. Wait, real quick. What's your strongest argument? Okay, for not ending the Fed. Okay, what's the?
I mean, seems to have worked. The Fed had successes. I think that's a good thing. If I was more literate, I would be like read Goodhart or something. But Sam does it for me.
Hey.
And I mean, I would point to like concrete examples of Fed success, like Black Monday. I think is a good one. I think recently with inflation, the Fed has succeeded. I think that's good. Um, yeah, I would also point to like like a strong independent Fed correlates with less inflation. Now I understand that's not necessarily evidence against free banking because free banking is not in that sample at all, right? Like,
Sure. Yeah.
it would just be like evidence in favor of independent Fed rather than non-independent Fed, not like Fed over no Fed. Like we can see that the Fed can have positive effects if it like is allowed to govern rationally and independently. I think that's like a good thing. And also, I mean, we're just never getting free banking. You're just wasting everyone's time. If you're going to implement free banking, I have no reason to believe like it's going to work well. Like it might stabilize over the long run, but I don't want like short run massive catastrophes just because like we really don't like the Fed. Like even if I grant that it can work theoretically, I don't see any reason to believe it will work on the first try. And so do I
Sure.
want like 50 years of like us trying to get free banking correctly? I'm not convinced. No. Like yeah. Yeah, same way with like let's say the market can handle nukes, right? Like let's say we can have a nuke market and that would work. Like do I want to take the risk? Like let's say on the third try it will work. Okay, what about the first two tries? Do I want to just like let that happen? No, probably not. You know? But
Yeah. Oh
like
wait.
yeah, the Fed isn't perfect.
Do you see
Yeah.
in the debate VC your Moxie and Maida are apparently they're debating veganism? I think.
Yeah, I've talked to like the Fortnite guy about this. We were in VC, me, Moxie, and him. We were in VC for a while, and you weren't there, but we were talking, and yeah, they're just trolling or something about veganism. I don't fucking know. Oh wait, they're in
Wait.
the other VC. That's what you talked about?
Yeah. Look. Yeah. And
Yeah, okay. I assume the Mita guy is not listening to the stream, right?
I don't know if they're debating. Probably not. He watches sometimes, but
Yeah, he just look he talks a lot. That's all, but that's
real.
fine. It's fine. Either way, I don't know. Look, God is real, and Scientology is true, and you have free will. So don't worry about it.
Okay. Oh, yep.
Yeah, yeah, no problem.
I forgot to say talk to her. I'm just curious what they're. Fuck, I want to hear what they're. I don't want to dogpile Mida in like a, 1v3 on veganism, but
The lines of something that is an implication that you should aim to strive or aim to achieve something independent of whether or not that thing is achievable or you are capable of achieving that thing independent of circumstance.
I just think you shouldn't kill animals for
Again,
like your belly to feel yummy.
true.
Oh no.
But again, like part of the things would be that for one, I mean, let's just be clear, right? Like so, it's not about just general duties. And I mean, sure, I mean, if you want to think about it in general duties, that's fine. But simply just, I don't know, like the view that I provided seems sufficient, unless at least in the literature, right? So just generally just being about, well, whatever the theory or the moral principle is prescribing
Master
you
for
to do.
troll. Conflict, okay.
And that's sort of just what obligation would just be. It's something just by the system or the moral system being telling you like these set of rules. Now, look, I mean, if you want to like I don't know talk about whether or not there's like super arbitrary obligation, that's fine. That's not sort of like I'm not really interested about. But the point would be whether or not given that the principle that I settled here to would be beneficence, then I don't know. Like, it seems like most moral theories have no issue with that. That's part of the central claim about their view. It's just how we sort of cash out sort of like what beneficence is supposed to be about. And one thing to be clear, like I don't know how that sort of like ties in towards what you're talking about specifically like I don't know, like eating carcasses or something. It's I'm sort of quiet about whether or not eating carcasses is going to be good or bad, because that's probably not just relevant with the vegan debate, right? Probably we our aims towards
on veganism.
towards at least like I don't know, stopping factory farms.
Also on veganism, I mean, what's like a reason against raping animals, but like in favor of eating them, right? Like
that's sort of the move
like
that I
all
wanted
the
to ask him, right?
justifications for eating animals are either like schizophrenic, like, oh, God said it's okay, but he said it's bad to rape them, so that's like dumb, or it's like saying just animals, you cannot violate them in any way. I'm sorry, they don't have like we don't have any obligations towards animal, which implies that we can rape them, which is probably really bad. You probably don't believe that. You probably are just trying to like justify a position you already hold, right? Like that's probably an obviously absurd conclusion.
For
So like, what's the reason we should
vegan
not
farming,
rape animals, but we should like slit their throats, rape them in the milk industry, and then eat them?
I just think that
Well, I
Like,
already
that seems bad.
disagreed
It's-
with the
it's
notion of
hugely
how we
immoral to
factory
do-
farming,
to,
as
like,
well as the treatment,
eat
as well as the
animals.
ethics of how we do farming, both like within the United States and across the entire world. This is like
Oh,
something
so
we
you're
covered in
so
the
you're
book.
like at least not consuming factory farm
It's
meat,
obviously
right?
straw man to say that I'm
yes, this is that was the first
solely
part of this argument.
focused
but
on
like
it.
the second part is like what I was talking about in regards to the statement being made, and like to touch on that a little bit more, like what you're describing is what you're describing is referred to as Forrester's paradox, which is a prescriptive obligation versus an ought statement or a moral arts.
Wait, what was it? Wait, what is the paradox name? Sorry, just to be clear.
Forrester's paradox, Forrester. So you like when you talk about a prescriptive obligation versus a moral obligation versus a moral ought statement. A moral ought statement, as I had previously described, is something to strive for, achieve, or aim to achieve, independent of circumstance, which is what you had previously described, and I have reason to believe that is what you meant to say. Versus the moral obligation, which is, like I said, a set of morals or ethics that is applied to a person independent of their own actions, awarenesses, etc., or their perceptions of how those things ought to be. But the prescriptive obligation that you seem to be implying now is, like I said, it's part of Forrester's paradox. And the problem is, like, it touches a little bit on the deontological position of how things ought to be. And the unfortunate part about that is, since I am someone who prescribes slightly to some level of Kantian theory, we talked about like the specific obligations. Yeah, we talked about specific obligations, priori and a priori knowledge previously within our last talk, and I don't think that there's a need to go over that again now. But like this is why
I think it
I do
does.
want to add. I don't know if Mine is a moral realist.
You're right
but I
about it.
am
It doesn't
interested
need to, right? And
in
B,
Moxie's and
I don't.
sample Texas
Right now, what
argument
we're
for
asking is
moral
simply,
realism.
and I don't think the
I haven't
paradox
gotten
would
a
even
chance
just
to
be
answer
needed,
yet.
right? Because presumably, I don't know what's being committed of us for the towards this sort of like
Also,
paradox.
I'm looking at Forrester's paradox. This seems like easily solvable. This seems like trivial. Like, just instead of like saying, if Smith murders Jones, he ought to do it gently. What you actually mean to say is that if he has no other course of action and he has to murder Jones, he ought to do it gently.
Well,
Not saying, oh, if it's the case that he does it.
Jesus Christ, sample text. I hate you sometimes, but I love you more. But anyways, we covered this earlier because my prescriptive statement was that you ought to use the word moral ought, not moral obligation, because it specifically falls into Forrester's paradox, because a moral ought statement can be independent of someone's circumstances and what they aim to achieve for a system of society, ethics, etc., independent of their own
that's not true.
morality.
That's not true. That's only if you're like a schizo-deontologist, but like a utilitarian would never commit to that. No utilitarian would ever say that. So like, no, I don't.
I
don't
mean,
think
then
that's
how
true.
would you disprove this? Because if you're going to make a moral
I just don't
obligation
think
that
that's how you
means-
use the language. It's like if you told me a chair is like it just means Donald Trump, I'm going to be like, no, that's just not how anyone uses the term. You know,
Well, I
like
mean, just because
I would
colloquial
disagree
terms
with that, just
differ than the
like,
actual philosophical or the academic terms and definitions that are applied to them doesn't
And
mean that
even
we ought to
even in
adhere
the
to
like
those
literature, right?
standards.
You're just
Like,
gonna be wrong.
look, I think
I don't
like
even know like if that's gonna
I
be
think
true,
like
right?
you're obligated to like save children who are drowning, but like we can imagine a scenario where if you save a children that drowns, the world explodes. Then you're not obligated to do that. In fact, you're
So
obligated not to do that.
this is
I
a
don't think that's like
fallacy,
a
though.
contradiction. It's just like
No,
speaking like a
it's not a
human, you know.
contradiction. It's a fallacy because what you said is an obligation. An obligation is something that you are bound to do, independent of whether or not you are capable of doing that thing. So you would say
No,
you ought to
unemployed
do this,
can.
not
Not
you are
No,
employed
wait.
can.
Part of
obligated
the
to do
obligation is
that
that you
thing.
could do it, right? Like, presumably,
Wait,
like, I don't know.
think
You don't have the
you wait. You think you have
Absolutely
an
not.
obligation to like end the war in Ukraine right now?
No,
But okay, why?
because my own circumstances stop me from being able to have.
You
the
said
necessary
obligation
tools.
is regardless of your ability.
Yes,
That's right.
so it would
Well,
be
that's a
an ought
contradiction. What do
statement.
you mean? What?
So okay, then explain to me why I am
Well,
obligated
we did
to end the
explain
war
it,
in
right? Part of the
Ukraine. You just
obligation is
When
that
I
you
say
prove that you're
obligated,
able to do it or not
when I
able
say
to do it, right?
obligated, yeah, when I say obligated, I just mean it's going to be like you ought to do it. It's morally good that you do
So
it. That's
okay,
what I
then
mean.
you have logically contradicted yourself by using an ought
No,
statement within the word obligation. An obligation implies independent of circumstance, and an ought statement is
I
within
don't agree to
circumstance.
that. I don't agree to
It
that. That's
doesn't
what I'm.
matter if you agree
Why are
with
we
that.
committed
This
to
is the
this?
difference
I asked you
between a
before. What are we
colloquial
committed
term
to
and
this?
Wait. You
a
said
academic
a
term.
chair is not a human, but you just contradicted yourself because a chair is necessarily Donald Trump, so it's a human. Like
No,
you understand how dumb
again,
that
you
is?
are using a fallacious set of terms, and then you are disagreeing with the
No.
terms based on their academic
Again, we
definitions.
can define the terms
If
if
I
you
am
want. You
going
just
to
have like
make
this real, like, I don't know, like
no, you don't
idiosyncratic
get to
uses of the
define
terms.
terms in any way you want.
Yes,
If
we
you're
need
going
to. Is it obviously this is a semantic dispute, right? It's obviously we're like right now we're confusing. We're talking past each other. Of course we
Yes,
do.
because I'm trying to tell you that
Yes,
there are.
so we should
Yes,
define the
we are
terms. I don't
talking
know.
past
Like,
each other.
so wait.
Because
Let
let me explain. Just allow me to
Well,
explain.
wait, don't. We already had the issue like solved, right? We just need to define the terms, right? I don't know, like explaining is gonna do anything more. Look, by moral obligation, what do you mean?
It means that something that you are bound to independent of circumstance.
No, we're not
I
going
don't
to
agree
that.
to that. I don't agree to that.
Okay,
we're not granting that.
academia disagrees with you.
Sorry, I mean,
Full
can you
stop.
post me at
No.
least one literature where it states
Wait, do you
that?
think if I read philosophy papers, they're never going to say obligated in the sense of like ought? You really think that? You really believe that?
Sure, look it up.
Okay, I'm gonna like have fun.
What
Like,
are we up to? Wait, we asked you. Okay, you said that you'd agree with you. Where?
So okay, let me look this up. I'm
like
sure I could find an
if
example
I
of this in
open like
philosophy because
Singer's like famine and affluence or whatever, I'm not gonna see him
Yes.
say like obligated in the sense of like ought, right? He's gonna say obligated in the deontology sense of like you always have to do it or something.
well, I mean that would be the difference between a deontologist and someone who's like an ontologist, right? Like this would be the fundamental
What?
differentiation
A
between like
reontologist. A
starts.
reontologist. Let's go. No, that's not.
Dude. wait. But even then, I really just want to get this argument through, just so we can just like point and laugh, right? So, look, I mean, here's the argument in side chat right here, super cute, right? So, if it's morally permissible to factory farm animals to satisfy our needs to, gastronomic pleasure, factory farms involves performing non-consensual actions on animals, including inflicting pain, great physical and psychological pain. Conjunction of P and 2 and P1, if it's true, right, that it's morally permissible to perform non-consensual actions on animals, including great infliction of great suffering and psychological harm on them to satisfy our basic needs of gastronomic pleasure. There's a moral partiality between performing an action for gastronomic pleasure and performing an action of sexual pleasure, which is this is the cool thing, right? If P4 is true, right, then it is at least permissible to perform non-consensual actions on animals, including grave physical harm and psychological harm, to satisfy our
Oh my
basic
god! I
needs
just
for
like
sexual pleasure.
wait, Moxie. I just randomly like opened
Here you
like
go.
one of the more famous philosophy morality papers. Right, I opened Singer's famine, affluence, and morality. Okay, and he says here he uses the term obligation. Okay, and he says, and if everyone is not acting more or less simultaneously, then those giving later will know how much more is needed and will have no obligation to give more than is necessary to reach that amount. To say this is not to deny the principle that people of the same circumstances have the same obligations. Why would he say people of the same circumstances have the same obligations if obligations are independent of circumstances?
I
Why would he
just
say
linked
that?
you in the side chat.
By the way, we're talking about
I just read to you the
Britannica.
most
We're
famous.
talking about a thing
I
that's like
just,
not Phil
I just
related,
read
right?
to you the most famous ethicist in his most famous paper ever using the word obligation in my sense in a way that strictly contradicts yours. Like I don't, dog. This is like
And
a
I'm gonna be
Britannica
very much
definition is
clear.
not
The
going
source
to
that
work.
he gave was like I don't. It's not even a Phil source. It's just
Oh my god!
what
I
definition
said a
source?
Britannica definition is not going to contradict me. I opened side chat. It's a Britannica definition. Like you understand that's not how philosophers like talk. They don't always subscribe to the way Britannica might define it for like a general audience. It's just
Yes, because there are
clearly my
different
use of the
branches of
term is valid.
philosophy that have different interpretations of different things.
It's
This
not
is
a
the
different
reason that there
interpretation.
are
It's just
Then
people
don't say
have at least an
no, no,
understanding
no,
what
no,
it
no, no,
is,
no,
and
no,
you're
no,
just
no.
like using like
You
at least like
told
I don't
me.
know
It is
like
not. It is
You
a
told
different
me. You told me
interpretation
if I open
fundamentally.
wait. You told me that if I open a philosophy papers, they're not a philosophy paper. They're not going to speak like me, and they
it's
do,
not
and they
even a
speak in a
philosopher
way that is
paper.
the
It's
opposite
just
of
like
yours.
it's just
It's not
This is
even a
one of, by the way,
philosophy
this is not
paper.
like an
This is the
obscure paper.
philosophy
Wait, wait, I
paper
just
that
want
you
to, I
were
just want to make it
using.
clear. This is not an obscure paper. This is like probably the most famous philosophy ethics paper, short of like the trolley problem,
Yeah,
right?
even
Famine,
I've heard
affluence,
of
and
it.
morality is like, yeah. So, I mean, sorry, dog, but like my use of the term is at least very valid.
I mean, if you want to use it colloquially, yes, but I would say that
It's
there
not
are different
colloquially,
It's
it's
definitions
in
that
a
are
academically.
applied to these
paper. What do you
things.
mean?
whoa.
It's
I-
academically.
Why are we saying something wrong that way? I'm so confused.
Because
Is this
as I
server
was
like known
trying
for
to
like saying something
explain,
wrong?
no, I
Well,
was
only
trying
when
to
non-spawn
explain
is
this
speaking.
previously that
Okay,
there
that's
are
true, that's
different
true. What?
interpretations and understandings of specific definitions of terms that are used differently throughout different branches of philosophy. And
Okay,
when I
then
was
we're
By the way,
talking
trying,
branches
ethics right
falls. We're
now.
just talking about like this.
We're just
Wait,
talking ethics right now.
Wikipedia
I'm
of
just,
Canonical, right? Just to
yeah,
be clear,
I just mean when I say obligation, I just mean like given a circumstance, you ought to do it. Like that's all I mean. That's all I mean. I'm not contradicting any way of myself because that's
okay,
just all
so
I mean.
it's not contradictory in and of itself in the way that you are using it, but you are presupposing an outcome that has words that have different definitions applied to them academically than what you are using them. And that is my
No, I'm
problem,
just
as I
using the
stated
term like the
previously.
normal people. I don't know what you just
we're
said.
Yes,
This is
using a
but
gibberish,
when you
term
Robert.
that's
use a
consistent with
term
the
like
literature. I'm
normal
confused.
You're
Wait, to be
gibbering.
clear, we're using terms and it's used in the literature. I don't know what's the contradiction here.
I'm in some literature, yes, and this is why I say that there
Wait,
are
whoa,
different
whoa, it's not.
branches of
Whoa, whoa,
philosophy.
whoa. I don't know why you try to diminish the literature. Keep in mind, I can do the exact same thing to yours. It's like bullshit. It's like I don't know, like why you think it's like you're like superior in this case.
If you
Look,
would let me
I
talk
think
for
in the
2 seconds,
literature
or I'm just
that's
going to talk right
broadly
over you.
used
So, okay,
a
I'm
lot
just going
to
to talk right
to
over you
Phil
then.
talk.
So when
Yes,
we
it's like
talk about
consistent
these
with how we
things,
use the terms.
specifically within literature, there are different people who subscribe to different notions of definitions of words and how you apply these different words to circumstances. And when you use these specific words and circumstances in specific ways that have different words or terminology in them that do not apply the same level of scrutiny or definitions to those things, then you have to look at it independent of whether or not it is specific to that branch of philosophy.
Can you give me any paper making a distinction between ought and obligated?
Sure. I'll have
Yeah,
to
I'd
look
love
this
to
up,
see
but I
one.
could find
You okay? Because I was just like I pull up any random philosophy paper, and I did, and it's like vindicated me. So I'm just very confused on where you're getting your like language from.
I don't
Like
know.
I
It's so
legit
dumb.
never read anyone saying like, "Oh, obligation means like in all circumstances, under all possible worlds, like you have to do this."
Haste. Even then,
Because
like I
like
don't.
obviously, if I had a button in front of me that just ends the Ukraine war in a way that is like beneficial to Ukraine, I ought to. I have an obligation to press
True,
it.
you
But right
obviously
now,
should do it.
I'm not obligated to like end the war in Ukraine because I can't. So I don't have that obligation because I
Whoa,
can't.
whoa, 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 you don't think you should do it? Whoa, whoa, whoa,
'Cause
whoa.
I can't.
Sample
Yeah, I
text,
can't.
sample
Wow.
Wait, do you
text.
think do you think you should solve world hunger right now?
Yeah, that's right. I should.
But you can't. But you can't. You should
No, no,
imply
no, no, no.
off.
You
It should
can't. You
imply
go. Wait,
can.
wait, wait, wait. But you can. You can. By the principle itself, you can.
I
It's
don't think I can.
prescribe you
Wait,
to
what
minimize
modality?
harm.
What modality? Just what
Oh,
modality?
oh,
I'm just
which modality? Oh, which one?
yeah,
The Mox modality.
that's right.
That's right. That's right. But
No, but
to
it
be
gets
clear, we want to be clear. Like
okay.
I don't like this. Maybe you're just avoiding the sort of like issue, but like I don't know, like anything you have against veganism would just entail like silly things like either like rape cases of like kids or just animals or something. I don't know. It's like it's ridiculous. It's like either like we can just do like name the trade, or we can just do like
Yeah.
whether it just entails
Like if you told me, like
bestiality.
some people believe God is like non-binary, sure, but like clearly,
Based.
if you just open the Bible, he's a guy, right? Like, and that's at least valid to think, given the fact that it's in the Bible multiple times. So if you think, okay, maybe I can
don't
have
think
a
so,
valid
but,
sense
like,
of obligation, which is different than
they're
ought.
online
Maybe I don't
debaters,
subscribe
so
to it, but you
basically the
can.
same
Maybe
thing,
I don't know.
right?
But at least it's very valid to like reject your definition and subscribe to mine. That's
I
at
mean,
least
yes,
valid,
because
given the
that's what
fact that the
philosophy
biggest
is
philosophy
about.
paper on this does that.
Yeah, that this is what different branches of philosophy are about. Is about rejecting the previous or established statements that were created by other philosophers.
Has
This
anyone
is one of the
explicitly
major
rejected
disputes.
that like usage of the term by Singer? It's just totally uncontroversial. That's not the
I
controversial
believe
part about the
Immanuel
paper.
Kant does. So I have a
Yeah, I
paper
don't know why I
here
should
that
think
is
like something that like a schizophrenic virgin in Germany thought like 200 years ago. Like I
Keep in mind,
don't
they had
really.
like
Deal.
like they had like bad views on black people. Yo, that's like the crazy lore
Like
we
I
have
don't
about.
really care what like a schizo in Germany thought. Yeah, I don't
I
terribly
mean,
care.
yeah, sure. If you want to call academia a schizo in Germany who thought
No,
something,
Whoa, it's not
no,
fine.
no, no,
academia. We're
no.
talking about
Some of them are
one
schizo.
person. We're talking about one person for the record. Right? Just one.
Yes, but
Yeah.
Kantian theory is one of the most popular branches of philosophy.
Okay,
And,
and don't
and,
tell me
and, they,
Kant
and they
would say.
entail
Don't
really
tell me
bad
that
bullet
Kant.
bites. I don't know. Like what?
Yeah, and don't tell me that Kant would say that. Tell me someone else who currently exists in academia would think otherwise, right? Like that'd be more compelling to
There
me
are
than
tons
just
of
like
people
this
who
guy 200
subscribe to
years ago.
Kantian theory and
I
philosophy.
know,
Rem the
then
Bad
cite
Boy is
them.
one of the
Which
most
Cite
one? Just
Kant.
cite
popular.
one.
Are
I
you
don't know. Just like
listening?
think of
Are
one.
you listening
Okay,
to me at all? That's
I'm
what I'm telling
trying
you.
to
Wait,
answer,
wait.
but
That's
you're
what I'm
just
telling
both
you. That's
yelling
what I'm
over
telling
me.
you.
What am I supposed
That's
to
why
do
I'm
here?
telling
Just
you.
talk over
Wait.
you or sit
What
be
you're
quiet?
supposed to be doing here, right? I don't know if you like like if you forgot, right? Like you're like bad at tracking, right? But one thing is, hey, one person's current in life. B, at least someone that is at least generally like getting talked about, right? At least relevant, right? We're not gonna talk about someone who's really fucking obscure, right? Because like at least
This isn't
philosophy is the
obscure.
sort of thing that like,
What
at least move
Kant
on
is
more.
one of
And
the
they
most
like
like he is one of the most
I
influential Western philosophers. And if you want me to
sadly,
answer
that's
your
just
previously
so
established
sadly he
question,
is, yeah.
yeah,
I
okay, I don't
agree.
care
That's
what
like a
your
great
opinion is
tragedy.
about it, but like
It's like
if
a
you want me
huge
to
Yeah,
answer
tragedy.
your
that's like
question, you
you
don't then
know
just
how
cut me
Western
off
has
in the middle of
fallen.
my
It's just
question.
conscious.
So again, if you want me to answer your question, I can just talk over to you, or I could sit here in silence. It's your call, really.
Okay, no, finish. But I'm just saying,
Go
like,
I'm
ahead.
gonna give a
if
drink
you want to
before the
cite,
Wick
if you
thing
want to cite the fact
starts.
that there still are Kantians, then cite the existing Kantians. I agree they exist. Cite them instead of Kant. I don't tell you, oh, Bentham would disagree with you. I'm telling you, Singer would disagree with you.
Based. To be fair,
All right,
he's like
are you
Singer's also
finished so
really
I can
dumb, right? I
compliment
don't. Oh, go ahead.
So, okay, what I was going to say is there are many
They're
people
like
within the Western world that
utilitarians, of
currently
course
use
they don't like
Immanuel
Kant.
Kant's like basis of philosophy to determine whether or not they do this. Now, just because I'm not familiar with a vast array of philosophers, because I don't keep up with modern philosophy and I only took philosophy 1, so my basic understanding comes from the original, like what I would call typical bedrock of philosophy that was stated hundreds, if not thousands of years ago in most circumstances, is independent of that. But there was a popular person even here on Twitch that used to have a relatively large stream because he was a part of the Destiny community named Rem the Bath Boy, who
Oh my
talked
fucking
predominantly
god, that
about
guy.
Kantian theory.
Fuck Ram.
Yeah, he's like
Please,
so
Ram.
fucking dumb. Like, dude.
Yeah, I don't disagree
Okay,
that
let me
he's
explain
dumb,
why. Like,
but
he has like this. Well, I mean, for one, I mean, it tells like really bad bullet. But again, like any. Keep in mind, they modern, well, like classical, deontologists are now like I don't know, like considered to consequentialism. Now they have to adopt their view towards like at least fitting like at least consequentialist intuitions, right? Like by making like like threshold deontology. Now it's just
No,
I
but
don't know, like they're.
also, I don't care. Like, I agree there are like Kantians. I'm not even. I don't even agree that deontologists would make a distinction between obligated and ought. Like, I don't agree that they would. Even then, I'm just don't. If you are not familiar with the literature, which is fine, not everyone has to spend their time reading philosophy papers.
Sure, it's
Don't
boring.
tell me then that I'm making a mistake when I'm using a term and that the literature would disagree with me when I look it up. Then I look it up and it totally vindicates me and contradicts you. That would be like a bad thing to do, right?
well, the thing that I looked up vindicated me and contradicted you. And this is why I specified that these are different branches of philosophy that use different interpretations and definitions of different words to come to different conclusions. This is one of the things that philosophy at its very core does. And that's why I think that it's
How?
important that if
What did
are
you look
going
up that
to use-
contradicted me? What did you look up that contradicted me?
I put the paper in the chat. Did you not read it?
That's not a.
The Britannica is not a paper, and they just write about odd implies can.
Oh no! They're talking
They
about like the
don't.
fucking like SCP.
But no,
Wait, wait,
What
wait,
about
wait,
the
wait, wait.
SCP?
Can't hold every rational being that both inanimate, right?
Wait. Just 1 second, Moxie. You held the position, not you, Moxie, the other guy. You held the position that ought is distinct from obligated. Then you
Correct.
linked to the Britannica page called ought implies can, which talks about something completely different. And then the second line says, also known as obligation implies possibility. Because you know what? Obligation and ought are kind of fucking synonymous.
They're both modal. They're modal.
No, they're colloquial.
Okay.
Let's
Why
go.
are you
They're
citing
even
me
colloquial.
colloquial?
when I
And why are you
in the
citing
thing
me
I
the
linked, it does
colloquial
not say
definition if
that.
it
It
disagrees with you?
specifically says in the 4th line that certain action is impossible for an agent to perform. That agent cannot, according to the principle, have a moral obligation to do so. This is creating a distinctive difference between an ought statement and an obligation statement. And then expanding upon that, I linked another paper that covers the original writings of Immanuel Kant that talks about the difference between definitions
Wait,
and
no,
how
that,
you
that
apply
totally
duty
agrees
and
with
other
me.
things.
What they wrote agrees with me totally. They're
How it
saying
literally
if you
just
cannot,
disproved your statement in the 4th line.
they just said if you cannot do something, then you don't
You're
have an
not
obligation to
obligated.
do it. Then
Peace.
you don't have an obligation to do that. And that's under the title ought implies can, because ought is the synonymous.
Specifies. I'll read the whole thing. It says, in other
Read it
words,
again,
if a
yes.
certain action is impossible for an agent to perform, that agent cannot, according to the principle, have a moral obligation to do so.
Yes. Yes, if they can't do it, they don't have an obligation. If they,
Wait. Can you reread it again?
You know what a
Oh, God.
contrapositive is, right? If under the okay, if under the article called P implies Q, they say if not Q, then not P, right? That's like a contrapositive. It's the same sentence, right? So when they say under ought implies can, that if you can't, you don't ought to do something, that's exactly like saying if you ought, you can, which is if you use obligated instead of ought, that means they agree that ought is synonymous with obligated because they speak English like a normal person, like a normal academic. Because obviously what I'm saying is true.
Also, by the way, even when you look at the citations, like the principle has given various interpretations plausible to maybe depart on the relevant sense of can, right? The principle can may be plausible, for example, if can is understood to refer to what is physically possible of it kept with the laws of nature, right? Arguably, no human being has a more obligation to jump on the top of the 20-story building at a single bounce.
Yeah.
Based. Whoa.
And then you could finish that. But the principle is less plausible if can is understood as a more broadly term to mean what an agent may do given the means or resources currently available.
Dog, this article doesn't make a distinction
Thanks,
between ought
Mulger.
and obligated. Here, another sentence in the same article
Fuck it,
that you
Mulger.
sent. I would not even cite
Welcome to the
Britannica
stream.
because they just like talk colloquially. They don't cite philosophy that much.
Sure, then
although
let's
this
use
is
the
a concept in
second
philosophy.
example.
Let me finish. But here, they say here, right? They say here, according to
So
Hume.
you say I
wait.
shouldn't cite this, and then you wanting to cite it.
No. I'm saying your own source debunks you. It's called the Trojan source. I would not cite this, but you did, and that fucks you up.
No, that's okay. First off,
Okay,
no.
wait, guys. I
This
have to
is,
go.
again-
Just real quick. I have a question, okay?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to have to answer this, and I don't have an answer for it. Guys, what makes a good
boy.
man?
What makes the good man? Having virtue.
Having virtue.
9/11.
9/11. Okay.
I'm just
I don't know if Whick will like
following
that
the
answer.
objectivist theory.
Objectivist.
No, I'm joking. I mean, the good man, would be someone who contributes.
What if I
to their
just say being
community.
vegan and I troll the entire time?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. A good man
Just
is
advocate,
someone
like,
who,
look, I'm like way more morally virtuous.
and someone with a positive influence
Someone who doesn't
of
rape and kill
the
animals.
people around him. It would be someone who highlights the good parts of the people they're around and helps them fix the bad parts and contributes in a way that maximizes the happiness of the people around them.
Maximizes positive
That's right.
qualia, baby. Okay.
Either way. Look. You understand? Like, if I debate Marx.
Okay.
Hello. You are not live yet, by the way.
Okay, I am live, so.
Oh, good to know. Okay.
Yeah, I'm about to go live here.
Yep. I'll go on my starting soon screens then. Why not? Give my little announcement. Again, the intention for this is to be more of a discussion than a debate, though with the people we have, I am sure there will be disagreements. I am not against debate in this, but that is not the purpose, if that makes sense.
Sure, yeah.
Sounds good to me.
We are on my starting screen. How are you, Non-Fawn? It's been a while.
I'm doing good. It hasn't been that long, has it? This is my first time on one of your panels.
On my show. Right?
Yeah.
But... Okay.
I like your dark Brendan thing in the back there. That's nice.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, by the way. I'm Niels. You can call me.
Nice to meet you.
Also, yeah.
Wait, what'd you say?
I'm
You're...
the overlay. Well, I'm the soy pill, but you can call me Niels or whatever works.
Okay.
Just call me soy. Everyone's been doing that. It's definitely pertinent to this debate. So.
Yeah, I was just planning on calling you soy. So.
Listen here. Yeah, I was doing that anyway. I didn't even know you. You know, you fucking soy beta. You know.
Okay. Yeah. Should be fun. How what's new with you, Soy?
What's new with me? What's new with
Any
me
new
is
videos?
yeah, I'm finishing up a script right now on a different tab, so a new video should be coming out soon on Matt Walsh and his racist movie. And what's it called? I'm realizing now that I agreed to this debate, not knowing the time, and I'm currently working from home. So I'm gonna make up all the lost time on the back end because you know I have flexible hours, but gotta schedule these differently in the future. Not on you, on me.
No one else to tell
you don't know.
I don't know
Listen,
your schedule, man.
Well, it's your
but,
fault for being on the East Coast. That's what I'm saying.
You know what? I'm safe from the fires here. Okay, I don't want to be in the fireland.
True.
The volcanoes. That's not crazy.
Safe from the smoke inhalation, eh?
Yeah. Well, how you doing, Zer? See, it's been. I feel like
Been a bit.
out of all the people here, it's been the longest since I've seen you. Okay.
Is it really?
I think
Maybe.
so.
Maybe, eh? Might be. When was the last time we had a little conversation,
ago.
debate, eh?
A few months at least.
A couple of months ago, you say?
Yeah. I'm thinking October probably.
Is it pronounced
Yeah.
bass or bass, or what do you go by? I was watching
call
some
me
of your
bass.
videos. Bass, okay, sweet.
Yep. Well, I mean, you could say it however you want. Bass, bass, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, sure, but I'm sure
Username
you have
is
a preference,
based
right?
off of. I don't actually.
No? Okay.
No, my username is based off of base.exe from Mega Man Battle Network anyway. So however you pronounce his name, there you go. Usually people pronounce it as Bass, and I'm like, okay, Bass, I don't care.
I'll say bass.
In fact, I pronounce it as Bass FTZ, so Bass, I guess, is the correct way since that's what I usually use it.
For sure. I've been watching your videos, and I'm happy I watched past the first 2 minutes because otherwise I'd think you're British, and then you come in here with the current accent and get really confused.
No, it's just the way that I accent words.
Yeah, no, you say certain
Quote
things
unquote.
Britishly. I got you.
No, yeah, I do it on purpose. No.
I'm on my.
No, I
starting
realize.
screen. Just real quick, just everyone, just for business here. I'm on my starting soon screen, but other people here are live, so just keep that in mind.
Indeed.
Everyone, if you're talking to people on the internet, just assume you're live or being recorded.
I like to let
At all
people
times.
know so they know, right? I don't want an assumption.
No, I'm not judging you. I'm just adding on to what you're saying. Like always, like it's like talking to people online is like handling a firearm, right? Like you should always treat it like it's loaded.
Yeah.
Even if you're like, but I know it's not loaded. It's like, it's loaded.
It's not wrong. How you doing, Tuna Chip? What's up? I'm glad I asked because we can't hear you.
I know, right?
And we'll be live in about 2 minutes if you guys need a drink or if you need something to eat. Does anyone here have questions while Tuna Chip's fixing his audio before we start? Any questions?
No, I'm gonna go grab something to drink real fast.
That's
though.
fine.
I imagine this fixed it.
Yes.
Yes.
Amazing. We love to
What the
see it.
fuck?
Grand. Excellent. As I said in the group chat there, I'm just going to start off by asking y'all guys, what does being a man mean to you? We're going to boost off of there. I have other questions.
Can
right? I have other...
Can I have a really nerdy gripe? I hate when people say modern era or modern age. It's like, look,
okay.
The modern era and the modern age was between like the 1500s and like in the turn of the century, maybe up to World War II, depending on the historian.
You know what I mean.
Contemporary, man, doesn't have the same...
Contemporary or postmodern.
It doesn't have the same ring. You need that alliteration.
Yeah, right, like people...
Can we...
And the very
No,
model of a
I'm
modern
with it.
age-
I just like, I read it now. It's like one of my pet peeves where I'm just like,
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. And again, this isn't... I'm echoing. Who's... I'm hearing myself.
If it's coming through anybody, it might be me. It's either me or Zers. Did it just start when Zers came back?
It just started when Durst came back.
It's coming out of you, T, whatever. I don't know what T.
Yeah, it'd have to be Tuna Chip. I just muted my microphone.
Your audio is like staying on, so I don't know.
Oh
if you
yeah,
have, like,
I have
a
it
threshold
set
or
where it doesn't go off, but I can change that.
Either way,
well, don't do that.
Just
I hate when it's not
like,
that way.
Get
Before we go live,
headphones.
'cause we're
Either
we're
one.
about to go live in like a minute here, like 30 seconds.
I know. Here,
Just
I'm
real
starting
quick.
muted. I'm changing it. You can go live whenever
Let
you
me,
need.
let me finish my announcement here for you guys so you know. So again, this isn't strictly a debate show, though I'm sure debate will happen. But I am going for more of a conversational tone, so just keep that in mind. With that, I'll start the show. I'll introduce the topic. I will ask my question, and feel free while answering that question to tell people who you are. But here we go. Okay. I think I clicked all the buttons correctly. Welcome one and all to yet another episode of Whick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, have we got a show for you tonight? Tonight we're going to be talking about manhood. What does it mean to be a man? And rather than go on and on about theories and things like that, I'm just going to ask these individuals, and that's how we're going to start. Soy Pill, what does it mean to be a man to you? When someone says
to me,
what, like, there is a good man, what does that mean?
To me is a little different because I think I'm going to be talking about it in context of society. Because for a while, being a man meant a very rigid, kind of strict set of things: being confident, being independent, being protective, being strong, being a breadwinner, being emotionless and stoic. I think this has caused stagnation in terms of emotional development, but it's also promoted a lot of good behavior, altruism, hard work ethic. It's a very mixed bag. Some of it's based in biology. Men are on average stronger, meaning that they could be protectors, meaning they would make more decisions, meaning they held more jobs, meaning they were the providers. But ultimately, I think masculinity and the concept of masculinity is kind of silly, since we let people place their entire value on whether or not they're a real man, and then shame them if they miss one of those various fluctuating definitions. So being a man is arbitrary. It's a standard that varies widely across the world, in cultures, in families, and it's ultimately just used as a tool to promote good behavior. Because people say real men don't hit women, real men don't vote Democrat. Well, real men do those things all the time. I do at least one of those things. So what does it mean to be a real man? Am I a real man because I work out? Am I a real man because I wear sunglasses inside with my shades drawn? I think we need to do away with any strict definition that at best gives someone or something for boys to strive to, and at worst promotes toxic behavior, makes men feel worthless for not meeting that definition, and etc. I think any definition that anyone else on this panel is going to give today is going to be applicable to men, women, whoever, and it doesn't have to be tied to gender. So what does it mean to be a man? Whatever the hell I want it to be. I think that everything good that I like is what it means to be a man.
Okay. Fabian Liberty, same question. When someone asks you, what's a man? What does being a man mean to you? How would you answer?
Yeah, so I think piggybacking a little bit off of Soy Pill's intro here, right? The definition that I tend to use is the socially constructed gender role that is inherent and or explains the adult human male. And so there is an interplay both between the biology that informs it, the gender role, as well as the social situation, the economic situation, the material conditions, the culture that you're in, etc. We can see that what a man is it's not so much to say it is arbitrary, but I think arbitrary is a word we use inappropriately. It is made by society to fit what the time is. So the real question really comes down to it splits into two domains, right? One is, what does society expect of you as a man? And then the other is kind of like, what ought you do as an individual man? And what you ought do as an individual man is what is within your own rational self-interest. And that is going to be different for each individual. But again, if society has certain expectations, you have to understand that you are going to have a kind of a net negative cost to your behavior if your behavior goes out of those guardrails for what it is that other people have. And so you have to make sure that there's a reason that you're doing that. I think when we have a society that has pushed back against Christianity, pushed back against many of our kind of cultural guardrails as we've adopted egalitarianism, and I'm not saying that is good or bad, just descriptively is. And I think Nietzsche kind of saw this coming, before most of us did, in Thus Spake Zarathustra, when talking about the three metamorphoses. We have to be careful that we don't become stuck in the lion that kills the dragon of thou shalt, but that we are like the children that are kind of able to create our own moral frameworks and create our own goals, etc. And so I think we are in a crisis here. And the crisis is that we as a culture have lost all of those guardrails that help us define these gender roles and help young men kind of know what it is that they're supposed to do, right? There's good and bad with those guardrails. The bad being obviously that it restricts behavior and, limits freedom and, has limited our potential and growth and progress in a lot of ways. But also, what ought a 17-year-old man do when he has all of these options, and so many of them are mired with chaos in a culture that keeps hating men more and more, in a culture that increasingly doesn't have male father figures, in a culture that doesn't have an answer to that question. And it presents a significant and unique challenge to young men today.
Okay. Non-fawn. And maybe I should have said this at first. Again, this is just opening salvo, gang. I want to get to the greater discussion as we go, right? So, brevity is the soul of wit. Okay, non-fawn. What do you got? What does being a man mean to you?
As I believe the most modern man here, I'm still trying to figure it out. But I would kind of agree with Soy that we don't really ought to have some rigid standard of what it is to be a real man. I think being a good man really just means being a good person, being a net value add to society. And I think men are more likely to be in certain positions and therefore have, certain obligations with those positions. Obviously, men are more likely to be asking women out on dates. So maybe there's some obligations that we have with regards to, making sure women remain comfortable when we're flirting with them or whatever. But I don't believe I don't think it's beneficial to have an arbitrary standard of what constitutes a real man.
Interesting. Okay, well, I got a lot of thoughts too, but we'll get to them as we go. Tune in, Chip.
Hey,
being a man, what is it?
Yeah. Currently, the simplest way I can put it, although I think there's like a summarizable and like directive, but going purely descriptively, There are multiple definitions of what a man are. There's very little that's like core, and I think everybody senses that. They're saying, oh, I don't want it to be based in a core, but I think it's an ever-updating alternative defined in distinction to other things. It's the fallback for when other things fail. It's the thing that creates the future, but it's like mostly just like a being of immense potential and a gender that has historically defined itself by being at the forefront of actualizing that potential due to our unique opportunity to do that. So it's like a sex that and a gender and also like a principle that defines us as like different than animals, different than nature. It's a little bit complex, but you know, we can move on from that.
Okay, Xerxes, what's a man?
I think there's probably two ways to address the question. There's what it means to be a man personally, and then there's the way the word is used. So let's address what you asked. Like, how do I
What's it mean
define
to
a
you
man?
to be a man? Yeah.
So to me, I would say being a man all comes down to being virtuous. The original word for man that we use as a title now was ver, the Latin word. Ver, which can be translated into hero, into man, into masculine, was the root. The root of the word of virtue all comes down to being a man, right? So the word virtue in and of itself is calling to the nature or the values that a man should extol if he's given that title. So to me, being a man is about maintaining virtue, a high, strong moral character, and kind of just being that beacon in the darkness that people can look up to and follow, essentially, to me. So
Guys, you guys all have these intellectual answers, right? Look, it's simple. A man is
Adult male human. Who's
Hold
gonna
on.
do it?
Hold on. No, a man is a person, right? A real man. You know, they stay, make sure that their family gets safe from the fire. They try their best to put the fire out and retreat when they're needed, right? When they can. What a man does is
It's
he
a little
stands
soon
up
for
for
that
what
one,
is
Wick,
right.
don't you think?
What a man does, okay? A man is willing to sacrifice to protect and to save those things that rely upon him. It's something that I know we can intellectualize our way out of it and all we want, but the world is a better place when men act in that way. As someone who is willing and able to protect those he loves and sacrifice when necessary. And it's really that simple. What do we think? Go ahead.
yeah, well, that kind of sounds like a more complex version of what I said. You described a hero, and again, the word ver, in Latin can also be translated into hero. So I completely agree.
I just
don't,
I don't.
Yeah, both of you just gave.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be a
definitions
dick.
Oh, go
but
ahead.
like, ver and vif are like Old English, Proto-European.
Yeah, Latin.
It doesn't come from Latin. Like the word man is Old English,
Yeah.
and like werewolf and like withman.
Well, originally
right? Like, that's
it would
Old
be
English.
vermin. So yeah, but so
But
even
no,
even
it
like
doesn't
where
come.
and
The
ver,
etymology of the word doesn't come from Latin. It comes from Old English.
so I'll
before the
grant it
Norman
to you.
invasion.
What difference does it make?
Well, it just doesn't have that context. I mean, it doesn't
That's fine. I
matter.
mean,
but
Nah, you
your
made a
argument
mistake. You
is-
lose. You lose the debate right now. It's over.
I
No,
lose.
okay.
Look,
I
I'm
think,
not trying to be a
I
dick.
think, I think, I
Okay,
think,
let's give it to soy pills.
I'll give you the
Wick,
ghost.
Wick,
Yeah.
Wick and Xerxes just had two definitions that are kind of tautological, circular. Hey, being a man is doing whatever I think is good, and like that's kind of what I was stating at the beginning.
Well,
It's
that was
really
the
just
question. That's not fair. He did ask us what it meant to us personally. That was
yeah,
the question.
and your definition is it's whatever I think is virtuous, whatever I think is good, which is fine. That's kind of what I was saying at the beginning. It's whatever we define it to be. It's also I just noticed, but both of you said was completely not exclusive to gender. You could say the exact same thing about women. It's just kind of arbitrary, and that's kind of the whole point I'm trying to make.
Let me counter that. This is actually pretty interesting because I actually agree with you. The question then becomes, why don't we say that to women?
We should,
Why don't we
and
say
we
what
absolutely
we-
should.
But,
Yeah, I would entail
I
the same
agree, but the
obligations
question
to
is,
women.
why don't we, right?
How
So-
about we
Why don't we say
focus
what?
on men?
What are you
Again,
referencing?
I think men and women can share values. They can share virtues. There can be shared things that make both of them great that they both should strive to. But let's talk about men for today, okay? Let's at least for a little while in this debate focus on.
I got an answer
men.
for Soy Pill.
Go ahead, please.
We're two different like socio-political groups. We're treated differently. We have a different status. We're seen differently. We're categorized by other people differently. So we have to navigate that difference. Even if we both should aspire to the same thing, even if the virtues and the methodologies towards actualization are the same, the path there, the language about it, the way that we think of ourselves is still like historically situated. You're not going to be able to just say, well, a man and a woman should be the same. You kind of have to like meet the moment where it is, and then
Yeah, but how does that difference actually manifest? If you say, hey, men and women need to both be virtuous, they both need to be breadwinners, yeah, you might say, oh, women have to overcome hurdles of sexism. They might have to work a little harder if they want to go into a STEM field. But ultimately, does that change at all what it means to be a man, what it means to be a woman? We can talk about, hey, femininity might have to be...
I'm telling you that it is, and I think that you will agree with this, but they are kind of stuck on maybe thinking that in order for somebody to I think you're stuck that like there are two things being talked at once, and you think that we can, if we agree with or we disagree on one and we agree on the other, that's a problem. I would say that an identity which is rooted in gender or sex is a failure to actualize your potential as a person. And that goes for men and women. All the same, it is a component. To define it on that alone is pathetic. Nobody should be thinking of themselves as merely a male when I am defined by my distinction to females. Or similarly, you do the same thing with like the gender. That's like...
But is anybody even doing that?
That's what I'm saying. Nobody's doing that. So like to
right.
like...
Well, so like I seem to be the only one that has even a drop of conservatism in regards to this topic. Which is, it is what it is. It's fine. Like I'll hold that mantle. Right. But like there are innate biological differences. Yes. Now, how we deal with those differences and how we value those differences, right, is going to be socially constructed. Right. But if there are inherent biological differences, that is going to inform the way that we engage with how it is that we put forward gender roles. Right. I mean, the classic example specifically, I know this is about men, right? But the classic example here being of, actually, let's bring it to men, right? So one of the important roles of men that is going to be rooted in biological differences is rough and tumble play, right? Rough and tumble play with young children is something that obviously women can do, right? But it is something that isn't so much put onto us by society and gender, but is instead something that is innate to the male species, or to the male of the species. You can go across any culture and you are going to find drastic differences in the utilization of rough and tumble play with young children, which we know is very, very important for the development of children, right? And so this is a behavior that we would ascribe to men. And so the societal context of that is going to change, right? Like in one society, we might consider certain level of rough and tumble play too rough, too mean, we might even consider it abusive. And under another domain or another group, it might go the other way around. And so like we can't have a conversation about what a man ought be or what a man should be in society or what a man ought do unless we can at the very least recognize that the way that we construct these things has some element of biological differences, and that changes what it is that we value and what it is that we expect from those people. And if we go too far into gender abolition, to pure egalitarianism, we get into this kind of issue where we can't act. We're paralyzed.
Let's just ask. Is anyone here a gender abolitionist? I don't know that they are.
No, I don't think so.
I think they are.
Maybe
I'm not
in, like,
accusing
all
anyone
but
of
the
being
actual
that.
label, but in terms of like how we treat each other. But I guess my question then for oh my god, I forgot your name. Sorry, Fabian.
Yeah.
What intrinsic sexist or sex related characteristic is tied to a virtue that we are telling men to be? What is that intrinsically? Because
Well, I mean,
I agree there are things that are tied to sex, but which of these virtues, which of these things that are exclusive to men, the sex man, are we striving towards? Because I can't think of one off the
So
top
I
of
don't
my
think
head.
I don't think see I don't think that there is any virtue that is exclusive to man or exclusive to woman. But I do think that the biological interplay changes the value order, right? So it's like, the individual differences are obviously going to vary, right? But we're obviously going to expect of women to be more nurturing, right? And being nurturing is a virtue that men
Well, this
can
is where I hit the
also
buzzer.
inhabit.
Yeah, I have to hit the buzzer. I actually just think that men and women nurture differently. I don't even think that women are more nurturing than men. For example, think about training
Both
a
can be true at the
child
same
of
time.
which, but I don't think they are though. I think the way that
But I
men
never
nurture
said that
children
men. I never said that
is
men were
what you
nurturing
said.
more.
Yeah, but what
I
you
said
said
that
was
we
we
value
expect
them
women.
differently.
Yeah, but you said we expect women to be more nurturing, right? Or that women are more nurturing.
Right. That is the. I didn't say the women are more nurturing. I
Mhm.
said that it's a virtue that we both can inhabit, and I agree with you that the way
Mm-hmm.
that we nurture can be different, right? Like men tend to nurture older young boys and mentorship, right? Whereas women
Well,
tend
even
to
small
focus
children,
more on
actually.
smaller. Yes. Again, there's going to be a lot of overlap. We're talking about distributions here,
Mhm.
right?
Okay,
Like,
this is way more
How about
intellectual than
this?
maybe I want to
Men
go.
have
Hold on, stop. Let's
Mhm.
ask Non-Fawn. Non-Fawn, you're the youngest. Do you
Mhm.
mind if I say how old you are?
No, you can say I'm 19.
You're 19 years old. You're growing into being a man, right?
he's a baby boy. It's okay.
Yes, you're growing and things. What do you feel? In what ways do you feel society treats you as a man that is different than they would treat a woman, right? In what ways
I
do you think
mean,
society puts responsibilities on you or expectations on you that is different than they do women? Yeah.
obviously selective service, and I think that's relatively fair. I think it's fair that we accept that men are biologically typically going to be more suited
I'm
to
not
being.
talking so much the government. I'm talking like a person. Like if a person comes up to you on the street, right? How would they treat you different than if you had a sister the same age?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like people are. When it depends, is the person approaching me a man or
Violence.
woman? Obviously,
In general, we're
Violence is the answer here, right? There's an inherent violence and expectation of reciprocation of violence in almost all things in society between men that isn't present and is shunned when dealing with women.
I on that note, I made a tweet, right? Just to kind of prime the pump for the topic, asking Twitter, Twitter, what does it mean to be to you to be a man? And I got answers of various kinds, but I also had someone threaten, like, challenge me to a fight. Like literally, they challenged me to a fight, a fist fight, right? They said I was bitch made, pussy, that I wouldn't fight them. It's like a fucking paragraphs, right? They must have paid for Twitter because it was way beyond the character limit of why I wouldn't fight them. I would never fight them. I was too weak to fight them, etc. Right? Really, just calling me out like that. That would not happen if I was a woman. It just wouldn't.
That's true. Fair enough.
Yeah, well,
For the most part, at least.
It'd be strange. It'd
Thank
be
you for
strange
agreeing with me,
versus
Whick.
like
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to put it in a less
Yeah, I
intellectual.
think,
Like I see what you're saying, but I'm
less
trying to kind of dumb it
intellectual.
down for the masses, if you will, right?
Yeah, I think the truth is there's always the possibility of violence in the mind of a male, right? Our physicality is a part of what it means to be a male that just doesn't quite exist for females, right? So the reason why, like, Non-Fawn mentioned selective services is that implicit in our maleness, our existence as a male, we have the capability or the possibility of being violent or just even moving stuff around. Because being in selective services, if you get drafted, doesn't necessarily mean you have to fight. But like, as hands-on, repairing something, moving something, doing something in the military, so to speak, that is implicit because as males, right, that we're just it's in us. We're just built. Our testosterone just
And
makes
keep
us
in
there's
mind,
an
stronger,
inverse.
faster.
I just want to
There's
also,
an inverse to
I
that
just want to
too.
also say, just
Yeah.
because I see some comments, like we're not talking about exclusivity. I'm sure you could find a woman that has challenged another woman to fight. I'm sure that happens, right?
But this is the
But
thing with
Assume that
society.
everything everyone
Yeah,
says
like-
for the rest of the panel are generalizations, and that we understand that there are distributions and that outliers exist. Like, just assume
But-
that for everything
yeah.
said tonight, so we don't have to
But-
say that every sentence.
Exactly, but I think it's even important because I think the commenter, whoever is saying that, they may even be a female. They may not truly understand or grasp this, right? Because as you guys just said, it is indeed true that a woman could, threaten to fight another woman, as women do fight. But with males, it's implicit, it's built in. We know from go, since the time we were children, right? From rough and tumble play to being bullied, to being pushed in the lockers, or going into martial arts, watching movies, even reading books, we know our physicality, our ability to fight is extremely important. Like, for example, think about the Karate Kid, right? The entire thesis of the film, right, is growing into manhood by learning how to protect yourself and why you should protect yourself and why you should use combat, in a defensive, protective manner, right? Like it's the battle between defense and offense, with Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do, just in that nature. But that's just one example of the films. You can go,
Right, but you're talking about the like, I agree with what you're saying, but like we have to then move on to the next step, right? And so I think the best way to look at this is from a functionalist perspective in psychology, like a Durkheimian perspective, which is that, like, when gender roles and beliefs get assigned to us and they stick around for centuries, then you kind of have to take this conservative approach, which is, well, if it sticks around for hundreds of years, then there's probably a reason it's stuck around. That doesn't mean that the reason's good or that the reason's bad, but that there's a reason it's there. And it goes beyond the innate biology of the male in being more physically dominant, but it also goes in the inverse, right? Which is that, like, no society that does not venerate the protection of the pregnant mother and children by those that do not get pregnant is a society that will last for any period of time, right? Like if your culture, 1,000 years ago didn't venerate pregnant women as something worth sacrificing male lives for, then your society died out, right? Like, without that protection, you're not going to have the population necessary to sustain yourself in competition with other things. And so I think I agree with you, all that physicality is there, but what reinforces that, right, is this concept, kind of how Whick was talking about, of like sacrifice, even though I don't necessarily agree with it, and kinship theory, etc., right? That like, what reinforces it is that there's a reason that behavior needs to be brought forward to another degree, and that is kind of that.
I disagree with you. That's the reason why I slightly disagree with you, is because we're highlighting the possibility of pregnancy with a female as a virtue, so to speak. But when in the example I use with the Karate Kid, right? Daniel isn't protecting a woman; he's protecting himself. And Whick wouldn't be protecting.
I agree that they're not directly linked.
Protecting
I'm
himself,
talking about the greater social concept of, like,
but that's what I'm
valuing those
saying.
things.
But what I think is it goes even beyond just simply you would say the
for future
prioritization of females.
I want us to make this personal. I don't want us to go into, well, in society, in the in the greater Western world, or this culture, that I want you, Tuna, I want you, Soybill, I want you, Fabian, you personally. What do you think, right? And Tuna Chip, we're gonna give it to you. You're trying to get in.
This is what I think.
Xerxes, if you lost a fight, you probably would not get raped, and if you were raped, it wouldn't ruin your life in the same way that it would a woman who gets impregnated and forced to carry the child of it.
But I actually like that, because I don't think that that's true, right? You pretend.
No, it is true. You're not gonna. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do if you are bearing the child of the enemy, and you don't have the tools to, like, abort?
I'll tell you.
The whole point
I'll tell you what you do.
is part of the biological difference means that there are people who should be closer or further from combat, people who the domination of means capturing the vital resource that allows the perpetuation of a culture.
Is this what you think about
there's a huge problem.
Hold on.
There's a huge issue here.
Stop, all of you, please. Oh my God.
But
maybe I didn't communicate what I wanted this panel to be. Maybe I was poor.
You brought up rape. All right, it's my turn to bring up Hitler.
Man. I'm still going to connect it to a personal thing.
Just real quick, like, Is this what you think? Like, man, I gotta learn to fight to make like the history of the
Exactly.
captains
That's
of
what I'm
recent-
saying.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes,
That's what I'm saying,
actually,
Wick. I'm
when
here.
I
I'm here
hey,
for it. Go ahead.
When I think about what it means to be a man, I think about potential and capacity. What am I uniquely fit to do that others in the society are not fit to do? What am I? And I have to think about what future possibilities are coming in. When somebody is going to pull a knife out against me and my fucking fiance, I'm going to step into the front of the fray, not because I'm like, I have this identity as a masculine and I have to sacrifice that cuck shit. No, it's because I know that the consequences that befall her are way worse than me. And first off, I also think that
you could die.
when it comes down
No, yeah,
to it,
way
her
worse.
being-
What? I'm so confused as a man. You're like,
I have a new definition. This is what a man is. All right. A man is a person that watches a park bench in the snow and thinks, God, I would love to kill my enemies and bleed out
Hold
there
on.
slowly.
But
alone.
me,
all right, that's what it means to be a
We gotta go back
man.
and forth for a bit. We gotta go back and forth for a bit, right? Because we started from a couple of different premises, which I think are very interesting and telling. We start with the question of if I were to lose a fight and get raped, right? Would I suffer the same consequences as a female? Now, technically speaking, a female is not guaranteed to get impregnated just because she got raped once. Technically speaking, right? As such, it is impossible for me to be
Weird
impregnated
technically,
if I
but
get
okay.
raped, right? But it's true and it's important, right? Because what you did was you completely bypassed the social ramifications of me being raped as a male, and you then bypassed the physical trauma of me being raped, right? You just went completely into. Hold on.
Do you think that men? This is important.
That's what you did.
I'm not bypassing for no reason. I'm bypassing because I think.
So you have a reason. Go ahead.
There's symmetry there. You're talking about things that are symmetrical, if only in proportion, but not in their like felt characteristic. But yeah, you being raped and a woman being raped both have social consequences for both of you. Both have trauma consequences for both of you. And fundamentally, fewer people want to rape you. You're less likely to get raped upon the fight. You already skipped past the first part.
Do ad homs, Tuna. Come on.
But you were the one that.
Unless you're in prison.
I'm addressing what you said, and also that's true unless you're in prison. But I'm addressing what you said. That's what you set up, and that's what we're contending with. Because I don't disagree that overwhelmingly, right?
Okay.
But I'm addressing what you said, right?
Yeah.
So the thing I wanted to highlight on the front end is that you disregarded the humanity of the male in order to prioritize what the biological ability of the female is. And that is what you did. Because you did. You said that it would be worse for the female if she got raped.
That's not disregarding the humanity. I'm not saying that I don't care when men get raped. I'm saying that the consequences are different.
Yeah, you're saying the consequences
even-
for a
even if
female
I-
are
even-
exclusive, which doesn't really matter. Like, okay,
Some of them
so
are, yes.
a woman can get
Matter. It means that there is a
pregnant, a man could
distinction.
get anal tears and get AIDS and die.
Yeah.
Like, you know what?
And there-
Who
I
gives
think
a
it's
shit?
great.
Like,
Yeah.
So
this is
generalization.
stupid. Like, why is that somehow exclusive to a man that the consequences are slightly different? Like you talked about, okay, like if a guy comes up and tries to stab me, I'm gonna step in. Why? Because the consequences might be slightly worse for a woman if she gets raped and pregnant. Okay, what if he just tries to stab both of you? It's equally bad. Like,
Well, no,
you're
this is-
You wouldn't
So,
entail
like-
the same obligation to
but-
step in
hold
if
on.
it's
Again,
a woman
I
if
think
one
I
woman is
wanna-
stronger than the
I
other
wanna-
woman,
Hang
right?
on, no,
I know.
stop.
Let me-
Everyone shut up right now.
Let me
because you're all
reply.
trying to talk at once. Both of you.
I need to highlight one thing before you continue, though, because I had 2 points. I wanted to highlight one thing.
You're
I'll
only
just
on
let it go.
4.1, gang. We got a limited amount of time tonight.
I know.
Can I respond
So
to the direct?
So real fast.
To the direct imposition.
I have to lay out one thing real fast.
Oh
And
my
one thing
God,
I'm gonna
I'm
lay
gonna
out
kill
real
myself.
fast.
I'm gonna get
I
hanged from a
apologize to
tree.
the Jake. Hold on, I'm gonna resurrect you, bro. I'm gonna resurrect you. So listen. The one thing
ain't
that's
got that in your
important
power.
here is that you didn't highlight one of the most important things about why you would protect your girlfriend, and that is actually your love and benevolence for her. It's not simply because you're a male that you'll jump in front of her. It's because you care about her. Now you roll your eyes, but this is extremely
No,
important.
I'm saying
Because what you're saying is the reason why I'm going to throw myself here is not because I love her and I care about her, my humanity for this woman. It is because of my role or position as a male, which
Okay.
even then
No.
isn't
Okay.
even a counter argument to the
we gotta give it to
physicality
Tuna to respond. We gotta
males.
give it to Tuna to respond. Go ahead.
Okay, I disagree with you. Conversation, you don't just say things and make distinctions. I characterized with a very specific pointed axis that I know that there are different likelihoods for the future between me and her. I know that the consequences that befall those things happening, and my ability to define myself, to prepare for those situations by trying to make it so that I am ready for conflict, so that she doesn't have to be, because I know that it's going to work out better if I am. All of the planning that goes in. You have to think before the stabbing. You have to think, and you also have to think wider than the implications of this. I'm just talking about one of several different opportunities where biological difference needs to necessarily change the way that we socially structure.
I think you're both wrong.
If it's going to be,
Let
if
me-
it's going to
let
be
me
an
say why they're both
individual's
wrong.
conflict like that, it's very obvious.
Okay, let me
But if
maybe
it's going to be
short
something else,
circuit this.
the ramifications are what made gender be the way they are.
Let me maybe just short circuit this all, and I'll just make a very simple, a very true statement. I'm trying to get to the raw stuff, gang, and we're going biological imperative.
Raw is what makes her pregnant.
This
buddy.
is the raw. This is the raw. Like the question entails. The question
I get what Rick is
entails
saying. Yeah.
two concepts, like what you as an individual
If
aspire to,
me and my
the
girlfriend,
social
wife,
context.
or a child was attacked, and I failed to protect them, I would feel like and be less of a man.
By your
That's
definition, yes.
So hold on, like so I think we're missing the kind of the thing here, right? And the problem is that we're trying to individuate all of these separate concepts of what a man is instead of recognizing that they're all connected, right? So Tuna Chip is correct, and Xerxes, you're both kind of hitting on two correct things, and I think that there's a bridge here, and that might be like where the miscommunication is, which is Xerxes, you're like, hey, nobody's thinking in the moment like this like rational step-by-step list of things. What I think Tuna Chip, and correct me if I'm wrong, is trying to say is that if we think about situations like that, and we can descriptively say that genders are affected differently, then we can extrapolate from that why it is that society has these expectations on us and why it is that we grow up with these expectations. It is the corpus of human history where women are
I'm more
vulnerable,
capable
where
of
women
protecting them than they are. That's it.
But see, this is what I
That's
do.
it.
But it's not- but that's not it.
it.
But no-
That's it. It's
but
not a
that's not
societal
true.
expectation. I am
Yeah,
better.
but
that's
I
just
promise
false.
everyone I have ever dated, I was the one that was better able to protect.
Right.
in
But
that
that's
situation.
not why you do it. But that's not why society
you're right.
has that
That is
expectation.
that is why
You don't
I
think
do
we
it.
have a responsibility there?
If
Oh my
I
God,
knew
no,
that
like,
they had a
that's
better
bigger problem.
chance, I'd
You're
let
being
them do
silly.
it.
You're being silly.
It's
let
not
me
silly.
bridge this gap.
That's
You
just
are being
it.
silly. Let me bridge this for you, Whick. Right? Like I recognize that yes, in the overwhelming majority of the time, unless you're dating Ronda Rousey, right? Like you're going to be more capable. And so there is a certain element where you go, well, if I'm more capable, then like I ought to be the one that steps up. But why is it that society ingrains the male with the concept of sacrifice? Society ingrains the male.
This is what I was
with
talking about
these
before. Men
concepts,
have more of
and
that
it's-
physicality, so that's what it used to be. But the fact that we're talking about these like stabbing, raping
Right, they're
situations
all
is ridiculous because
It's
this is not
one
what happens to people on a
case.
day-to-day basis. Like, yeah, sure,
right.
in a very specific scenario, a man might be a better a defender of a woman. But yeah, like Tuna, how many times have you had to defend your fiance from a stabbing? How many times have you had to stop her from getting raped? Like, this is so ridiculous if we're talking about what does a man do in society? Yeah, sure,
That's
we're
not-
probably
that-
on average
that's
stronger.
not how
You
societies
are
work.
missing the
No, but
point.
like
so
we as
Soy
a
has to
society,
credit-
hold on.
no, but-
We as a society obsess over mass shootings, but mass shootings are an infinitesimally small amount of shootings
But
that
Soy
occur in
has a point.
America.
But
But what we
hold
have to
on.
understand is that culture is shaped by the extremes. And so if we're talking about cultural expectations and gender roles, I agree with you that the day-to-day interactions of the male are not going to be sacrificing himself to like stop the bullet. But it is also, we have to recognize that those extremes are the things that affect culture to such a degree. And so they have more power in shaping gender roles and in shaping how we
And I
act.
also,
I wanna
I would also,
reinforce-
if I may, I would also disagree with Soy Pill here that
What?
it is something we do on a regular basis. I walk a woman home when it's dark. I walk on the side of the sidewalk that's closer to danger, right? Because again, this is something that even in the mannerisms of even in the mannerisms of how we interact day to day life, men, right, tend to, right, put themselves in positions where they can be protectors, and they act as such, and they should act as such. And I'm saying that this should happen. They should act as such so that they protect.
Uh-oh.
Point. I want to reinforce it because he made a great point, right?
Let him speak.
Because one thing that we kind of skipped over, right? And I know we're not supposed to talk about, the other half of our species just yet, but I do think this is important because on the day-to-day, and even, you know what, not just quite yet, let's also talk about between males as well. It is very, very easy to take away the man card, right? So to Soy's point, right? When we think of or when we take away what does it mean to be a man from another man, oftentimes it's because he might act like in an effeminate way, in a girly way, in a weak way even, right? If he is showing his emotion or if he's being vulnerable at that point in time. There's a lot of ladies that will definitely yoink the man card if you're not providing for them, if you're not giving them the money that they ask for. They'll say you're not a man.
Give
And
them
they'll
the
use it. Hold on. There's that, you basically they'll use the title of man, or they'll take away the title of man in order to manipulate you to get you to work in the way they want you to work. So while you guys are indeed talking about why do we have this concept of protector because we're more capable and stronger, to Sori's point, that's not when people comment and talk about it. It's when they want to manipulate you. It's when they want to use you. It's when they want to take something from you. Then they challenge whether or not you are or not a man. This happens between guys, and girls. It's just society in general.
Yeah,
But
it's
that's
just
fair
a
to say,
tool.
Soy?
Like the concept,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. The concept is just used to enforce the behavior we want to happen. And some of it, like I said, yeah, we're deemed as protectors in society because we're on average stronger. But Wick, come on, yeah, sure, you're walking home a lot. You're being that protector. You're standing on the side of danger. You're probably let me look out, make sure there's no one coming into the room that might hurt this person. But are you really getting in a freaking knife fight every day? Are you just beating people off of the woman you're walking home? Yeah. This is
even if he's not getting in a knife fight every day, don't we think it's probably
my presence makes him safe?
Yeah, don't we think it's probably a value add to society to have some expectation that men who are generally more capable of defending people are typically are protecting women?
I agree.
At night or
I agree to whatever you're about
I
to
would
say.
say yes.
Just take the word "man" out. Just whoever's more capable.
No,
That's why I'm going to suggest
I agree,
owns
but
a fucking handgun.
I mean, I agree. I would
okay.
entail the same obligation to a more capable woman walking home with another woman. But I'm just saying, generally, men are going to be more.
Yeah,
capable
if you
than a
want to talk
woman,
about
so
how
it's-
because men are on average are stronger, it should be virtuous and encouraged for the people that are stronger, which are going to be men on average, to defend people that are weaker than them. 100%. And I think that's actually a really good point. Let's talk about, okay, there are some things that are sexually innate with people. Okay, men are on average stronger. Let's encourage people to defend people who can't help themselves. That's great. But that's not exclusive to men. It's kind of weird to call it like a masculine thing when a female could do it just as well.
It's not weird unless you're
It's not weird
convinced
at
that
all.
masculinity needs to be defined as this thing that is inherently always 100% without exception. It can't be 50% plus. It can't if you don't care about probability, if you don't care about tendency, if you don't care about principles that lead towards best outcomes when abstracted from, then yeah, you can be obsessed with this letter of the law thing, but
Women do masculine shit, men do feminine shit, and it's not
yeah,
always bad.
we all know that. But also fundamentally,
look
what
at Tom
happens
Holland,
if there aren't
right?
enough men, if there aren't enough
He just
men
went
who
viral
are
dancing,
going
he
against their
just went
self-interest.
viral dancing, as Rihanna, right? And was celebrated for it, right? Because he was competent and because he's embodying all these other masculine traits. But what he's doing is the most feminine shit you could ever do, right? He's
So then
singing
he was probably equally
Rihanna
ridiculed
to
as well.
Umbrella. Right, but
Promote the capacity,
for
yeah.
sure. But a lot of other people were praising him for that.
Well, let's
And
talk
so
about
you
that.
have to think about how
obviously
subversive-
feminine.
Oh my God, I hate you all. My hatred level for every single one of you is rising as
Can
we
I
go.
try finish my
masculine?
finish my thing?
You can finish your point. and
I'm
then-
just
I
saying
just
'cause
straight up steamrolled you. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just I got to remember what I'm trying to, because I also think that there's a bridge, because me and Fabian are pretty much on the same side of this, with maybe a slight leaning of difference. But it's what I'm saying is not necessarily at the knife fight. I'm not talking, and I don't think that. And when you say Wick he's walking, Wick's trying to say that his presence, but there's also
Are you holding a box
the
cutter right now?
presence of men inside of society,
Very manly.
and what men are in a society changes the lives of women. If there aren't enough men who are going to step in and intervene, when another man tries to take advantage of his natural, not gifted by anything other than just pure chance advantage over women, then you get cultures that are full of gang rapes. You get cultures that are full of pickpockets. You need to have a culture that defines men and thinks of men and tries its best to create men.
The ability.
No, I completely disagree. You're trying to make this
I'm not-
exclusively. This is
Let me
ridiculous.
finish.
What he's trying to do is
I'm
reinforce
kind of
virtue.
scared. I want to let you
Can I
finish. You're
finish my
holding a
sentence?
knife. Yeah, go ahead.
Here, don't be a coward. It's a fucking box knife, and it's through the
I'm
internet.
be honest
man.
with you, Tuna Chip. Tuna Chip, it kind of sounds like you're saying men need to be virtuous.
It's not that men need to be virtuous.
If you're saying that,
They just need to do good things. that
Well,
I think are
okay,
good
if he
in
doesn't
society.
finish, we'll never finish.
my sentence.
Well, he's not
Okay,
gonna
this
finish.
is on me. I recruited this panel. This is my fault. I'm gonna, as a man, you should take responsibility for your actions. You're all yappers, okay? Every single goddamn one of you.
Okay. It's
Yeah.
not that men need
Not
to be
non-fun.
virtuous. It's that
Non-fun's been chill.
society wants men to be virtuous. It's in society. It's in women's best interest. So as they have their thumb on the fucking scale to define what a man is, just like everybody else does, they are going to enforce it, just like the state wants people that are patriotic, yada yada yada. It's not that it's good for men or definitive of men. It's just like that's what's going to make for a better culture. So if you have interest beyond just yourself as an individual, it's not what's the best way to be a man to me. There's also like, what do other people want of me? And you're going to be looked.
Yes,
I don't think that's
And that
virtue,
sounds
man.
like
Hold on.
Yeah, Fabian's gonna hate me for
I'm
this.
holding a
Or
weapon
me.
now. It's my turn to talk. Okay, so I have a gun. I'm the most manly on the panel. And what you're saying could just as easily be justified to promote a religion or any other stupid ideology. I'm not saying what you're saying is stupid, but the justification is ridiculous. Like, oh, well, it makes men do better things, therefore we should promote it and make it exclusive to men. Like, why? Okay, well, why don't we just have a religion that just tells everyone to do good things and have that be state mandated? Like,
I mean-
this is stupid. Like, okay, yeah, sure. Telling men not to protect younger women makes them less likely to do gang rape and pickpocket, I guess. But like,
It's not
why?
telling them. It's not telling them. It's producing an identity and encouraging structures that make it so that people feel affirmed in an identity that doesn't do that. You can't just
Seems like
tell
there's a
men
word
not to
for
rape
that.
it. I mean, a gun is a
word.
great
There's-
way, and
what
this is the
word
thing that,
would that
that comes
be?
up.
Oh,
A gun
geez.
is a great way to make it so that the difference between men and women is less important. That's one of the great, the great equalizer,
Great
as it gets
equalizer.
called. And it's very important towards history. It's one of the main reasons that conversations like this have any substance at all.
But then,
why they
but then
aren't
can't we? But then isn't Soy making a
immediately
greater
agreed
point
upon.
then? Like the moment you give the ghost that a gun is a great equalizer, right? And any woman can just grab a firearm. Why then we males should we be responsible for them at all? Once it's been equalized and they can use deadly force, why is there
It's
still
an
the title of
equalizer.
male?
Okay.
Yeah, you
So
don't
it's a
want
force
everybody
multiplier.
having
So
Sure.
to Soy's point, right? I think there's something that needs to be considered because there's something about being a male, right? There's something about being born as a male where there is a title, there are expectations that are put upon you, right? And Soy is challenging that, which I think is interesting.
Does
Now, I'll
anything-
challenge
Well, I think
Soy.
there's
Hold on,
expectations that are
I
reasonable
do
to put on
think-
men
I
because they're
want to go. I
value
want to go a
add.
direction with this, and it's my show. I'm going to go the direction I want to go. Is it wrong? Is it bad? Is there something immoral
And that's-
or negative about men, right? Males, if you want to call them that, men being the protectors in a society.
I
I
would say
say
no.
no.
Not innately.
And that's what I wanted to challenge. So I would still challenge Soy because I think that words and titles are just tools. Language is just a tool to define.
Let me ask
something.
non-fun.
So-
Non-fun. Do you feel right? Non-fun, because you're the only good one here. You're gonna get rewarded. Okay. Non-fun. Do you feel that put upon that society expects you to protect others? Do you feel like that's a negative? Be honest.
I don't think it's a negative as a general principle. I weigh 110 pounds, so
You,
most
personally.
most people do not expect me to protect women. So me personally, I don't feel like there's much responsibility placed on me from society. Obviously, I am in selective service, but I also don't think I don't think it's a bad thing to entail some expectations upon men because I do think it's an overall value add for
What would you
society.
say would be a good expectation on men?
That we
overall?
are generally responsible for protecting women from
Okay.
other
What
threats.
other
I think that's
good
fine.
expectations?
I would protect non-fawn if he was on
I
the
would
street
too.
and someone was
Same.
attacking him.
Yeah.
Okay, it has nothing to do with non-fawn's gender, of which I do not know. I'm assuming you're male, and you know what? That's fine. And I don't think that this idea, this expectation that is put on men, is actually a good thing because a person like non-fawn is now going to be called oh, you're not a real man because you're only 110 pounds and you can't fight off a 200-pound attacker. Like, that's a ridiculous statement. I'm sure Non-Fon's a great guy. He probably does lots of great things. He's got a Joe Biden thing, so I'm assuming he's amazing. Like, it's just stupid to say, well, a man should do this, and then if you can't do this, you're not a real man. I think that's an incredibly harmful.
I agree. I think
thing.
there's a lot of people who like use. I think it's actually primarily men who use like the term "real man" as a as like a tool against people. But I mean, I feel like
I've encountered it more.
I don't
from
know.
women.
I don't know if
I'm
I'd say one gender does it
Yeah.
more than the other in this case.
Yeah.
Because I've heard women say that. I've heard men say that. I've heard a lot of people say that. But I
It's a form
want
of
to push
social
back on that a
personally,
little
I
bit,
get more
right?
social
This
pressure
idea
from
that
men.
you guys are, if I may, that you guys are saying that like it's bad that people think less of Non-Fawn as a man in this role because he is less able to protect and fulfill the role that society expects of him. I don't, and maybe this is a hot take, I don't necessarily think that's bad. I think that Non-Fawn it would be better for Non-Fawn if he was more able to protect himself and others. I think that would be a good thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's
So,
better, but are you
if I
saying
can-
that then
if I
he
can-
is worse off for not being able to do that, right? Like, are we going to
Well,
like
he is,
see-
like by
Yeah,
definition,
physically,
worse
yeah,
off.
but like,
Hold
are you
on.
going to shame him and say he's not as much of a man as
Shame?
I am?
No.
Like, are you going to say that someone who's paraplegic isn't as much of a man? I
I'll
mean,
tell you
unless
what,
they're literally
You would
losing
have
their
to
legs.
maintain-
If I have a
Literally,
mission,
Soy-
if I have a
but Soy
mission
is
to
right,
go
though.
in,
Literally, yes.
if I have a mission to go
Cripples
in
are
and
less
do
human.
something that requires lots of strength, I'm going to
missing
pick
limbs.
the strong person in that instance.
Sure,
rather
you
than
can
Non-Fawn.
value strength. You can value someone who can
Yes.
protect you. That's obvious and easy. I'm not arguing against that. Like, to say anything otherwise is stupid. But I'm saying that you shouldn't say, "Oh, you're not a real man," or put some arbitrary definition of unless you meet
There are
this
more-
exact standard of how
And this
valuable
is the
you are to
important
me.
thing, is because there are more qualities to being a man than just this one that we've been stuck on for the last
It's
48 minutes. Okay,
Can I-
this is one single aspect of being a man that I think matters. It does, but there are so many more that I want to talk about that Non-Fawn might be better than I am, right, at these things.
Yeah.
Um,
So I just want to say, like, there's a couple of things I think we should just kind of focus on here a little bit. You know, we have to recognize that when we have a gender role, right, this is a cultural expectation, right? It's socially constructed within the culture that you have about what that gender role is. And what that gender role is really saying is this is what we value as a culture, and this is what we expect of people within the culture. And so it's important to recognize a couple of things once you get in that space, is that you can't have those values be at an individual moment, right? Because these gender roles are instantiated throughout our development and throughout our growth. And so if you want a society that has certain values and has certain expectations of men and women, then that has to be an ever persistent thing within your culture that isn't individuated to individual instances of you failing or succeeded so much,
Yeah,
but is a
there's a word for
constant
that.
variable. And so stop. You just keep saying virtue and it's retarded.
I wonder
Stop,
what that word
stop.
is. I can only imagine
Stop.
what word
You're
are
making me
describing
visualize
here,
you
but
drowning.
I'm
thinking
Right,
about
like-
your head underwater every time you talk.
All right.
I'm just-
I can't
Right,
believe
and
I'm
so-
saying
and
this,
so
but I would
it's-
also defend Cersei.
But here's the thing, right? If you recognize that you have a gender role that is imposing virtue upon people as a general category because you value certain things within that virtue, it necessitates the devaluing of those that do not represent that virtue. You cannot have one without the other. You cannot have a culture that values strength in men and then simultaneously have a culture that does not devalue weakness in men. You cannot have a culture that values mentorship, of younger men from older men within businesses or, leadership positions, and then at the same time not also gatekeep and devalue those things. You can't say, oh, we're going to get rid of the "you're not a real man" for these things, but we'll also somehow magically keep a culture and a society that values these good things.
Wait, why
It's
why
not
not?
possible.
Why can't you just say, okay, this has nothing to do with what defines your gender or what role you're supposed to go in, but hey, we're going to value if you can help us. We're going to value if you can lift more things. We're going to value if you can protect people. It
Right.
has nothing to do
But
with whether or
how
not
do you value you don't value something, right? If you can absolutely, like, you don't actually value something at a cultural level if
Unless
you
it's
also,
gender.
with all of, no, I'm not saying it has to be gender defined in this regard.
Well, you just said we can't say throw out the real man, but not value the things that they have.
I'll
So
give
it
you a
sounds like you're saying
very
that-
simple example here.
Can I
Okay,
give a
very
shot at
simple.
Then
this
how
right
do men
after?
grow up?
Okay, so I value $20. I value it. I would keep it. I think $20 is great, and I want to fight to have it. Right?
There's a man on that.
Great, and if you
I
want to,
see Andrew Jackson.
give me some super
We
chats.
hated the
$20,
banks.
I would value you. But you know what? You know what? I value $100 more than that. That doesn't mean I don't value $20.
Yeah, and
It
Whick, if
means
you
that
had
I
$20
value
and
$100
$100 and you were going to use these to defend yourself on the street, they would
It's
be
easy.
equally
You
fucking
don't need
useless.
to fucking
So,
do this
like-
obfuscation shit that is driving me mad.
Soy Bill.
Right, but
Okay.
What's
but
up?
that means you're going to choose the $100 over the $20.
Yes, but that
So
doesn't
can
make the $20 any less valuable than
Yeah,
$20.
It literally
I want
does.
it.
But can I?
It's inherently less
can I cut
valuable.
in?
You're missing maybe a core component that like bridges this, which is that people are not born men. They're not born adult
Yeah,
men.
it's
They're
a
not
title.
born fully formed. They have potential. When they are a child, it is important to cultivate certain aspects based on the probability of return. You're not going to have a culture that is constantly trying to turn women into men and men into women. And I'm not trying to make some trans point here. I'm saying if you tried to make a hypothetical culture that just switched the roles, it would be less efficient because you'd be running against the fucking wind. There are reasons that these are working. They're more efficient. They work better over time. They're certainly going to match people psychologically on a higher rate of return. With the rough and tumble play as a classic example. Rough and tumble play also great for women because males, more powerful, need to know how much force they can exert and in a safe domain.
But I'll be honest with you,
Women,
Chip,
they
We're
can
training
find
men
ways
to
disagree
fight
somebody,
women.
and it's much less likely to do the same.
No,
damage
actually,
on
we're
an
training
accident.
men to not hurt.
But I don't think we would disagree. But I
By
kind of
fighting.
I want to frame a scenario utilizing non-fun. This might be rude. I apologize in advance, right?
Go ahead.
But there's a point that was being made, and you made this point where you say that other men say that you're not a real man, or they use that against you because I think you say you weigh like 110 pounds. And Whick made a point where he was saying that you are less capable of defending yourself at 110. And Soy made a point that it would be ridiculous to have the expectation that you would defend anyone at 110. I actually agree with all of this. What I find interesting is how I would split the difference between addressing that. And I think that this is kind of the core of what maybe Whick is saying about what it means to be a man to me, or what it would mean to all of us. Because from my point of view, if I see a man who is weak, my first instinct is to protect him, and then my second would be to train him so he can protect himself later. So I would try to help you. I would never be like, well, you suck. I would be like, okay, well, let's try to figure out what are you good at. I'd even try to get you into, combat arts, martial arts, all that different stuff, workout plan. In my mind, helping you in the immediate would be coming to your defense, but helping you in the long term would be giving out a plan or telling you my experiences,
To help
right? And
you
that's how
value,
I
nice.
you, right?
To help you
And so-
value.
It's very nice of
like
you, Xerxes.
society values
so-
I would
strength.
also say
Xerxes.
with this.
So
But yeah,
now
but-
the reason why I'm framing all of this, and I'll wrap it up with this, and the reason why I'm framing all of this is because the difference between how I came about it, right, is nurturing, right, is kindness. But the way other men came about it, by disregarding your masculinity, by saying you're not a real man, is in a way like violent, right? It's it's aggressive, and it doesn't really help with anything. The point that I'm trying to get across, right, is that it is important to have that physicality and that strength, but how you go about developing it is, I think, the core of what it means to be a man. And right, and that's why I refer to virtue, and that's why I talk about it so much.
Hold
You know
on,
what I'm
if
saying?
I may, because this is important. Being strong doesn't make you a man. It's how you use that strength.
Exactly,
That's what
right?
makes you a man.
Yeah,
Being
and that's what Whick wants to talk
smart
about. Yeah,
doesn't make you a man. It's how you use that education that you have that makes you a man. These qualities that we have isn't what makes us man. It's not what defines or should define manhood. And to the extent that it does, it is, as they say, and I don't want to use this phrase, but I will, toxic, right? It is toxic. What we need to do, what men need to do, what should define a man, are the positive utilizations of the characteristics that we teach ourselves to develop. Let me just ask a simple question here. You could just raise your hands if you agree, okay? Who here thinks that men, would be better off if they were more educated? Raise your hand. Okay. Who thinks a man would be better off if they were more physically fit? Raise your hand. Who thinks a man would be better off if he had more resources, was more wealthy? Okay, so these are values, right, that we can instill in how to use and become these things while using those things that we gain in a way that benefits society. That's what it means to be a man. We go through all these like intellectual rigor and things like that, and that's fine, but at the core, it's really those three things, in my opinion. Education, that's combined with intelligence, right? There's a relation there, right? Strength and protection, right? And how they're related, and wealth, resources, and using it to the benefit of those around you. Those three things. It's really simple.
Okay, I have an issue with
Go
what
ahead.
Tuna Chip said because the implication that we must keep doing these male enforced gender roles because if we were for some reason to arbitrarily switch and start telling all women that they're strong and they need to protect and then tell men that they're feminine and they need to nurture, that it wouldn't work as well is true, but also just a ridiculous hypothetical that is based on this weird like utilitarian thing. I'm not saying that it's not working in terms of, hey, we're telling stronger people to do stuff with their strength that makes sense. I'm just saying that we don't need to tell them that it's only because they're man that they are strong and they should do this. So it's this kind of weird like utilitarian argument that I just really don't agree with at all.
Saying that it's
Hey,
good
can I
that a
have-
man is strong, doesn't it take anything away? Like I'm seeing this in chat, so this isn't just you, Soy Pill. So I apologize if I'm putting too much on you here, but I keep seeing this all the time. Like,
I
well,
can
women
lift it,
could be
it's
this
fine.
too. Women could be that too. Women should do this too. Okay, I don't care. We're talking about women next week. Tune in. We can discuss that with them. We're talking about men. Okay.
The internet's
and if we keep
inability
doing
to
this
understand a
fucking
standard
game,
distribution. Is
I want to talk
hilarious.
about women.
fucking game where we compare, right? Like, well, what about women? We're not. Shut up about women.
If we're
I
talking
don't
about things
care.
exclusive to men, we have to talk about women.
Bill,
Rick. They're part of the
it's
conversation.
Not, you're
But I think
the one
sometimes,
bringing
yeah, but-
exclusivity. You're the one bringing exclusivity.
Well,
no
no,
one
women
here-
do it too. No, women do it
No
too.
one's here saying that
Like
shit.
women, hold on. But that,
Oh my
but
God.
even if no one here is saying that shit, it is the case that there is something about being man where we are given the title man, and there's something about being a man where we take away the title man. And women do it all of the time.
Yeah, it's
So
an
we
erotic
can talk about
attachment to
women,
certain
but
expectations and roles. When you feel bad because someone calls you a bitch or a FAG or somebody calls you anything that's supposed to challenge
can't
your
say that word.
masculinity.
No, we cannot say that word on Twitch.
I didn't realize
proud
we
when
could say
they-
that word. Go ahead.
The whole point of these things that are meant to like hold, because it's been mentioned a couple of times, this idea of social control by way of removing the affirmation of the identity. The whole point there is that somebody has a personal relationship with that thing. You don't know what it is exactly, but you remove it because you know that the person has it. So the fact that we know that almost every man that identifies as such, you know, there's a reason they identify with it. They think that there's something there. They think it has some kind of value. It's been defined to them by their life and the people around them. They see a person removing that identity or de-affirming it as like some form of you know, fighting words. That's the reason that it's there. You're trying to just like fucking rile somebody up. But it doesn't mean that there is a universal objective thing that someone is trying to say to you. They are saying, I want you to be upset. That's what they're really saying. I don't like you. I want to get on your nerves. I want to
It's like
get
calling
you
a woman
conflict.
fat.
It's like someone calling
It's
someone
based.
fat.
It's
No, I
based in
disagree.
some
It's more
level of
complex than
a
that.
distinction of your lack of virtue, you know, compared to the gender role, right? But in that moment, in that individual instance, yeah.
It's just to start a fight. It's just to like rile you up. So like I don't think
it's
might
to
have
enforce
thoughts
a
that are involved
behavior,
in it.
right? It's
They
to
might
tell
have
someone
thoughts
how to
that they think,
act.
I'm going to
Yeah.
rile this guy up because I think only men who weigh more than 110 pounds should be alive. Like they might be they might have their own.
No, I
personal
completely
thing
disagree.
motivating
It's
them.
not
No,
to
it's-
start a
it's
fight.
both.
It's to enforce
Soy
something
Pill.
specifically.
Soy Pill, you're right. It's again, this is the problem with not recognizing that individual circumstances are connected to the greater social context and vice versa, right? You're both correct, right? In the individual instance that the person challenges your masculinity, more often than not, it's not actually to enforce a behavior, it's to shame you, it's to try and find a way to get under your skin, right? Exactly, it's both, right? And Soy Pill, you're also correct that the greater context of why these insults work, why that insult affects that person in that way, is because they grow up in a culture that has those expectations, right? So the individual usage has to be encapsulated within the greater social context and of the gender
but I'm
roles
saying that
and
the
how they
individual
exist.
uses is more often than not to enforce that behavior. Like, yeah, sometimes it's like, oh, you're a little bitch, you're a weak little man, but most of the time it's, hey, you're fucking weak, go to the gym, man up, stop crying, man up, go get a job, man up, go provide for me. This is almost primarily used as a tool to enforce a behavior.
Maybe I don't have a good data on it, but I would say that most of the time I would agree with Tuna Chip. But maybe you're right? Like I would think more often than not when someone's calling you, the F slur, they're not actually trying to change your behavior so much.
Sure, in that example,
they're more often than not just trying to rally you up. But it is within that context of the gender role. Shifting only because Whick has begged us to do so often and into a more individual circumstance.
Specifically, though,
right?
I do have something on this.
Well,
specifically,
I was gonna shit. Okay, fine.
Whick is the moderator.
It's a simple question. You guys got to respond, because I think there are instances where we'd all agree that someone who is male isn't a real man. We would all agree with that. They're not.
I would literally not agree with that.
I don't.
So,
I mean,
specifically,
Dude
to prison, Soy Pill.
Beats the shit out of his wife,
agree.
knocks her up, then leaves her, doesn't pay child support, lets her suffer. You think that's a real man?
I think that's a man because he's a man, right? It has nothing to do with some arbitrary
Autism.
gender role, right?
It's the only
ridiculous.
analogy possible here is
but you would say morally
the most banal take on conversation that could possibly exist.
But
Literally,
I was gonna say, why are you more threatening without the knife?
So hold on. So, but you would say that an individual who does that, if a male was to assault his wife and then abandon her and his children, you would say that that's morally repugnant, right?
Obviously. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is the reason you say
okay.
that's not a real man is because we think that's bad and we're like, oh, you shouldn't do that. Meanwhile, how many millions of fucking people worship Andrew Tate? A sex trafficking male, beater, wife beater guy. They say, oh, he's a real man, right? It's just
there's a difference. Hold on. There's a difference between man and real man.
Exactly.
Okay, that's the thing here, right?
That's
like
the problem.
A man,
that's what we have to ask. Hold on. That's what we have to clarify with Soy first. Because Soy, would you see any utility?
We don't need his clarification.
Standard...
We can just explain.
No, we do. I can just talk to him because he disagrees. I need to convince him.
Conversation 3 times, Xerxes. In this conversation, we've had this statement 3 fucking times.
So let's make it one more time.
Yeah, but you don't agree with me, so obviously you don't get it.
But Soy, let me ask you a question. Do you think that there would be a utility to a code of conduct, so to speak, which might even be better to call chivalry, bushido, anything else? Is there a code of conduct you would accept that a male in society should operate in?
Yes, obviously. Yeah, I said at the very beginning. That's what gender rules are.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
That's what you said. The virtuous thing. You were agreeing with me. Yeah, you didn't need to clarify.
Exactly.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I agree with Tuna Chip.
Are men more obligated to some actions than women are?
People with more responsibility are more obligated, and that is sometimes men in terms of defending people because of
yes, but are men as a group, do they have something that they're more obligated to as a group, each individual in that party, than people in the group of women do?
Especially in society now? Sure.
Losing in
100%.
family court.
Yes, and losing in family court, apparently. I knew someone was going to bring that up.
I had to.
Can I hear the start of that sentence again, Soypill?
Yeah, I'm just of course. This is the society we live in. Men have gender roles exist. Just because I think they shouldn't be enforced in the way that shames people does not mean they don't exist. It is very obvious that as a whole, men do have a greater expectation, a greater responsibility for various things. Obviously, yes.
Okay.
But if someone is beating their wife, right? Okay. Would you say that you should enforce the gender role of the virtue that you're espousing, or would you say that you shouldn't?
Yeah, but I'm
shame
just saying
that
it doesn't have to be that gender role. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be like, oh, hey, don't shame him. Whoa, don't say he's not a real man. Whoa, because you're enforcing gender rules. Like, whoa, what are you doing? Like, yeah, if that's
Right,
the
so
way you
you
get him to
agree that-
stop,
so you-
100%.
you agree.
But I'm saying we
So
can
you
go
do
way
agree
past
that there is a
because-
level in which there is a level in which a men are going to inhabit the gender role of men that is ascribed by society, and that we ought enforce
Sure, but
that
okay,
gender
now
role.
I say, hey, you know what? Real men sex traffic. Andrew Tate, he's a real man. He's doing a great job sex trafficking all those women. Okay, now we're
Wait, didn't
enforcing
you
the
say
gender role.
Wait, hold on.
But some
Remember
gender roles are
earlier
going to be
saying
utility maximizing, some aren't.
the
That's
word
not
man
a-
is a form of
Sorry, Fabian.
manipulating people into doing things that you like, and now you're saying that men's have. It's. What are your
This
preferences?
is a hypothetical of things that are bad. Actually, I'm saying it would be bad if
Yeah,
we
I
did
know.
this,
I'm
but
just
people
saying,
do
like-
this. Okay, yeah. So if we're all like, oh, Andrew Tate, he's a real man. He's muscular. He wears sunglasses inside like a dipshit. Like,
Right.
oh well, and he sex
But this
trafficks
is
women. Like,
right. So this is a distinction that you're making without recognizing that you're making the distinction. And the distinction that you're making is that insofar as the gender roles inhabit the things that I believe to be virtuous, we ought enforce said gender roles. That is not the same thing as we ought not enforce gender roles. Your previous statement that we shouldn't shame people for not adhering to gender roles is not the same thing as I don't think we should shame people for these things because I don't think that they hold the value that
if I accept that we are going to
gender
have
role.
gender roles forever, and we have to make them good, then yeah, I think we should enforce them, obviously. But like this is what I'm saying is like the concept of making these gendered and telling people you're a male, you have to do this, you're a female, you have to do this is the bad thing. But if we have the utility of using it to make Andrew Tate stop beating people, yeah, then we should tell him he's not a real man. But
I
like,
think
what's the point?
Everyone here would agree that there are traits that the current zeitgeist in the Western Hemisphere, right, see as manliness that is bad, and we should do
Jesus
it.
Christ, global north, you fucking bigot.
Whatever. Okay. Anything like I don't think
Anglosphere,
there's
damn it.
anyone here that would say that the societal view of men is perfect and all virtuous. It's not. Obviously, there are things
No,
that
I'll give you
people
that.
think.
Yeah, that wasn't my point.
Right. The thing that there are things that people think of as being manly that we should probably move away from. But my own argument here is that there is a good to having a virtuous expectation that we uphold and enforce in society, right?
It's very
Through
conservative of you, Whick.
through society. It's just true.
Can I check really quick? Because this is, I think, one of the speed gaps that is a bit upsetting. Is that I think that when you say that something is what men ought to be, it's being presumed by Soypill at least, and maybe some other people. You mentioned people in the chat that means that other people should not aspire to that thing. And I'm not saying
it
that.
must
I'm
mean
saying
that
men
unless
can
you're
have-
not doing it with a gender neutral term, right? Otherwise, why
yes,
are you saying it?
but I'm not. I'm addressing men. I'm addressing men. I'm not saying this is something that's only true for men and not other people. I'm saying if I'm going to have a conversation with men, I'm addressing men. I'm saying men as a group, because I think men were having some difficulty as an identity. I think that the male identity is fundamentally more in crisis more often than the female identity, for some reasons we can get to in a second. So I think that men need to be addressed more directly, more frequently, because part of the nature of our place in society is that it is more volatile. It changes more frequently than it does for women.
I would argue it doesn't change at all. I would argue
Doesn't
the
change
same
at all.
expectation.
Sorry.
Yeah, the
Sorry,
same
guys, I'm an idiot
expectation.
and I should kill myself.
No, but I'm gonna resurrect you. You're not going anywhere. You're gonna catch the smoke,
This
fam. I'm
man
sorry.
has
The same standards of expectation to provide as a male has maintained itself, despite the fact that women entered the workforce, fam. The
I don't
same
know, man.
standard of
These
which men should
lesbians still
protect
have
each
good
other.
bank accounts.
Yeah, but that's
Bank
all of
balance
like
is on these
3%
lesbians
of the
looks amazing.
population. That's 3%
This
of the
is- this is-
population.
this
That's
is
not
just
even a
silly.
counter argument. The real thing is,
This
as
is
a
just
male,
silly.
you're still expected to be a provider. You're still expected to be a protector. You're still expected to be
Oh, women have
emotionally
expectations of me.
consistent.
What is the conversation?
Oh, the conversation is that the concept of being a man is etch a sketch, and it is attached to these expectations. Like they don't go away anywhere, right? It's the same thing. It's never
That was
changed.
the worst
actually.
analogy you could
Why
use.
does this man
Etch a
weigh
sketch, and it's
110
not
pounds
changing.
without having
You're
AIDS
right.
or
I'm sorry. My
dying in
bad.
a
You're
coal
right.
mine?
It's
Because
engraved. How
men
about that?
have more utility. They have, there's a greater diversity of presentations for which
But
men
when
can
I'm
be that is
countering-
useful and valuable. Men's
Men have
place in
greater
society
utility
changes.
is such a loaded statement, buddy. Like, hey, who gives birth to literally everyone? It's fucking women. Like, it depends on what we're fucking valuing. That's like such a ridiculous thing to say.
That's a good point, but we are talking about what it means to be a man. What
Okay,
are
let me try
those
this. Let me
codes of
try this.
conduct, so to
I am
speak?
gang. This is a
We have
failure.
Y
of the channel.
chromosomes for crying out loud.
Failure
Like
show.
we experiment with males in society. That is what he's saying, right? Is
I
that there's
experiment with
variability
males.
hypothesis, right? And so because men tend to be more variable in intelligence, in height, in personality, etc., that it is more the gender role that is associated with the more variable gender genetically is more likely to change over time. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ,
but
I
it
feel like I'm in
doesn't.
sociology
It
101
doesn't.
class
Wrong, but you're
trying
wrong.
to talk to
It doesn't.
No
It doesn't.
counter-argument. You just keep
Hold on.
saying it.
The counter argument is it's literally what you said at the top.
counter argument is you just think your words are magical.
When you brought up the example of the fact that you would be the one expected to protect your girlfriend, that expectation
talking
in
about
male has
expectation.
never changed.
Not talking about
It's never
expectations. You
changed.
didn't listen. You
So,
change
okay,
words
so that
in your
so
brain.
what word
you hear
would you
one
prefer?
thing, you
So
translate
what
it.
word would you prefer? By all means, go ahead. Because it still
Not-
didn't change.
I'm
It
saying
still
that
didn't
I
change.
would do it.
The role
I
never
would do it.
changed.
I
The
think I
role.
should do it. I think it's better to have a culture.
Okay.
And I'm not saying
Everyone-
I
but
actually
everyone
think,
does.
Listen,
matriarchal,
but everyone does.
matriarchal societies have existed, you dumb fuck. They just die
And-
out because it's
and-
dysfunctional. When you assign that role to women,
What is the
fucking
counter-argument?
culture doesn't survive.
it's
And-
not that
it's
war.
It's not that, yes,
good at
like,
surviving. It's evolutionarily
it's
disbeneficial.
dysgenic. It's
Okay.
dysfunctional. It doesn't work.
So if it's
Okay,
evolutionary and it's
stop. Everyone. Oh my God, I'm going to go insane. The ICC is going to bring me up on charges for what I'm about to do. Okay, right? Like if you guys keep going, right? Like they're gonna start painting murals of all of you in New York City after what's going to go. There's going to be riots, right? They're going to have whole political discourses on this of like what did Whick do and why did he do it? Whick supremacy is going to be the FBI's most
Whick power.
like dangerous thing that has ever existed in America. Okay, enough. We can all agree, I hope. Maybe not. Oh my God. I'm scared to even ask. Men are struggling.
Well, the funny
in
thing
America.
is, I actually disagree. Sorry,
Ah!
Xerxes, I was thinking of
Men
the
are-
future.
Men are struggling in America right now, I think, in a way that
Obviously.
is unique, right? I think that men
Can I explain
lack
why?
identity.
Can I explain
And
why?
I think that
Oh
is
my God, run.
It's not a super meaningful statement to me.
Go ahead.
okay, men lack identity and they lack the ability to know how to act and how they are expected to act. Some of that,
It's my opening statement.
right? I know, but I'm focusing
But no one
in on
said you
this.
were wrong. No one said you were wrong.
Okay, please stop. Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So, what I'm trying to focus in on, right, is why that's occurring and how we can fix it. Because does anyone think it's okay that the state of men is good in America?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by that.
No.
Wait,
No,
I want to talk.
legitimately,
I want
think
to talk
it's
about
better
why
than
it's
people
happening.
realize. I think. Okay, so I've argued this a couple of times, but I think that the crisis of male identity is fundamental. It is creative. It is like necessary, because as we have an constantly evolving, constantly changing world, especially one that's like technologically advanced and is constantly advancing at an exponential rate, men have to constantly reinvent themselves. That is actually the thing that men are supposed to be doing. They are supposed to be constantly addressing the little holes in the market, whether or not that is a financial market, whether or not that is just like the types of labor or the types of people that should exist. It's the reason we're constantly looking for new like ways of being male. This is good maleness. This is a sigma. This is an alpha. The reason we keep doing this is because the standards are changing. It's a thing that's supposed to be in flux. You're not supposed to have a stable identity. You're supposed to have a constantly evolving, reiterating, fixing
About that.
itself, breaking itself,
Disagree.
testing new things identity. That's what a man is supposed to
disagree.
be.
I think that there are some
Stable might be the
there
wrong
are
word for that,
things,
but I get what you're saying.
right? There are things on the edges, right? That fair enough. There can be flux, right? There could be some flux. There could be some flexibility. I think that's fine. How men dress, for example, the fashions they wear, how they present, their mannerisms, fair enough. But when we call to the what I again what I tried to talk about in the previous segment, the core, what the foundational essences of providing, protecting, training, and sacrifice at the end of the day. I think those four kind of pillars. Without those four pillars, we are seeing what we have today, and we are seeing charlatans come in and try to fill the void that the lack of those pillars are leaving. Andrew Tate is a great example. Okay, Andrew Tate is attempting to exploit a vulnerability in our system for good and bad reasons, for virtuous and banal reasons, but banal reasons both. We've eroded the pillars of what it means to be man. Okay, and that has left us with an open wound, and we have a virus.
Wick, I can't believe I have to, but I'm going to disagree with you again. All right.
Why?
So there's a reason we have a crisis of masculinity. I actually kind of agree with Tuna Chip when he says it's good that they're kind of just having to rediscover themselves. But the reason that's happening is not because we've eroded pillars. The reason it's happening is, and I have this analogy, which I think Base will appreciate because I watch some of your videos. You watch a lot of anime, right? Women have been in the Dragon Ball Z hyperbolic time chamber for like 5,000 generations.
Thank you for the raid, Tomfoolery.
Right?
Appreciate you. Fine.
Right. So they are getting socialized and on emotion. They know how to dress. They know how to interact with each other. And for years and years and years and years, men filled this very exclusive, very exclusive gendered thing where I'm the provider, I'm the breadwinner, I'm the independent one, and that's all you had to do. And now all of a sudden, now women can do that too. So men don't have socialization. Men don't have outlets. Men don't have good emotional regulation. So women just have this huge advantage. And they have problems, right? Like there are problems that every woman is going to go through to strive to be a better person. But men are now generations behind on all of that. So they're struggling to find purpose when they realized, hey, the thing that everyone told me was the thing that was going to make me a man is not enough anymore.
That isn't nothing. I don't.
Well, I can add one thing to
Hold
that.
on, if I may. And I'll let you go after me. And I see you too, and Chip. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree with that. That is also a factor. However, that factor also erodes those pillars, like I talked about, right? Like the ability to protect, the ability to spend resources to help, right?
But who's telling people they shouldn't do that? Who's telling people don't protect anyone? Who's telling people?
Well, there are a lot of people. I have met women, right? Who's okay.
I haven't.
I have met women, and Stardust has said this. Stardust says, like, if a burglar breaks in the house and you don't let me fight him, I'm going to be mad at you, right? Like, if you don't let me also get in that fight. And I think that, men should protect the person who is weaker in this situation. And I've met Stardust, and she's great, but I'm stronger than her, frankly, okay?
Yeah.
Right? Like, so...
Okay, I think that's a very niche thing, Wick. Like, how many people are saying,
there's a lot
let
of
me
women
fight
who
the
say,
burglar,
"Do not
let me
protect
fight the burglar." Like, what the
There's
fuck?
a lot of women who say, do not protect us.
Well,
there are.
I guess a lot of
There
women are
are,
stupid,
yeah.
but not all.
There's
of
a
them.
lot, yeah. They're feminists. You know what I mean? No, to kind of add though to your point though, Soy, because I think you're right. I think you laid the groundwork pretty well. The addendum to that is the fact that as a male, it is very difficult to have that relationship, even sometimes with other males, but particularly with women, to express provision, protection, and emotional regulability. Right? We're going to use that term. Because a lot of those things are in relation to having relationships with women. You don't provide for other males, right? And and again, back to you, Tuna Chip, you highlighted that the expectation for you as a male is to protect the female. You didn't highlight it was to protect anyone, it was to protect the female. This is actually very consistent and to my point, right? So in an environment where it's difficult to enter a relationship with a woman, where you're supposed to do those things, you cannot express in and of itself what it means to be a man. So I actually do understand what you're saying. So I agree that oftentimes this is used as an emotional tool. I think where we would disagree and for further conversation would be, can we make it a tool for good, and can we make it a virtuous tool?
I want to get Tuna Chip in here, and Non-Fawn's been waiting forever, and I see you too, Fabian. So yeah.
Running around the circle. How do you shore that up, Soy Pill? How do you shore that up with the don't talk about men bit? Because you're saying this like men are behind women, and women are a community that have gotten ahead by saying this is what women should be. We're talking about girls. We're talking about different female identities. They've gotten to where they are. The hyperbolic pressure chamber is having an intra-gender conversation about like aspirational potential.
Just
like
housekeeping issue. I'll be right back. Tuna, you're in charge till I'm back.
he has to shit his
All
pants.
right, everybody,
So, like,
it's slur time.
No, you can't hurt his channel like that.
what's your response?
I'm also
My response to
streaming
that
Jesus.
is you don't need to
So am I.
address men specifically. Like, yeah, I am by saying, oh, men are behind because of this specific gendered language. We need to bring men up, but we don't exclusively need to bring men up. If we're raising children to be virtuous, to be breadwinners, to be independent, to be all these things that we used to say were masculine, if we're raising children to be emotionally intelligent, that's a good thing. And I think we should prefer to do that in a way that is not gender
But
exclusive.
the men are behind. So the men are behind in the
Okay.
same way that there's special education, and in the same way that there are, financial distributions of resources to people based on need. Do you not think that you have it inbuilt, which is that you have a theory that the gendered language is holding people back, and I kind of understand what you're saying, although I think it's for a different reason.
It's literally
I
the
think-
reason that men are behind is because we told men, hey, if you cry, you're a little bitch, right? Don't show your emotion. Don't talk about it.
Hold on, can you
At
be
the
more
very least,
specific
it's the lack
than
of
just
ability
men
to
are
express
behind?
it.
I don't.
You're leaving stuff on the table. Masculinity and the conversations that males have with one another and themselves about what it means to be a man has become a cargo cult. It is mistaking result for principle. It is it is looking at what men have been and the results of their principles in previous times and assuming whatever produces that end is good. But like being a warlord is not valuable in a time of peace. Having the capacity to defend people is valuable, but you're not supposed to like be brutish and act right now. Like Whick was talking about going to college. I really hope you're not focusing on your social studies if you're in Ukraine right now. Like there are times when certain aspects of masculinity are like more important or less important to embody as both sexes. But if I'm going to have a conversation with men and I'm going to talk about the attunement to that thing, I'm going to say, stop focusing so much on this. Like a real man doesn't like step back when somebody like challenges his authority. I would say, well, a real man assesses the moment and recognizes when violence is the solution or when you get the fuck out of there. Like you
So
have to think of these things
temperance.
like principle based, right?
Principle,
But
yeah,
that's-
but again, you're begging the question. Then why are you saying a real man is the thing when I say it's good, whatever I want a real man to be?
I don't say
you don't
real
have to
man.
use it that way. You literally
I don't
just
say
said
real
that.
man because I fundamentally think that identifying by your gender is like subordinate. I think that is like that is lower than the consciousness we're capable of. I think you should be an Ubermensch. I think all human beings should be more than man. They should be acknowledging the thing that humans have that other animals don't have. They should be acknowledging the things. If you're a man by gender or
Like I
sex,
said
you should
in my
be
intro.
acknowledging the things that you have that women don't have. You should be acknowledging the things that we have that like natural forces don't have. Like you have to actualize your potential. Unique
Did he
to
let
you.
anyone else talk while I was gone?
Yeah, for sure.
He
No,
went
he's
back
having a
for
back
the
and
soil.
forth.
He kept threatening everyone with the box cutter, so we all shut up.
Do you not fidget with like a knife every once in a while?
No.
No, I think he's
Not
just
a
he's
not a
real
real
man.
man.
No, but-
he's just busting your chops. He doesn't like. I'm sure
I
he
know.
doesn't mean
I'm,
it.
I'm doing some let's pull the curtain. I'm doing some interplay too. But to get back on it, so Whick, if you weren't able to hear while you're away, I think you probably were. You have wireless headphones. I'm asking him how he shores up this idea of conversation. Like
Gross.
what?
He has wired headphones. I said gross.
Oh, you have wired headphones?
I know.
That's a failure on your quality of life.
It's what it is.
The question is like, okay, so if women are ahead and women are the type are the sex that's been having a conversation about like what it means to be a woman, and they've been having it quite intensively, why shouldn't men be having that same conversation about themselves? And you can go ahead and pick up what your response was.
Yeah, my response was just that it doesn't. They don't have to have that gendered exclusive talk. Like, yeah, if that's the only way we can get men back up to speed, if that's the only way we can get them to talk to each other, to tell their best friend that they love them, to do all these great things that they're not doing because they're like, that's freaking gay, bro. Like, yeah, but my thesis is that you don't need to do this as a exclusively let's focus all our resources on men. If people just raise their kids to be good, well-mannered, wide-horizoned people, you can do this without being like, oh, you're not a real guy, or hey, you need to be more womanly. It's just, hey, maybe don't be a fucking dick. Maybe tell your friend you love them. Give them a hug. Talk to your friends about your emotions. Don't bottle that shit up. You can go to the gym. You can be independent. Like, these are all things that we should just be teaching fucking everyone. And the idea that, oh, well, because men are behind, we can only exclusively focus on men to get them up to speed is just not something I think is viable.
Men and women experience the same things, or let me say it this way. The way you are treated as a man, whether it's good or bad, whether we should or should not have happened, is different than the way you're treated as a woman. And so, yes, we do need specific training, if you want to call it that, towards men to respond to the specific ways that they are treated that women generally aren't, and vice versa. That's why next week, same day, I'm going to have Erudite on, I'm going to have Julie on, I'm going to have a few others on, and women, and they're going to talk about the same topic, but with women, right? Because there are different experiences and different amounts of experience that they have that's just not the same in general, right? Like,
yeah, I would even argue something pretty interesting is that I actually don't even think that women have this code of conduct that we're kind of brushing against to begin with. I do think that it is uniquely masculine to focus on the code of conduct and how you're supposed to operate in society and in relation particularly to women. Because like I was saying earlier, again, the ideals and expectations that as a man, and even listen to the way I say it, as a man, I'm supposed to protect, provide, and be emotionally stable is something that, again, I mean, even just the nature of this conversation, like I've had this conversation for years on and off with just friends and internet comments and all of that. There is something to being a man, right? Or there's something about being a male where there is some code of conduct and some way to be as, right? It just kind of sounds lofty, but
well, do you disagree with that, Soy Pill?
Right? And that's the thing, right? And so that's, I think, what Tuna and Fabian, if I can understand, what they're trying to get Soy to get to is that reality exists. Like, we have that, right? Like, and I think earlier they were trying to explain the why we have that, but I think we can move past the fact that we do have it. Here's the thing, and this is why I peter between agreeing and disagreeing with Soy. Because when we do highlight the fact that there is some way to be a man, we do kind of lose out on the fact that as a human being, there should be a way we should operate in society. Because I'm going to be honest with you, as a male, there is a lot of expectations and a lot of codes that we're supposed to adhere to. Like, even rising to the occasion to fight is actually another one, which, by the way, Whick, is something you encountered, right, when you're on Twitter. Rising to the occasion to be ready to fight is another thing about being a male, right?
Here, and I'll tell you another difference that's going to happen. And I'm a prophet, and you guys can clip this and you can check next week. Chat, the same joke. They've been making the same joke. I've seen tons of them. Well, why don't you have any men on the men panel? Ha ha ha. They're not going to say that on the women panel. They're
exactly not. Right. But that's the thing, right? So this exists, right? I think that there's a utility to this existing. But to what Soy Boy, if I'm correct, you can. I'll hand.
But another difference is,
are you saying
that? Hold on. Another difference is. No one's going to ask you guys for your OnlyFans, and that's going to be another difference, right? So there are.
That's where you're wrong, Whick.
Can I just
now they are,
because this conversation is going in circles. It's been going in circles for a while. We've been talking.
Yeah, but because I think you're not addressing Soy. You're not addressing the core of what Soy is saying, right?
I'm willing to say it.
And the core of what
Soy is saying.
Whatever. Whatever. Anyway, the point is, we do miss out on what it means to, like, just generally be pleasant in society when we're only focusing on what males are supposed to do.
Fabian,
I think that's pretty important.
Okay, so
now you're going to explain why we do that.
My guy, please just listen. All right, so in regards to the question that you were trying to get answered before we kind of like kept going over the same things, right? Which is like, why is there this crisis? Like, where is this crisis coming from? And, I believe it was Soypilled who, brought up, a common like issue here, which is like women entering the labor market, women, being more successful in terms of like undergraduate degrees, women being more successful before they have children in terms of pay.
Women are the problem.
Right. So like, if and there's this gender role about provider, I agree that that's an element. I think we would be remiss if we didn't kind of talk about the elephant in the room as well, to a certain degree, which is, the hypergamy that has been exacerbated in sexual relationships with young men, insofar as social media and dating apps have created a space where, for millennia, right, you had small communities that started getting bigger as civilization grew, but primarily young men would pair with, even structured in society with people in a relatively small dating pool. And that this is become, it's like when you look at the data, it's affecting women as well. But I mean, you have something like 40% of Gen Z that are like, yeah, I haven't like been with or been in a relationship in a year, right? Which is drastically lower than millennials, which is also lower than Gen X in that same period of time. But I think there is an even bigger issue than kind of all of those things as it relates to gender roles. And what I think what's occurring is that we have defanged the cultural institutions that enforced gender roles, and yet we still have vestiges of those same gender roles at the interpersonal level. And there is a conflict that is occurring here that I think is really damaging, because gender roles give you the guardrails as a man or a woman on like how you ought act, what you ought strive for, how you ought be, these same virtues that we were, kept getting brought up, right? And at the same time, we have men who police each other, boys who police each other. You have, dads, if they are involved, who kind of instill those same vestiges of those gender roles. But we don't have like a Catholic church that's predominant in the community. We don't have a government that is like, very much, attempting to enforce these things. Instead, what we have is an academic structure, an education structure, a media structure that is, believes heavily in toxic masculinity, that believes that masculine, gender roles are problematic, and, enforces that. And so there's this divide occurring where it's almost worse than if no gender role existed, is that internally there is, the older gender roles that are present within a lot of men, and then externally there's a combat against that very thing. And so it creates this own kind of cognitive dissonance between the male's ability to act out in the world. And
I think you're only right if you don't know how adjectives work, and that toxic masculinity is a completely separate thing from masculinity. And if you can't differentiate those two things, then I guess it creates cognitive dissonance.
Well, no, I actually already addressed this.
Yeah, I agree. People are stupid. Like, they don't acknowledge that these things are different.
Young
No,
boys
we
are
already addressed
stupid.
this.
You have to acknowledge that they're stupid and then talk to them like they're stupid, aka
Shut up,
Fucking
all of
Christ.
you. I am going to commit a war crime.
But we did already address
You're
this.
the most
actually.
masculine
No,
thing that
you
happened in this
stop
fucking
too.
panel.
You stop too. All of you
Jesus
stop.
Christ.
Women can commit war crimes.
Fucking retards.
Non-fawn. Non-fawn,
Sure.
please save us.
I'm talking
What
to
do
fucking
you-
children.
Please save us. What I want to know, right? And what I want to talk about, because I think Fabian did say something good there that I wish people would have hopped on and been like, oh, that's good. We should go with that. Let's go down that thread. But instead, we're circling back. Let me get to it, right? And I'm going to give Non-Fawn first crack at this because, again, Non-Fawn, you're being so good today.
A good boy,
Gets
a good
rewarded.
man,
Gets treats.
is very
Yeah.
quiet
Boy.
and polite and patient.
It's virtuous.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think that Fabian is correct that the institutional structures that enforced a lot of these gender norms have been defanged. I think that's a good term for it. But I would go further than that. I think that it is become you go to, and I'll say it this way. If you want to ascribe to the traditional male gender roles, the traditional manhood, you are in many cases going to come into conflict with the existing institutions. You go to war with society in a real way. And I think that is creating a conflict dynamic that is very unhealthy.
Could you give one example of that conflict?
Yes, I can. So for one example of that would be like, I want to be someone who is the breadwinner. I want to provide for my family, right? In many cases, you're seen as, in some cases, abusive. Like, whoa, you want to be the breadwinner? You aren't going to let a woman go and enter the workforce? You're going to force her to stay home barefoot and pregnant, which isn't what you're doing, by the way, but it's just you want to be the one who makes some money.
I mean, if you want to be the exclusive breadwinner, that is literally what you're doing. Otherwise, you're just saying, I want to make the most money, which is fine, and no one's going to say that's bad. So I don't understand.
The worst
that's not
part
conflicting
to
at all.
Is that like it cannot be
Is your
expressed.
debate tactic just to aggressively misunderstand? It seems like.
Well,
explain it to me. I'll be quiet.
Like that's all you're doing.
Explain it to me. Go ahead, Fabian. Explain it to me.
Christ.
Explain it to me.
So let's talk about something that's traditional role, right? Now, yes, Whick tried to go a little, I think, soft on it by saying the primary breadwinner, right? But if you were to, let's say, engage in what women now call financial abuse and say, I'm the breadwinner, I expect my wife or my partner, whatever the fuck term you want to use, right, to stay home and cook and clean. And that means that I have expectations when I come home that these things are done because I'm fulfilling my role and you're fulfilling that role. That is something that internally a lot of men would see as positive. That growing up, they would have been raised that that's a good thing, that you are doing what is good as a man. And then at the same time, TV, academic institutions, media, the many other cultural, institutions that are telling you would say that that's abusive, that that's domineering and wrong.
Cool. So I didn't misunderstand. It sounds like you misunderstood me, which is, if you want to do that, that is totally fine. If a woman says, you know what, I want to sit at home and take care of my kids and I don't want to develop a career, I just want to be nurturing, that's 100% fine.
Women
and if people are criticizing you, people are criticizing you for locking someone into that, it's not because, you're not allowed to have a housewife, you're not allowed to be the primary breadwinner. It's because if you're enforcing that on someone, saying, no, you can't go get a job.
We're discussing the fact that there is conflict in the point that I made, that you
not really
hopped on one word to aggressively misunderstand, right? Like there is a conflict between the old guard of gender roles that are still instantiated in interpersonal relationships against men and the institutions that have different values. Oh my fucking God. It's like...
But who are the people that are actually combating males' ability to be that role?
He said multiple times. He's listed institutions that are going against it.
Okay, so it's not institutions. It's women. It's the ability to be in relationships.
It's aggressively misunderstanding.
Because you cannot express this gender role in absence of women. This is what causes so much pain for young men and why they're so lost.
We're gonna get another rant where you say literally fucking nothing and don't address the point.
It's literally I am addressing the point. We already went over this, right? It's not just this huge institution things and people are gonna be mean to you in society and someone will write a video essay. It's that on the person to person getting into a relationship to express the gender roles you're saying, for a lot of young men, it cannot be done. This is what's creating the Lost Boys, the Lost Ark that you guys keep on talking about.
From the beginning of this goddamn panel, explain to you Sociology 101. If you cannot understand that there is a fucking difference between interpersonal relationships
let me read the super chat
and cultural institutions, then please just fucking don't ever come to another discussion of politics or culture again.
Let me make my money.
This is kindergarten shit.
Let me make my money. Let me get through these super chats. I got to get to these super chats. $2 from Testicle Johnson. Me, good man. Happy all time. Go PP standing up. Thank you. Zephyr Hash for $5. What I learned, being a man is the same as acting good in society, which is the same as being a good human. There's a certain way to act, and there's a reality. Thank you for $5. $10. Psychonaut. Fabian, everything you said Xerxes has pointed out, and you and Tuna jumped down his throat. And then $2 more from Tessie Johnson. Xerxes was 100% correct on everything. Thank you for the bits on YouTube. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for the resubs, bonging stuff, things like that. I really appreciate you. Yeah, okay. well, do you disagree? There's a fundamental tension in some of these things between what society expects.
No,
and
there
what
actually
we're
isn't. There
traditional-
isn't. No, I'm not saying there's not a disagreement. I don't disagree, right? So, like, if someone were to say, "Hey, I just met you on a dating app. Let's go on a date. I'm dating for marriage, and by the way, my expectation is like I never want you to have a career." If you establish that right away, and they're on board and they're consenting to that, cool. All right, let's go into that expectation. Let's do it. The problem is that if you're setting out and telling people, "Hey, like, let's push this as a thing that you should be doing," and now we're locking women into these places where if anything goes wrong with their marriage, they've now spent 20 years not doing jack shit, and we also want this equality in the marriage court so they don't actually get more money when they don't have a career and don't have any jumping off point if they get divorced. That's where the financial abuse comes in. That's where people are saying, hey, don't do this. So if the whole argument from Tuna and Fabian is, hey, people are fucking stupid and we have to cater to them like the little baby drooling idiots that they are and say, hey, I just want to let you know that it's okay to want these things, just be careful. Yeah, sure. Great, let's do that.
Let me ask you this.
No, you just can't tell the difference between an is and an ought. It's
Can I ask?
fucking. Oh my
Can I
god!
ask
I promise you I can.
I want to go down.
You're displaying that you can't.
I want to try something. Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing or a neutral thing that in our society currently we value and promote monogamy?
Generally, it's probably a good thing.
Yes, generally it's a good thing. It's a general good for society that we are monogamous in most cases, right? And we promote monogamy, we reinforce monogamy, we see cheating and having multiple spouses and multiple girlfriends or boyfriends or something. We tend to look down upon that, right? People tend to look down upon that. And that probably is a healthy thing for our society, yes?
Yeah, if we're talking about retaining family structures and raising people correct. Yeah, sure. Okay. What's your point, though?
So, my point is that society can and should have and create societal expectations for how relationships go, even if there are outliers where people would consent to different things, right? So
okay. So if the expectation is, hey, let's
right?
not lock yourself out of a career for 20 years and then worst case scenario, you're fucked, I think that should probably be promoted, even though I think it's okay to have a trad wife stay-at-home person, right?
So the problem, I think, is that society, at least now, currently, and institutions have, again, framed it as you have, that you're locking women out and that they can't do this and that is an inherent negative thing. Even the way you talk about it is inherently negative. It's society has decided that this framework is inherently negative.
I'm
However,
not saying it's inherently negative. I'm saying if we're going to start equalizing things like payouts in divorce court, which traditionally have favored women because women couldn't work after they got divorced, then yeah, we have to start talking about, well, this is no longer going to be benefiting you, and if we're going to lock you out of a job, that maybe we should go back to the way it was where it favored you in the divorce court. That's all I'm saying. It's not inherently bad.
Soy Pill, can I try something?
Please.
Okay. Pick a young boy in your life that you love and you want them to have the best possible life. Just like imagine them for a bit. I'm just gonna give them like a random.
Imagining a young boy. I don't like where this is going.
That's all coming from your brain, buddy. So if you imagine that boy and you're sitting down and you're having a man to boy conversation, and you were trying to tell him what is in his best interest, or if you were to give him advice on how to live, and you were to take all of the things that you would give and put that into like a bucket, and just think of that as like a group of principles. Why would you not feel comfortable universalizing that as a principle that you would extend to all men?
Because I'd give the exact same conversation to my daughter or my son or whoever the fuck, because it doesn't matter.
Okay, sure. So you because you're not giving it to everybody, you feel like it's not fair to give good advice to only one of the sexes?
No, that's not what I said. I said if I'm going to give really good advice to someone I'm trying to mentor, I'm not going to exclusively gender it because I think that's harmful, because if they don't embody a certain thing...
Yeah, I get what he's saying. And I want to ask a question on that. Because
Can I follow up with the most obvious thing here, though? Is that you're being more exclusive when you only give it to one person.
Yes, but he's saying he's not
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm going to give it to everyone, so I'm not going to do that.
That's not what he's saying.
He's saying he would give the exact same advice to a young girl
a
that he
young
would
woman
give
as
to
they
a
would a
young
young
man.
man. And
I
think
don't know how.
Yeah, I think that
I don't know why you would fucking do that.
Yeah,
and think
because
that makes sense, but
there are
fair
going
enough.
to be experiences that young men face that young women face
Of course,
less.
I'm not saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna tell a young man, hey, don't wear a dress when you walk around and go to the frat party. Like, obviously, I'm gonna tell different people that, hey, I don't
Probably
think
gonna
that we should have gender roles,
Hold
but
on.
gender roles exist. People treat gender differently, and the
I'm
same
gonna
way,
bet.
like,
I'm gonna bet some money here. I'm gonna bet $5. Okay, it's not a lot of money. I don't have a lot of money. Okay, I'm gonna bet $5 that you're going to if you talk about dating with a young man, you're going to talk about it differently than you do with a young woman. You're going to bring things up with the young man that you
everything
wouldn't with
that
a
I
young
would say
woman, and
differently
vice
is going to be
versa.
exclusively how people are going to treat them because of who they are, and
Yeah,
not how they should act.
Yes. You're getting it.
Okay. I promise you, you're not having revelation. You just didn't know that I knew this.
Because you acknowledge that society treats and people in the society are going to treat each one differently. So
No
we
way.
ought discuss different ways and stress different values and different things in different levels, because there are different expectations and different ways they are treated, right? Absolutely, yes. So an example, like if I'm talking to a young woman about dating and things like that, I'm going to be like, you got to make sure that you cover your drink at these parties, right? You got to make sure that what you're looking for is someone who's not going to take advantage of you, who's not going to do X, Y, and Z. Someone that's
This panel's literally just been teaching is-ought distinctions, and it's
Yeah.
fucking it's literally like, it's blowing my mind that we can't even have like a fucking adult conversation about this.
We can. I don't know why you're wigging out. I'll be honest with you. I'm a bit befuddled by it.
Because you're retarded. That's why I'm wigging out.
I guess
It's
so.
frustratingly so.
Maybe you're the retarded person for trying to have a different conversation than the rest of us. I don't know.
Xerxes, can I?
This is true.
Okay. I've been a little.
dumbed it down from the start.
But, like, I want to address it directly. You have an ideal other that you think men should be beholden to, and you're so firm on it that when you have this conversation and a person has a different ideal other, or believes that instead of having an ideal other, a person should center themselves, that the conversation like falls apart because you're gonna like get into disagreements that are like rooted in that. So what we're saying is, some of us are being descriptive, or all of us are sometimes talking about descriptive things, and some of us are in the same exchange being prescriptive. So, like, if we're going to have a conversation about what men are, men are dealing with a different set of situations than women. The bridged gap is, what do we do differently because of that? Instead of looking at that at all, Soy Pill is saying this is what we ought to do, and it should not be reliant on what is now. It should be thinking about the future. It should be all these ideal things. And I think we're trying to get through to this point of, instead of having this like wild aspirational prospect, you have to think about how you're going to get to the conditions where that ideal is even possible. And at least the two of us agree that the way to get there is by having an intra-sex conversation about virtue that catches men up to women. And I think that that's what we're trying to do.
If you are under the misconception that I think we shouldn't talk to men about how they're behind, or we shouldn't talk, and we should just ignore gender, I'm abolishing all gender. Hey, don't have these conversations with men because even though they are different, it's in the same way. It's like, okay, yeah, I think we should treat everyone of the same race the same, but I'm not going to pretend like we shouldn't tell like my beautiful mixed race babies, hey, hey, people are going to treat you fucking differently. Cops are going to treat you fucking differently. Obviously, I don't know why you don't think I think this. I know the distinction. Yes, there is a reality of gendered things. Yes, we have to tell people certain different things because the way that they're treated is the current reality of society. I'm just saying it would be best, and you're saying this is idealistic, but I promise you, if you just give good advice to your children in a gender-neutral way, you don't have to enforce that gender role. And yeah, you can acknowledge, you might be treated differently because you're a woman. Hey, you're less strong than the boys you're going to be around. Be a little more careful. That's fine. That just doesn't mean that you have to enforce that as a gender role, and we should try to do away with that. That's all I'm saying. Because that's what a gender role is. It's an enforcement of behavior and a shaming if you get away from it. That's the whole point.
Even if it isn't, explicit, he's right. Implicitly, if you're trying to date a woman and she desires you to be a provider, it is implicit in that relationship how you're supposed to act. So he has a good point there.
I
There
don't
is some
think that-
pressure applied to you.
Okay, but pressure is not enforcement. This is this like really cucked thing where you're saying
Well, if you
that
want
because
to be with
somebody
a
expects
woman,
something of you and you want something from them, that you can't merely look at the cost benefit and just say no to the arrangement and not go along with what they're doing.
yeah, well,
saying
of course
do
you
that, though?
can. Well, yeah, well, of course you can. But the problem is, if you want something, you have to adhere to the way that the world is, right? So, like, if I want to be in a relationship with a woman,
Here we go,
I
we're
have
getting
to
there.
accept that no one disagreed with you. That if I want to get to X, which is to a woman, I have to behave in Y. Like no one has even begun to disagree with that. If I understand Soy, which you correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is predicating the behavior on being male makes you lose all of the other important parts about being a human. Would that be correct?
I can't believe I watched your videos going on. The fact that you were the one person who's trying to back me up here is amazing. But yeah, that is what I mean.
Yeah, I don't know. How are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you. I'm just incredulous because I agree. I just agree with like everything you say in all your videos, and right now
That's
you're at least
interesting.
on the same level of understanding.
Woke
But yeah,
and
obviously I'm
right-wing
not.
agree, right? Like
This is
that one,
horseshoe theory in action. I swear to God.
It is.
I don't know. I might be more complex. I don't know.
I guess. Well, here's a good question.
It's the power
maybe
of anime
ground
and
us
friendship.
again. You're talking to your buddy, right? He's struggling, right? Gotta give him a piece of it. He's like, man, I don't know what it. How do I be more of a man? What do you tell him? I'll tell I'll give you an example to start us off. Like, I've a friend, right, who's been struggling in relationships and things like that, and he feels like he can't provide and things like that. You know what I tell him? I tell him like, hey man, you just need to like focus, right? Discipline, get in there, get more money. You need more money, get a better job. I don't say, well, no, you shouldn't worry.
Yeah, Wick, is your
It's
friend
like-
still struggling? Because I think I know why.
Well, I only gave him this advice last week, so yeah,
Oh, okay,
he
okay.
is still struggling, right? But hey, we haven't had a long time. But yes, absolutely, get a better job. You'll make more money. If you're having trouble because women don't like you because you don't have a job, get a job. Yes, absolutely. What would you say?
I think that's fair advice
Not
for getting.
fine, go ahead.
I think that's fair advice for getting woman. I don't wanna just like say you need to do this in order to be like quote unquote a real man. But it's fine. It's fine if like
A man
he's
can
trying
have
to
a job. Yes.
What about stay at home then? Should we not
Man,
promote
okay.
that?
One half of being a man is being a human, and one half is being male. And if you're only addressing one half of those with your advice, then yeah, you're fucking up. But like, yeah, a human should actualize their potential. They should provide for themselves and others in their life. They shouldn't throw away value. That's a human thing. That's the universal between the two sexes. And then there's the question of what's the highest yield? What's the most efficient return? What are principles and what are expectations you should have and know that people have of you around that pursuit? And that's the sex part.
Sure. If you, and you know what, let's build a bridge here because maybe we agree on this. If you're saying exclusively the advice that we can say, what is a real man? It's to say, hey, there's a lot of societal expectations on you. There's a lot of societal assumptions about you, and you have to make sure that you're operating the best within those in the sense that, yeah, people are going to expect you to be more dangerous, and you should account for that. You shouldn't approach people at nighttime at 3 a.m. Don't sprint at woman to go say hi. Like, yeah, this is exclusively gendered language, and that is not. We're not going to tell women not to do that because they're the ones who have to run away from us. So yeah, okay, I agree with you. But I think that's kind of belaboring the point of if we're trying to say what is a real man, I'm saying, okay, yeah, we have to acknowledge the reality of what society has placed on us in the same way we acknowledge race and the same way we acknowledge every other socially constructed thing. It's not, just because I want it to be irrelevant doesn't mean it is. I'm just saying that, we can try to move away from that. So that's it.
Sure.
So this is, I guess I have to step back in, but it's so fucking frustrating. No, I as the only person here with any fucking ounce of conservative values, I guess, I would say that no, that there is something good and functional about it. When people say that something is socially constructed, right? It's kind of one of those magic words where we take in the context of how we hear it as opposed to what it actually means, right? So like, if something is socially constructed, for example, in gender, you could go back to the 1800s and look at fashion in men's fashion. And what you're going to find is you're going to find military uniforms and things of that nature where high heels are there, right? And it's like, well, it's because women value height. They've never not valued height. They've almost always valued height, with relative few exceptions in cultures throughout the world. And so high heels were a thing. But why were high heels also there was because of like the steppe people and people that rode horses, and it became like popular fashion within military fashion that then spread out largely because of like stirrups and saddles and utilizing that type of footwear. Well, that's not really a thing anymore because we have cars. And so and fashion has reversed it, right? It is women that are wearing high heels. Yeah, that portion is socially constructed, but the foundation there is that men and women absolutely are different, and that and you're not going to have a functional society that is even in Fantasyland in the end game where where we can get rid of all gender roles, that doesn't have different expectations, different aspirational goals, and different values for different genders. And you throw the baby out with the bathwater if you notice that there are certain elements of our current instantiation of gender roles that are negative, where the answer then becomes, well, then we ought get rid of gendered roles, and that we just ought give these virtuous things. Like, yeah, I'm an objectivist for the most part. I agree that like man, including woman, ought act within their own rational self-interest. But part of that rational self-interest is going to be, instantiating in your children, instantiating in your community values that are going to be different for men and women because they engage with the world differently. Saying that something is socially constructed doesn't mean that it doesn't have a basis in reality. It just means that the way that it expresses itself is going to be culturally dependent upon the times, the technology, the material conditions, etc.
Okay, you're gonna hop on Xerxes for saying nothing, and then you just did that. But go ahead.
Every time I make a fucking point, like you seem incapable of actually.
It's almost like we disagree. No, I wanted to. Wick interrupted me, but go ahead, Wick.
No. Okay, no. 20-second point. It's real simple, and then you can fight with Fabian if you want. Oh my God, you're making me forget. No, I got it. You want to be a better man? Okay, do 3 things. Get a job. Okay, work out, read books. If you do those 3 things, you will feel better. You'll be more healthy, and you'll.
It's just life advice for everybody. It's like that's like.
No, that's man advice.
But that would be Soy's point. So you do realize that, right, Fabian?
Yes,
his point
I absolutely agree.
As long
that's
as
why
I'm
saying.
Right.
I'm saying that's general life advice. Yeah, like as Tuna Chip was trying to say earlier, and as I just said in my point, is that like, yes, I agree. People ought to act within their own rational self-interest. It is within your own rational self-interest to be healthier.
There's a reason I'm saying this,
to do those things. That's not the same thing as the gender thing.
Saying this is because there are forces out there, there are people out there who say, well, men don't really need a job. Men don't really need to work out to still be a man. Men don't really need to do any of these things to be. No, you
Stop
do.
Saying people. These are not people who are talking to you, saying these things.
Yes, I heard people in my real life, right? Say these things.
Twitter is not real life, Wick.
If you think Twitter is not real life, you are wrong.
Dead internet, buddy.
Twitter has influenced
Dead internet theory is fucking real, bro.
I'm only here because of Twitter.
It influences everything that we do. It influences our political.
Wait, Wick, do you work out?
It influences our economics. I run a little bit. And
he exercises his belt.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that working out?
Are you gonna take that from him? Oh my God, Wick! I think you should fight with Tuna right now.
Oh, me and
okay, Fabian. Wait, I want to talk to Fabian because I was being mean, but unironically, like I'm not actually saying anything you just said was necessarily wrong. The stuff you're talking about, yeah, gender roles are constructed; they have value. You're probably kind of like boxing at shadows, and I'm not trying to be patronizing, but like there are a lot of leftists who'll come on and be like, well, actually, that's socially constructed. It doesn't matter. No, it absolutely matters. It probably stems from things in biology that are reality. But the problem I have with you saying that is, I guess, our fundamental disagreement is you value certain gender roles as, yeah, this is inherent to men should do this. This is inherent to women should do this. And generally that might be true in certain cases, but I'm saying you don't need to do that. And I think society would be better if we don't try to enforce those things. That's all I'm really trying to get at. So
I wouldn't say that I value.
I wouldn't say that in real life. If you want to know what's going to happen in real life in the next week or month, you go on Twitter and you look. That will happen.
I wouldn't say that I necessarily value these things. This is like a kind of a classic conservative, metaphor, right? Which is like, the left winger, finds when you find like God damn it, a fence in the middle of the road, right? And the left winger is like, well, there's a fence in the middle of the road that's like blocking us. We ought to get rid of this fence. And the conservative goes, well, who put the fence here? Why is the fence here? Before we start knocking down fences, we should maybe try and figure out why this fence was here, because the outcome of destroying this fence might be worse than we think, right? So there's a certain conservative disposition, at least from like a Burkean kind of perspective, right? Which is that like, you have to be careful if you're going to get rid of cultural kind of ideas and things that have lasted thousands of years, because you don't actually know what the downstream effect of getting rid of those things are. We can kind of surmise that there are certain things that we've seen over time be negative, and we can pick apart at some of those things. But when you say like, oh, the very concept of like having gender roles is anathema to like a healthy society, like that is
I'm not
that
saying
is
that.
an extreme. Well, you're
obviously
How
we
are you
have
not
better
saying that?
society. Well, because obviously society is functioning and to some capacity we've gotten it better. Obviously through history we've had gender roles that are very wildly, but there's a lot of consistencies, right? I'm not going to say, oh, like this is the downfall of society, this is what's causing us all these problems. I'm saying we've accelerated to a point where we can move past these things that I think are causing harm, where enforcing masculinity is causing harm to men, and we can kind of move away from that. Now we could go to a good place in Tuna's world where we're like, let's exclusively focus on men. I'm not saying that could is going to have necessarily negative outcomes. It could also have positive outcomes.
You said
I'm not
something
saying
there.
it's-
I want to ask
like
something.
history-
I want to ask him my goddamn
God
question.
damn it, dude.
Soy pill. You said that enforcing masculinity is what's destroying men. Do people agree with that?
I
Yes
think
and no.
said
See,
in a
I
different
think it's
way,
more
said
complex
that I
than
didn't
that.
say that. But let me at least respond to what he's saying. You're right, like
Wick, I'm gonna remember your question because I think it's
when
very
you are
interesting.
when
Go ahead.
right, like when you say that like that we can recognize that gender roles as an entire category are and enforcing those gender roles as opposed to having descript non-binary whatever fucking gender neutral kind of virtues that we stress, and we can do away with this entire concept of gender roles. That is an extremely radical position, historically speaking, right? Like we have to understand that like you can't look at human history in the same way that we look at the human lifespan, right? It is relative, like like we have had relatively stable gender roles with some fluctuations throughout time in Western society up until the 1970s. And then you're like, okay, well, we've made progress in the last 50 years. We're not going to know what the downstream effects of let's say having women being a large part of the workforce or like egalitarianism and so many of these other things for another 100 years. Like these things these things happen over a span of multiple generations. And to say that we would be better off, I have to ask you, what evidence do you have that if we just abolished gender roles, if we could, right, and that we only taught virtue, that this would lead to a better, more prosperous society and get the desired outcomes that you prefer?
Okay, so this is like this weird appeal to we've been doing it for hundreds and hundreds of years, and there's no evidence to show that it would be good, so why are you proposing it? But I think you're misunderstanding what I'm proposing. I'm not saying, hey, let's ignore gender. I'm a gender abolitionist. There are no men, there are no women. Like, anyone can do anything. Like, obviously there are going to be differences. Obviously we have to acknowledge the history of it coming up to this. In the same way, I would never advocate for colorblindness, because that's just ignoring history. It's ahistorical. Like, that's not what I'm advocating for. What I'm saying is, when we enforce a gender role insofar as saying, hey, you're not a real person, you're not a real man, you're not a real woman unless you do this thing, that is bad. One, because it's arbitrary and anyone can say that about anyone, like, hey, you're not a real man unless you do this, you're not a real man unless you do this, and suddenly it's this big fucking chaotic mess where everyone's arguing on what makes the best man, even though there's clearly not a fucking solid definition for this. I'm just saying, let's not make that gendered. I'm not saying you can't have the concept of housewife.
Can you give any? You
What
only made
evidence?
one
Like,
piece, which is
okay,
that it's
my
arbitrary.
evidence is-
but
is
it's not
me
arbitrary.
and-
It's based off of the functional society and the ones that failed and the ones that succeeded throughout human history. So it's not
Do you
an
have
arbitrary
evidence
distinction.
that a non-gendered advised culture failed? Because I don't think those exist, right? Like that's.
I mean, we have matriarchal societies, right?
Well, that's not what I'm
gender roles are
advocating for.
different.
That's gender rules.
Okay.
We do have.
Also, I know people that were told that in
I'm
order to
not
be a
saying-
man.
What I am not saying, that because something has existed for 1,000 years, it is inherently good. What I am saying is that because something existed for 1,000 years, that it serves some level of function. Again, I brought up
I agree.
Durkheim. I brought up functionalism, right, as a sociological lens in which to interpret this. And so when you say we ought do away with this thing, and then your only piece of evidence is it's arbitrary, well, it's not arbitrary.
I don't know
So
how
what
much
evidence do you
anecdotes
have?
work here, but like,
Yeah.
huh? What Xerxes? Well, I was just real quick, evidence-wise, like I don't have
Ask
a
for just
study
one
that
piece of
shows
evidence.
like if you raise people like in a non-binary way, this is somehow better. I just come from I'm in fucking Berkeley. This is the most like gender-neutral, like fucking liberal, progressive, libtard place you could ever be in, and I've seen lots and lots and lots of people not being forced into these things and operating completely fine. Society's great, unless you want to get into the weeds of like how shitty Berkeley is because libtards. But like it works here. So I think it's better. I think we shouldn't enforce these things. I think we shouldn't shame people for not meeting some arbitrary standard of what is a man. We can shame people for bad behavior.
it's
I just
not
don't think it should be
arbitrary.
gendered.
Yeah, the
Also,
real quick, like I
evidence
know
is, I live in
people.
Berkeley, and Berkeley's doing great, right? Like, but there's plenty of evidence to suggest that when you have more egalitarian societies, that gender
Well, can I ask a
gender
question?
disparities increase, right? We see this in nursing, we see this in software engineering, et cetera, right? Like when we look at the types
Yeah, but I
of
think my
work
question
and
will get to
labor.
the heart of
Wait,
the
let
people
Fabian
engage in.
finish. I'm
And
actually
so
very
this
interested.
this again highlights what I see as a conflict, which is another thing that you memed on and didn't address, which is that when you have institutions pushing one concept of gender roles and what we ought to expect, and you have interpersonal situations that are contrary to that creates a situation within young men specifically, because that's what we're talking about here, where there is cognitive dissonance between what society's expectations are from certain institutions and what the individual institutions are. So the only evidence that I can see is that when society tries to do away with gender roles and enforce egalitarianism, that individuals end up choosing more gendered ideas and concepts, and that this conflict is causing a crisis within our culture and in what men believe they ought to do, because they're getting
This is
different
great. This is
different
great.
messages.
Actually, agree with.
$10 from Psychonaut. Brook Farm was an experiment for equality among the sexes in 1840, and it failed. Let's give it to Tuna Chip. I see.
Can I go after? Because I have a question.
Yeah, you'll.
But
get
we
your
are
turn now.
running out of time, so we're gonna wrap it up soon.
Yeah.
Tuna Chip, go.
You're so mad for nothing, bro.
I mean, there are people that wait and there are people that interrupt, and it's a little frustrating. I think that he has a hard job. That's why he's mad. And it's not
Me?
always the same person every single time. I'm saying every time that conflict keeps coming up. It's not a role. It's a dynamic.
Except
Anyway,
for non-fun, he's the best.
I
Real.
don't. I'll disagree with you on one on the Berkeley. I don't think that Berkeley is an instance, even though people are not enforcing it, and in many instances they're counter enforcing. There's an expectation to buck gender trends in these places. It's not that they're living without the gender trends. It's that they're living inside of the context of knowing what they are, having that framework, and experimenting around with it. Like, you're not gonna if you go to a country that doesn't have a strong sense of how to distribute responsibilities amongst people. It doesn't matter if it's happening on sex. It could happen on class. It could happen on sex. It could happen on race. Different cultures throughout history, different ways. If you have it so that, and this is to Fabian's point, what we're talking about is we're looking at like friction. We're looking at forcing people and trying to incentivize people into going against the things that they're being taught early in life, and just saying, let's change it up. Let's go against. Instead of this like push against the wind, change the thing, just because sometimes you say that you're saying, oh, I just want to free up people to do the things that they want and actualize their potential. But then at the same time, you're saying, well, we're not going to have any conversations about what the maximalization of an individual based on their unique trait is with the language. We have to avoid the language. Instead, like, what are you going to do? How can you have this conversation? How can you not force? Okay, what are you going to do when you have the conversation? Are you going to say, actually, I think that STEM going out of its way to hire women when there are tons of men that want to go further and there are not nearly as many women that want to go further, that maybe the amount of resources we're wasting pushing and pushing and pushing against the wind would be better just letting people pursue their interest as they find it individually? Why is that bad as opposed to, say, good? Because that looks like what you described to me. To me,
well, that
getting
first
out
of all,
people's
yeah,
way
you
just
and
letting
Fabian
them
said this. It's
do what
like,
they
should
want
we
is
be
good.
pushing people into a place where they're not naturally falling? But also, I don't know if I necessarily agree that it's like, oh, women were naturally not in STEM, and then we had to push them. I mean, in the 1970s, there were women in STEM, in computer science, than there were men, and then the PCs were marketed to men, and then it kind of fluctuated the other way, and now there's some force that's doing this. I don't even necessarily agree that we should force women into STEM. Like,
I'm
that's
not talking
not
about genetics when I say natural. I'm saying that they, as an individual, before we put our finger on the scale as an institution, let's say that you are a college,
Mhm.
you are trying to decide how you're going to just do one policy or another. If you keep finding that as you enact this policy this way, that it is netting loss, it's inefficient, it's not doing what the people want to do something else, at what point is that no longer like, oh, good because it's progressive, and it's bad because it's actually like stopping people from going in the direction they want to go?
I see what you're saying. That's a really good question and a very, very complicated, because you could make this for a lot of things about like historical injustices. Like, hey, when do we stop affirmative action? When do we stop promoting female only scholarships? Like, I don't know when suddenly everything's equal. Yeah. I don't know when suddenly everything's equal, but it's like it hasn't been for a very long time, and it's hard to say like, well, all right, like we're not going to treat you differently as much now. Oh, actually we do, but like we're not going to put laws on the books that do it. But fuck it, everyone's at the starting line, even though these people have been like inheriting generational wealth for years and years and years, and they're way ahead of you. Get fucked, right? Like I don't know what the exact line is, but that's a very good question. I'm not going to pretend like that has an easy answer though.
But
Also, do we think there's evidence of that with
how
STEM?
far the thing goes.
Non-Von wanted to
what
talk.
I'm
Wait,
explaining.
wait.
Hold on, Non-Von wants to talk, and Non-Von hasn't talked. So go ahead,
Crazy. I
Non-Von.
was just curious, Tuna. Do we think there's evidence of that with women in STEM? My understanding is that their test scores in a lot of STEM subjects are like better than men. They seem to be doing better
I'm
than
not talking
men.
about performance. I'm not saying that women are worse. I'm saying
Desire. Like
Yeah,
the
desire.
biggest
Talk about,
gender
like, the-
difference between men and women is that women prefer to deal with people more than to deal with things, right?
I don't
And
think anyone
men
contests
prefer
that.
to deal with
I
things.
contest that.
Oh, you do?
I mean, I
No,
think
no, you
women
guys-
are
okay,
It's
often.
like
You won't
established
disagree with
social
Fabian.
science. Like,
Well,
You
yeah,
will
but
not
the
disagree
asked
with
question is
Fabian.
why.
I'm
I
not even
understand,
talking
and that
about
is
odds.
empirically true. You're right, Fabian. It is true that if you like surveyed them, that is true. But the question is why? Why did it come here? So now you're the guy
Right,
who's
but
like,
what I'm
hey,
saying
this
is
fence is here, and I'm
when
saying, why is
you
the fence
have-
here?
No, what I'm saying is that when you have societies and cultures that try and be more egalitarian and be more gender neutral, what you find, right, in like the Nordic countries, you find a larger gender disparity in that, not less. And you have societies where they enforce gender roles a lot, you find the exact opposite. So Rwanda,
but I'm
for
not saying that's
example,
bad,
has
right?
some of the highest rates of women in STEM because of the exact. Right, but what I'm saying is that when you have cultural institutions and individuals that are arguing that we ought do away with gender roles, and that becomes a part of the culture, and then you have that pushed in media, and you have that pushed in academia, and you have government programs that try and stop these disparities, etc. You spend time and resources and institutional human capital so that you can try and undo gender disparities, and so that you can try and undo the concept of gender roles. What you find is a cultural backlash against that, where the gender roles reassert themselves,
but this is
and then
the
you have a
issue.
But I'm not
conflict
arguing for
between
that.
these
I'm
two
just
things.
saying on a personal level. If you want to talk about what should we do as a society, yeah, maybe that is a bad thing, and that's a perfectly fine argument. I'm just not talking about, hey, like let's fucking dump a bunch of money into telling people not. All right, you're just gone. You don't care. Okay.
No, he's
Yeah,
got
but
wireless. He's
I-
got
I-
wireless.
yeah.
He can hear you.
Oh, you can still hear me. Okay.
Yeah, unlike Whick, I had fucking wireless headphones.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, oh, we need to abolish these. We need to push this in society. I'm just saying, hey, don't enforce it the way we've enforcing it. The way this happens, for the most part, yeah, it's in movies, yeah, it's in institutions, yeah, it's in colleges, yeah, it's in all this, but it's also from you and your kids and who you talk to in your community. And I'm just saying you don't need to gender that, and you don't need to gatekeep gender. Like, it's stupid.
Okay, it's like 8:50, guys. I promised you guys 2 hours. I know we could go on for hours and hours and hours and hours. There's a lot to talk that we didn't get to talk about. There's a lot of things that we got stuck on. I get it. Right? I get it. We will have this conversation again. I am certain. But for now, we must be done. So, gang, if you for whatever reason, if you've enjoyed this content, and I'm not sure why you would, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Yeah, okay. Yeah. We got some great content coming up next week. The same time, bad time, same bad channel. Thursday, the 16th, we're gonna have Not So Erudite on. We're gonna have Sad Kit Kat on. We're gonna have Kerbafine, I don't know how to say her name, and one more lovely lady on to discuss this same topic, basically what it means to be a woman in modern society. What's it like being a woman online, right? What unique struggles that they face. And I pray to God it goes better than this one did. I'm going to make sacrifices to the dark gods tonight so that this goes better then. But no, I hope you guys enjoy it. We're also going to be talking about we're going to have a debate on whether or not socialized healthcare should provide sex workers to men who struggle. And we're also going to have a debate on the recent changes in Facebook on their moderation team, which I find the most exciting of all the things we're going to do and we're going to talk about. And so we're going to have a discussion on that. They are moving away from a fact check system to a more community notes-based system. What does that mean, right? Is that better? Is that worse? We're going to talk about it. It's going to be great. We're going to all these lovely individuals are going to give their closing statements. All the links to these lovely individuals are in the YouTube description. You can click on their link and follow them if you like. And please do so. They have taken time out of their day to come. I will only say this in closing, and then they can have their closings. We, as a society, do not enforce gender roles, especially what it means to be a man, as we used to. There are positives to this, but there are also negatives. One of the negatives is that it seems to be that men want this. Men want to be more manly. Men want to be more of a man. And the only people who are giving them any answers on how to be a man and not just a good person are people like Andrew Tate. And that needs to change because we cannot have them monopolize this field. We have to have an answer, not how to be a good person. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear, how do I be a better man? And we have to give the people what they want and what the market demands. So please do that. We're going to start with Cersei. We're going to end with Soy Pill. That's the order we're going to go in. Cersei, go ahead.
I mean, I think there's a lot to be said, but I'll keep it brief. I think one of the most important things about being a man is maintaining many different important virtues, such as patience and temperance, such as maintaining honor, such as if you give your word, you're trustworthy, you adhere to the things you believe, you have that personal integrity. Those are just as the basis. To give credit to Soy, I imagine you could say the exact same thing to a young lady. But I think as a male, there are important aspects, and that physicality and your ability to express yourself with your physicality is also very important, and why your virtue needs to be attached to that, or at least part of it needs to be attached to that, such as you have the power to fight and break someone's neck, but you also have the power to be a construction worker and to build things for people. I do think that the aspect of being male is important to the code of conduct, and perhaps maybe the issue is that we use the term real man as the title of code of conduct, but I do believe a code of conduct should exist. And so I think that's where I would disagree with Soy, but I do understand his greater points, because I do see a lot of manipulation being used when people are addressing males by removing their man card and besmirching them or putting them down. So I think that there does need to be a code of conduct, and to start with, Maintaining personal integrity is treating people well, being kind to them, having temperance and peace are important ways to start, and then from there we could go deeper. But those are my thoughts.
Thank you for being here. Check them out, gang. Links in the description. Tune Chip, go ahead.
Yeah, being a man is about being the executive animal, is about being the sort of precursor to the future, builder of the future, experimenter of the future. Being a man is about taking advantage of the unique opportunities you have based on what you are not on all levels, whether or not it is female, a child, animal, and trying to actualize your potential and mediate that different, like the simultaneous fact that you are an individual with a life, but that you also exist inside of a context and are taken as an other by others. And it's constantly changing, and it's good, and it is not something that can be defined in a single moment, but it's forever. But it is constantly important to know and feel out individually what it is in the moment. Right now, it's going to be different for everybody, relatively speaking. But I do think that, as said, strength, intellect, adaptability, reliability, all these things that are often considered virtues, they come in and out of importance, and it's more important than anything to be the person, the executive, who looks at the moment and recognizes which things need to be actualized, which things need to be reined in. It's my summary.
Thank you for being here. And thanks for, and I'll read the super chats at the end, don't worry. And thank you for the membership, Kay. Really appreciate you. But thanks. Check them out, gang. Tuna Chip. Links in description. Non-fun. Hi.
Yeah, I think it's I do think that it's beneficial for society to enforce some standards or have some high or some expectations for men that are different than expectations for women. But overall, I do think it's unfair and probably not good to have like some rigid definition of what it means to be a man or a real man. So I would agree with Soy there. If you want to see what else I have to say, you go to my YouTube channel, Nonfun, or I stream on Twitch, Nonfun420. Usually I'm more econ focused than culture war stuff. So
fair enough. No, gang, check him out. I like Nonfun. He's a good guy. We're gonna help him grow up right. Okay, he's young. We're gonna help raise him right, and we're gonna teach him what it is to be a real man, and that is important. And I think you should learn how to. I'm not saying that you're not. Right? I'm just saying that I could be more of a man. Right? Everyone could improve. So thank you, Nonfun. Give him a follow. Fabian, please.
Yeah. So just summarizing, kind of what I was hoping people would be able to talk about to a certain degree. I do think that there is a struggle to understand what you ought to do as a man in society, especially in kind of the Western context in these last few years. And there's a number of factors from, the labor market, from social media, from, academia and cultural institutions. And again, I brought up that conflict between, the swing back of pushed egalitarianism or kind of enforced egalitarianism and like the pendulum swinging to the other side, and this conflict between that. But overall, even setting those things aside in the general context, I've developed a sociological theory that I've usually called cultural cost theory, which is a blend of structural functionalism, open systems theory, and some elements of all, I took to heart C. Wright Mills, right? The sociological lens. But I think, it's important to recognize that when we engage with a new culture, with a new group of people, with society, etc., that we as humans have different values and we have different skill sets, and our values are subjective, and so they're ordered differently. And when you choose to be an outlier, when you choose to set yourself out, it is in order for a system, a society, a business, whatever, to be functional and to be able to, resist change and maintain structure, it has to gatekeep that which is different. It is necessary for a system to remain stable, to not change to every influence that could potentially change the system. And a system that is overly, gatekeeping, overly, rigid to its tradition, is incapable of changing as the material, technological, cultural things change. And so every system, every institution has to find this balance, this cultural cost. So when you as a man choose to eschew what is traditional, when you as a man choose to eschew what is being done outside of what everyone expects of you, you should expect pushback on that. You should expect derision, and you should look at that and say, do I value what I'm doing to such a degree that it's worth that and worth it to prove that? And so I think that's really what it means to be a man, is to recognize the ways in which you're different and you challenge everyone else. That comes with a cost, and that cost should be there. And if you are successful in proving that your difference is superior, that you ought then fight for those changes within that system. And that is kind of the interplay between culture, gender roles, and individuals and how they engage with institutions. So challenge the system, be different, but recognize that difference comes with pushback, and that's a necessary condition for the survival of our species, is that pushback to you being different. And don't hate that, but examine, is it worth it? Should you conform to a certain degree because what you're doing is stupid, or should you fight for it because you know that there's value in it, and then work within those systems? That's what I would say men ought to do.
Thank you for being here, Fabian. Check him out, gang. Links in the description. Click that link, and if you want to find him, you can find him. I'll read this super chat now because it's addressed at you, Fabian. You probably have to go. $10 from Psychonaut. Fabian, you got to be able to make your points more precise and palatable to the layman, because you make great points, but they are overly bloated. Thank you for $10. Last but certainly not least,
Twitch poll needs nerds too.
not non-fun. Fuck. Soy pill. Please.
Yeah, Cersei, I was pleasantly surprised with how much we agreed after having watched your videos, so thanks for that. Non-Fawn, you're a little sniper. You don't shoot much, but when you do, it is spot on. We talked a lot. We talked past each other a lot. Ultimately, my point is, being a man is an arbitrary definition, and trying to put a rigid definition on this is harmful to people. We shouldn't gatekeep gender. We shouldn't let people attach their self-worth to this nebulous concept of gender. We should treat everyone the same, not necessarily within the context of society. Yeah, we should acknowledge gender is a social construct, but it's real. It exists. We have to operate with that gender social construct moving forward. But we can do better. We can tell people to be good without gatekeeping. But if you have to operate within your gender roles, let it be known, I'm the Soy Pill. I am the largest man on this panel. I could bench every other man. I'm the manliest man, so I am objectively the winner under your framework. Thank you all. Check out my YouTube.
Check him out, gang. Links in the description, please. Gang, again, like and subscribe if you want. We're not going to end the show after this. I am going to talk a little bit about the fires, but to these lovely individuals, we wave bye-bye. Bye-bye, lovely individuals.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye. I am a little sniper. Dude, I don't know. I don't know what Gibbs' plan is here exactly. Because so he said like, hey, you want to do a panel on squatters' rights versus property owners' rights? And I'm like, I have basically no opinion on that. And then he was like, oh, don't worry, we have a backup topic, a surprise backup topic. You're talking to Gibbs next, I think. I don't know. But then the backup topic is something I've literally never heard of. So I don't know if I don't know if he. So I don't know what we're doing. We'll see. Okay. What do you mean not enough space? There we go. Admiral Giblet. Paste. Where do I go in? Yeah, okay. I'm just upset. Pentuple ain't ready yet, okay? He's still gone. Still on a ski trip or something. I think he's just scared. Won't talk to me.
Regardless of the facts that are set out before me, I'm dug in,
Just playing
and I'll never
it's LA
change.
Sunny clip, okay.
Mac, look, you're wasting our time. You're not going
Based.
to get us to not believe in evolution.
And why is that?
Because the smartest scientists in the entire world all agree that it's real.
I'm glad you brought that up. Because, Mr. Reynolds, science is a liar sometimes.
Real. Dude, when are we gonna do NGDP targeting debates? That's what I want. Nominal gross domestic product level targeting debate. When's that? When is that? Tell me when that is. I haven't even done a ton of reading at NGDP targeting. I would lean slightly towards it, but wait, am I going the right way? No, I'm not. This is the wrong fucking marker. But my other markers aren't showing up. What the hell? Is it just because I'm way too far away? Wait, no, this is the right way. Okay. I just can't see the... Okay, whatever. I'm smart. I don't... He has 10 people in his group, and there's no way that all 10 people are doing... You're talking about squatters' rights, right? I don't care about squatters.
There's Non-Fawn. What's up,
Yeah.
Non-Fawn?
What's up? Do you know how this works or all?
Oh my god. Christ almighty.
Hey, it's Katya person.
Hi.
What's up?
I'm not sick anymore, so that's good. Well, mostly.
Yeah, thanks for giving everybody on the panel COVID. I hope you know I blame you for catching COVID. Everyone else, Lactoid, you are patient zero for all of us. So thank you so much.
Well,
I had it before Lactoid.
I gotta say
actually.
that's an interesting time to come in here and talk about COVID because I love getting demonetized on all my platforms. That's the best. It's
Hey, they're rolling some of that back because you guys bitch so loud. So
In Katya's defense, I asked her to spit in my mouth, so it's cool.
That's Jesus Christ. All right. Well, welcome to Give Me a Break. How y'all doing today? I hope we're all ready. We're all excited. We got some interesting things to talk about. We're going to start with squatters' rights versus property owners' rights. I'll let everybody give an intro and just say who you are and then give your intro. And that's how we'll start. We'll start with Tyler here. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm Tyler, average debate enjoyer, and just like the homeless, I think we should incinerate squatters.
Big fan, big fan. All right, Crop Duster, how you doing?
Hi everybody. I'm known as Aircraft Sparky online usually, but I'm quitting streaming, so it doesn't really matter. There are no such thing as squatter rights. Don't own property, get fucked.
All right, thank you so much, Fabian Liberty.
Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty. Check me out predominantly on YouTube and X is mostly where I'm at. Yeah, I don't know how to surmise what I'm saying in a sentence, so I guess I'll just say, private property rights are supreme. The concept of squatters' rights is kind of really dumb. However, there is a certain point where an individual abandons their property, and when they have kind of intersubjectively communicated that they have abandoned their property, then it's not really a squatter so much as anyone is capable of homesteading said property. So like if you abandon a house in the woods for 30 years and the vines are coming up along the walls, like it's not really your property anymore because you clearly didn't check up on it and you communicated that it is abandoned. And so anyone should be able to then get that property as their own, homestead it. There you go.
Fantastic. I appreciate it. You know what also I appreciate? The fact that I've now heard the word intersubjectively used in a sentence out loud and not just in a book. That's the thing that makes me the happiest. Grid, how are you doing here? Tell us.
Oh, man, I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic.
Yeah, so there are no such thing as squatter rights in the United States of America. There are adverse property laws, but those have nothing. There's specific legal requirements that you must fulfill, and so I don't know what position you could take on this other than that, but I'm interested to hear them, and we'll go from there. Let's rock and roll.
Fantastic, I appreciate it, Mr. Non-Fawn.
Yes, I told Gibbs I don't have any strong opinion on this, but I guess I'm still invited here to debate anyway.
Sure.
Certainly, I don't like. I guess I could imagine cases where squatters' rights could be justified. I don't believe in like this innate principle of like private property at the expense of all other things. But I think generally private property is good and something to be respected because it typically benefits society. But there could be justifiable cases of squatters' rights. That's all I have to say.
Fantastic. I appreciate it. Priya Katya.
Well, good evening. I almost said afternoon. Oh my god. And my opinion on this is basically there are situations in which having adverse possession laws might be beneficial to the economic, contribution of people to the area, which would be one thing that I could imagine a scenario in which they could be used to disincentivize situations where a landlord might leave properties vacant instead of renting them out to people for lower rent amounts, like if that's what the market is saying, which I think that should be disincentivized because if you leave shit vacant, then you're leaving a lot of money on the table as far as the economic prosperity of the area because there's not enough people in the area that could be there when there's shit vacant. So I could imagine a scenario in which, it disincentivizes that to have adverse possession because, like, if you have a tenant in there, you're not going to have a squatter. So, I mean, that's basically, like, one of the main things that I can say which might be possibly good. but that would be in a very narrow circumstance. In addition, yeah, if you leave your shit vacant forever, like you use it, you lose it. Like if you're not even aware of what's going on there for years and years, at some point, yeah, somebody should be able to homestead that shit.
All right, thank you so much. And the big JC.
Yup, I'm the big JC, premier League of Legends streamer. I don't think that squatters' rights generally should be a legal thing. As mentioned, adverse possession is what it's known as in the law, colloquially known as squatters' rights. I think generally speaking, they're used as a weapon against property owners rather than what I think they were intended to do, which was to provide a use for unseized and unowned property that was just laying unclaimed for a long amount of time. If there was a way to make it so that that was the only way that it came into play, like if you were dead and you had no relatives and somebody wanted to move into your house and they were there for long enough, like if that was the only thing that happened, that'd be one thing. But as I'm realizing through personal experiences, that is very much not the case most of the time. So I'm very strongly against it.
Hold on, we all agree. So hold up. My name's Tyler. I think that property rights are immoral. We need to unite
don't
as.
do that.
We all agree this is boring.
Yeah, I noticed that. So that's fine. That's fine. I have a backup topic. I figured that might have it.
Well,
If-
I'll do the commie.
There's this weird phenomenon that happened after COVID where certain progressive states tended to change their land laws, and New York State being one of them. There was a recent case where a person's parents passed away. The house was vacant for 2 months, and when they went to go check out their house, there was people living in there. They tried to evict them, and New York State sided with the quote-unquote squatters. In most normal states, most red states, you have at least a 10-year period where a piece of property. So in Oklahoma and Mississippi, it's 10 years. And I live in Oklahoma, and I used to live in Mississippi. That's why I just picked those two states. But when you look at it, there's a period of several years where, like in New York, I think it's 45 days that someone has to reside in an area for them to be able to claim squatters' rights, if you will. And that's really the ridiculous deal about it. And Texas is probably swinging that way because they're turning blue because they're allowing all the fucking Californians there.
Well,
also Texas is hella gay.
We've turned more red, just to clarify. Although on this issue, we seem to be the most left state because for some reason you get squatters' rights after 30 days, and I only know that because I worked at an eviction law firm for 2 years.
Did anyone ever watch that Chinese dude that had his sister's apartment? A squatter moved in, and it was like he vlogged the entire fucking thing. Like
He was Asian Andy.
Asian, that's it. Yep. Hilarious. But squatters aren't people that just didn't pay their rent. These are people that are intentionally abusing the laws of these specific areas.
Well, okay, just to play devil's advocate, let me give you a scenario.
incinerate
Let me give you a scenario. All right, because this is a scenario. All right, maybe I'll give you the reason why I wanted to do this topic, and then we can, if it's still fucking, we can move on to the more exciting current events one. I worked at an eviction law firm for a long time. Listen, content. I don't want to sit here and have a circle jerk. That's no fun. I want to hear some arguing. But I worked at an eviction law firm, and then when I started with law school, the first thing they've had us do was read a book called Evicted. And the book's slant is let's just go with left. And basically these people would they would spend all their money on drugs, and then they would say, shouldn't get evicted. Now, if you look at her plight, yada yada. And I said that this is crazy in class pretty recently, and they just all started laughing at me. I was like, oh, okay, interesting. I was the only one that thought this, and I just kind of wanted to take a poll. But it seems like this has really shifted since COVID. People's ideas on who deserves what. I mean, on the property rights here. I don't know. I wanted to see. How are we going? But that's not exciting. All right, let's just fucking move on to the more exciting one. LA fires. Whose fucking fault is it? Whose fault is the LA fires?
Yours, Gibbs.
Mine.
I think that saying whose fault is it directly, besides, I mean, there have obviously been, changes due to climate change that have kind of exacerbated the conditions that result in fires. This fire, what exactly started it, we don't yet know.
All right.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, Joe Rogan said, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, they had that guy on there that said that all it takes is the winds shifting, and you would not stop a fire from the edge of the desert all the way to the coast in Southern California. And it fucking happened exactly the way they said it was going to happen. Now, I lived in NorCal, and I was talking about this on my show today. I was in Hayward, California, owned a house there while we had all of those really ridiculous forest fires or whatever up slightly north of there. And we had they were closing schools because the smoke was so bad. The most hilarious thing I'd ever seen. But that was all of it.
Jesus.
Should have been laid directly at California state laws preventing the proper disposal and maintenance of the forest, of the dead wood in the forest. They had that shit piled up, and the Forest Service actually knew this, but California state law says you can't remove any of that. You can't cut down dead trees. You can't do all this stuff, and it's just a very poorly written law. Now, at least one of the fires was they know for a fact was arson. They caught that guy.
Well, that's interesting because that leads to so what we've seen a lot of lines. So I guess there's two places I want to take this right here. One, are the conspiracy theorists right? With why this stuff's being burned down, and two, whose fault is it? Is what Trump's criticism and Musk's criticism of why this is going down accurate or not? I guess.
Okay. By definition, the conspiracy theorists can't be known to be right yet because all they have is a theory based on fragments of evidence that they pieced together to form already established conclusions.
What do you mean by definition they can't be right? They're either right
sadly,
or wrong.
more times than not,
if it was proven right, it wouldn't be a conspiracy theory. It would just be fact.
Not really. Yeah.
Hold on. It was a conspiracy theory when people said, the China virus or whatever you want to say, a
Chinese
so
bioweapon designed to kill Americans is not what coronavirus.
Yeah, that's different than it came from China. Shush. Those are two different things.
Right. Well,
shush. Wow.
What I mean to say is, right? It is either true or it is either false. I won't say which is true or false, but it is either true or it is false that the virus came from, was a zoonotic spreading virus from, a large distance and ended up in the wet market, or it is either true or it is false that there was a leak at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Now, let's say the former is true, then the conspiracy theorists, presumably, that believed it came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology were always wrong, whether or not it was an established fact, whether or not it was or whether or not it was a conspiracy theory. Vice versa, if it is descriptively true, not making it, or this is an if statement, right, that it came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, those quote-unquote conspiracy theorists
are still wrong.
Right.
No, they're not.
They didn't just say it came from the lab.
How you get to the conclusion matters. Them being vindicated on their insanity after the fact doesn't mean that they were right all along.
A fact is either true or false.
Hold on.
You just did. Did you see my lips form the words?
Once they're correct, they're conspiracy conclusionists. That's it. Solved it.
I like that.
Well, no, I'm just saying, they're either right or they're wrong. Plenty of people can be right for the wrong reasons, right? People can guess or surmise, from one pattern or another and come to the right conclusion, while still their reasoning could be faulty or their evidence could be sparse, right?
Yeah, but with conspiracy theorists,
the
reasoning is the process that I'm taking issue with. I'm taking issue with them
take
piecing
issue
together
with the
fragments.
process.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Can you not fucking hear?
The conspiracy is a reason
logic
why something happens, not the conclusion.
If you're going to explain logic to me, explain actual logic. Don't just say a bunch of words and then repeat what I already told you.
Well, you said by definition their conclusions are wrong by being a conspiracy.
Wait, hold on. So,
okay,
what if? Okay, let me ask this, to the people that are saying that they guess right. Let's just say, does it matter if they came to a conclusion with the wrong data, but it's the correct conclusion? Say hypothetically, let's with this fire. the guy that committed arson. I don't know anything about this case. I didn't even know somebody did commit arson. But I've seen a lot of people on my little Twitter feed, my Facebook feed, saying, "Oh, this is exactly the area they should wipe out for new property development, right? And these people wouldn't build or whatever." And so if there's like truth later that it comes
Fucking
out,
Nero, right?
yeah, somebody,
No,
yeah,
no.
exactly. If someone pulled a Nero, and like later, and they were like, right, but it was like this guy accidentally did these other people.
No, you don't get the claims
Like,
credit for
with it
that.
doesn't
No, it's
matter,
the
or
same
like-
thing. It's like
hold on. I can clear this. I can clear this up real quick. Here's exactly why the process matters. If we have two people that both know that eating uncooked pork is wrong, is dangerous, and one of them got there through the scientific method of like validating and like researching, looking at the bacteria that are present and like comparing them to like different, and one of them got there because God told them so, one of those methods is far more repeatable and reliable than the other, and I would much more I would much
Sherlock.
rather encourage the
I also remember. I also was taught the scientific method in third grade. Like, it's just being silly.
No, but I gotta ask you.
Hold on.
Can I say what my
What did you refute there? What was the point of anything you just said?
Pause.
What was the point of anything Fabian just said?
Stop. Here's what we're gonna go to content.
What an idiot! He says, doing nothing to the conversation.
Hold on. Stop. Shh. All right. Premier content.
Gibbs, I got a question for you. Do you think?
Well, hold on. Let Premier content go. Then you can go next. All right. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, like, my problem with a lot of the times, right, conspiracy theorists say, "Oh, we were right." They take a piece of something, you know, that they originally alleged. Like, let's say hypothetically, COVID did originate from a lab leak from the Wuhan whatever the fuck institute. Okay. The conspiracy theorists are going to go, "Oh, we were right." When what they were originally alleging is that it was a virus that was introduced from there on purpose, specifically engineered to kill Americans. When it's like, when 99% of that is not true.
Yep,
if it was
yeah,
an
you're
act,
right.
right?
You don't answer hypothetical. It's what literally happens with the.
It's convenient for the conspiracy theorists. They just use Wikipedia to come in and slander them and make their theories more legitimate.
Everybody stop.
Let me actually respond to this, please.
All right. I'm going to let you respond real quick, and then I'm going to go to Grid. And then we're going to go to Grid after that.
So again, this is nut picking, right? You're saying that all of the conspiracy theorists are a monolith based off of the craziest shit retards said on Twitter. That's not true. The overwhelming majority of people were like, "Hey man, there's a fucking virus that's like supposedly came 100 feet away from this place that's doing coronavirus research. Maybe it came from that place."
Do you
Doesn't that
sincerely
seem
think
kind
that's
of
what we were
logical?
talking about?
It's not
You
what
sincerely
people
think
have a
that's who we were
problem
talking about when we
All
said
of those
conspiracy
people were
theorists?
called
That's who
conspiracy theorists.
You thought we were talking about everybody who thought the virus came from China. Just that's what you thought. That's what you got.
Those
from what we
were
said
those
conspiracy
people
theorists.
labeled by the by the media
That has
and by the
nothing to do with the
institutions
question I just
conspiracy?
asked you.
Yeah,
That has
no,
nothing to do with the
yeah,
question I just asked
hold on,
you.
hold on. Don't be a bitch. Were they claimed?
You're
Were
being a
they
bitch.
called?
You're not answering a question. You're a bitch and a weasel. Does that?
All
Did
right,
you think that's what we said
I'm
as
not-
conspiracy theorists?
All right.
I think that you were. I think exactly is the argument that I laid out, which is that you were attempting to completely subvert your false statement that things can be false or true based upon the reasoning, not the actual conclusion, and then you move the goalposts over to this other concept, and while doing that, you engaged in nitpicking. So what I'm actually saying is,
Can you define
engaged
nitpicking?
and like
Nobody's heard of that here but
nitpicking-
you.
It's when you take your balls and you roll it. I guess. All right.
Oh,
we're
apparently it was wrong. Maybe I'm
we're
the
gonna
only
go to
one
Grid.
who doesn't know
All
what
right,
it
hold
is.
on. We're gonna go to Grid.
It's
Here,
okay.
Grid. What was your question? Now that
my question. So, while we're on the subject of conspiracy theories and conspiracy deniers, got to have both sides. Do you think it's odd that last week or the week before, they just reduced the firefighters' budget by $20 million in LA County?
Was that really last week? Hold on.
No, I don't think it's odd at all. I think that would be
doing
exactly
isn't
why the
weird.
fire got as bad as it did.
Well,
my
so
God.
so
Oh my
I would
God.
actually say, do you think?
Wait, so you said it's directly related?
Everybody's brain broken.
No,
What
no.
the-
Here's
just
the
curious.
deal.
Are you on a?
No, I think
are
it
you a
makes. I think it
conspiracy
makes sense
denier
that if you have
or are
less
you a
firefighters
conspiracy
to respond at the
theorist?
time a large fire breaks out, that fire would get way worse initially than it had thought to be, than it would have been otherwise with more personnel. I
Look,
think that's
the
logical.
$17.6 million that was cut.
Dude, calm down.
Dude.
They literally just signed it like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. It's been within the last month. There's
Okay.
no way that budget could have taken effect yet.
Often that
So it's not
cloud
like
of
they
smoke lingers
had
over
$20
certain
million
communities.
less of people and equipment on the street
Okay.
this week to fight the fire. That's dumb. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well,
That's
if they didn't
absurd.
sign the budget, and then what does it have to do with conspiratorial?
what are we alleging here?
Signed the budget, but the budget's
Yeah,
going
go-
to take effect
not-
immediately.
What are you
Understand.
alleging
Why
is
don't you
going
just
on and
defeat
why?
your own
Hold
point?
on.
Man, I'll just let
What
you
are
talk.
alleging?
What are you
What's your
alleging is
allegation?
wrong
What are you
here?
alleging is going on
I'm not.
and why?
I asked Gibbs a question. What
He's
he thinks
jacking
about
off.
it.
Oh, what
He's
do
just
I?
asking
Yeah,
questions.
he's just asking questions.
I
Don't you think it's odd? Don't you think it's odd?
Yeah.
Like,
I'll say this.
Jacking
I
off
don't
on
know.
camera
Yeah.
so much you look like DSP.
That's
Damn, son.
impressive. I'm gonna say this though. I don't. As for the answer to that question, I don't know. I think sometimes things are coincidental. Sometimes they're not. But it's just like I don't have enough evidence to support this. Do I think it's odd? I think a lot of things are odd. At this point in my life, nothing would surprise me. If tomorrow the aliens invaded, I'd be like, it's Tuesday. Whatever. Like at this point, I just it doesn't.
Damn,
I
would
don't
you
know.
really?
But yeah, bro.
Let me.
Hold on. Non-Fi, did you want to say something? Then I'll go to you, Tyler.
I was just asking, what is he alleging that was wrong here? If he's saying, like, don't you think it's odd that they passed a budget with $17 million in budget cuts? If this budget obviously hasn't taken effect yet, like, what's the wrongdoing here?
He just brought something
Isn't
up
it
and then
weird?
knocked it
Do you
down.
think that maybe a disgruntled employee might have set a fire to prove that they're valuable?
Yeah, we don't have
I-
any. We don't have any evidence to even.
I
If
also
so,
think
that
it's
person needs to be like charged with
JFK.
murder
We're
right
talking
now.
about conspiracy theories. I like conspiracy theories.
Well,
I-
actually, the topic is
I know
about
you
who's at
do.
fault for
I
the
know you
fires.
do.
Yeah, so let's move this a little bit.
I would like to address that.
Yeah, hold on. Let's actually. That's great. Perfect. We'll do that. Great. Sparky, let's go ahead and go. Who's
Okay,
at fault? Tell us.
look. So there is the I would call it the intentional mismanagement of forestry areas by not cleaning the forest floor of the deadwoods, but there's also the problem of the power companies which have not been maintaining their lines, keeping them clear of vegetation.
What about the
They're
Trump
supposed
stuff?
to be
What he
doing
said?
this kind of stuff. Well,
That's
the
true.
truck stuff. What
Trump?
truck
What
stuff?
did Trump? What Trump said?
Trump
How
mentioned.
accurate was he?
So Trump mentioned
Did
during
Trump
the
say?
campaign that they were holding back water, which was actually contributing to the drought conditions in California.
yeah.
He is correct. He is correct, but that is not the only issue that they have. The center of
Can't be
California
just one
used to be a fucking lake, for Christ's sakes. All they've been doing is raping the resources of that state and not allowing nature to actually do the right thing. This entire time, the majority of their water comes from out of state these days through the Hoover fucking Dam, and also most of their power. The state needs to be allowed to fail because it's been mismanaged for multiple decades by a single party, and just let it fucking burn.
You
Let
know
it turn
what,
into a
Sparky?
little
That's
third world
totally fine.
shithole
We'll let
that
all
it
of
is.
those rural red states drown
that's-
with it, okay?
That's
Since
an
they aren't
interesting- all right,
self-sustaining
hold on.
either.
So that's actually an interesting question. All right, who here actually would support seeing a state fail in that manner?
That's the
in order to
stupidest thing
like-
I've ever. Why?
like,
This is what an
Why?
American
Why?
thing
What do
to
you mean?
say.
All right, so hold on.
Okay, well, then we might as well
Hold on.
just let
Hold on.
Fabian
Here's what
speak,
we're gonna do. I want to
too.
go to Fabian then because he seems
I
to be the
couldn't
only
hear
one that
what
agreed
was.
with it.
What did you want me to?
So, okay. So the question here I had was basically who is in favor, kind of what Sparky's suggesting is letting their state fail miserably, and then
yeah,
and
absolutely.
then all
California
right.
needs
So
to-
It depends on the level of miserable you're talking
Let him
about. Like, if-
fail how?
All right,
if it
so-
starts to get
we
bad,
could-
okay,
we could
but
just
once
turn off all
it
the
starts
tax
ruining
fires
people's
before we
lives,
call it,
absolutely
and
no
then
federal
well,
government.
let's go to.
I'm sorry,
I
what
know
did you say,
Fabian here
Gribbs?
was.
I
Like
said
Gribb was
we could
explaining.
quit funneling tax dollars into California. That would certainly help.
Montana.
California's
California
in
gives
that
more in than they take
taxpayer.
out, so I don't know how
Dakota.
that's gonna happen.
All right, let me
I
just
think we need
take
to
a little
check
order
it
here.
out.
We'll go to Fabian,
That's
and then
wild.
just raise your hand, and we'll go in order here. I'll have to respond to that. Fabian, I know you were
I
on the
think
side
we
of
can't
letting
do
it
it.
fail.
Maybe it's just me. Let me.
Maybe just crank me up, Papa. Crank me up.
Just a second, I'll pull up.
I
the
know.
full
I know. I know. I'm like the
No dresses.
The new age.
I'm making this
guru
donation in
here,
hopes
right,
that
by
the stream remains dress-free.
But like I remember kind of like there was this time where
Think you're
we
wrong,
had this
Paul.
too big to fail kind of
Wrong
situation.
full rage. I
right?
appreciate
where
it.
where we had the federal government bail out so many of these banks and credit reporting agencies and hedge funds are kind of like interconnected, and so the knowledge that you can engage in high risk behavior as a nation state with policies that can have disastrous consequences, and know that you will be saved from this by the taxpayer in some regard. is a corrupt incentive towards the very behavior that may or may not have led to this. Now, I don't know about this specific fire, how much blame percentage-wise can be, laid at, mismanagement of the forest, right? California forests, not necessarily uniquely, but certainly it's an aspect. They have to burn. Like it is a necessary element of those of the biome there, that the underbrush has to burn away and then create new soil. And if you don't burn it, like, you can get fires started by like a single dewdrop, where the sun will then shine through a dewdrop and have like a magnifying effect and start like an underbrush fire. Like if you have too much dry underbrush, like, you're just gonna get a fire. There's really nothing you can do. But also the almond farms and the irrigation systems. Like, you want to talk about like the Hoover Dam and how much water is brought in. A lot of that is because California has changed their agriculture into almond farms, which are, require a massive amount of water that wouldn't kind of like naturally be there. And so like there's just a lot of factors here. And so I just think there would be a corrupt incentive structure to bail them out in this regard. Now I'm not saying like FEMA shouldn't like fucking save people and give them water, right? But like we shouldn't have like a large fund of money that is like.
Does anybody else
given
think
to,
that
like, rebuild
California
things.
should be considered a nation state? Because that's not what a nation state is to me, anyways.
It really
Texas
can't.
is a nation state.
Hold on.
What?
To your point, Fabian, California receives $162.9 billion in federal aid. That's more than any other state in the union.
But they also pay more than any other state. What do you mean?
They also have like one of the highest GDP per capita.
New York is second, Texas is third, Florida is fourth, and Pennsylvania is fifth.
Well,
because they're a way bigger state, they're also way bigger taxpayers. What do you mean? Although
Hold on, I wasn't done. The only time that California comes out ahead, or as not receiving the most aid, is when they do it per capita because of the way they do the accounting. But when you look at the totality of the monies received,
wait, this is insane. What do you mean?
They have the highest population in the.
Obviously they're going to get the most aid, and B, they're taxpayers. They are the biggest taxpayers. What do you mean?
What pseudo intellectualism sounds like, by the way.
That's a horseshit way of accounting, because not every person receives that aid. They're just saying that they have for example, they have 3 million people, so $3 million comes in, and each person gets $1 million, and that's fine. But that's not what happens. You get $3 million in, and 100 people get the fucking money. That's how that works. And the only way they come out ahead is per capita. But total received, they have the highest amount of federal aid received. Period.
So I'm gonna go to non-fun here.
It's conspiracy theorist math.
Hold on. I know non-fun's biting at the bit.
It's real fucking math.
So hold on. Let's go to non-fun. I know he wants to fight this on economics here. I know he does.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't prepare exact numbers, but my understanding is that California is probably the biggest, if not the second biggest, total taxpayer to the U.S. because they have the most people, and all our fucking rich, cool-ass tech companies are stationed in California, and they pay a lot in taxes.
Yeah,
it
like,
makes sense that they get more
between
aid
California and Texas
because they have more people
they're
and
all
more
going to
economic
Texas
output.
now,
No big deal.
The fifth largest independent GDP in the world that used to be California is going to go away because majority of tech companies are leaving for Texas because California is taxing the ever-living shit out of their own companies. And
I don't
they're
entirely
mismanaging
disagree.
everything, as you can see through the largest fucking fire that they've ever had recorded, and they don't even have water to fight it. Okay, it is. California
I don't
is
entirely disagree that California is mismanaging. For example, California has way too strict zoning laws.
In out of every state.
California mismanages everything they do. That's why they cannot produce their own power. They cannot supply their own water. That's why a big portion of their state right now is burning, and they cannot fight anything. It is because directly the policies of the progressive fucking dipshits has been running that goddamn state for the entire 2 decades. It is a single party supermajority.
Longer than 2 decades.
I don't know. How is it evidence of mismanagement that they can't make their own power? Why? I don't understand why the burden of California is to make its own power. Texas, which actually does make its own power and has its own power grid. Whenever it snows in fucking Texas, they can't get power from other parts of the country.
Let me address this because I live in northern Texas, for fuck's sake.
Okay.
Oklahoma. So it's very simple. The reason why
Almost in a
they
different
lost
grid.
power during that freeze is because Texas isn't used to freezing, for one.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
I hate to break it to you.
We're doing
windmills
fine.
are the- are
Wait, but
some
you
of the
recognize
most
they would have been able to get power if they weren't self-sufficient on power, right? Because they're on an entirely
Because they're
different
on a
grid.
separate grid.
So okay,
They
hold
are
on.
on a separate
Private grid.
So you
right.
you
So let me-
recognize
yeah,
that it wouldn't have
hey.
mattered as much if they weren't on that separate grid, right?
Arguing about
After they respond, I want to go to Tyler here. Tyler, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys are got a real small microcosm here. I think what we're falling for a little bit here is Sitch's law that we're arguing over something that's not defined. When we say let them fail, it doesn't. I don't think anyone here is saying like let human beings suffer. What they're saying is let the policies come out. Let the result of the policies, if you want to go soft on crime and do police alternatives, defund police, and your crime spike. As long as people have the opportunity to pick up their things and move, that is letting them fail to a reasonable.
Yeah, you voted for this
I'm fine
shit.
with that.
Exactly.
I'm
But
fine with
once
letting
you
people
made your
move, and
bed,
I'm fine with
fucking
letting
love it.
people vote for Republicans in
No,
California.
no, no. We
This
should
is-
never
Hold
let
on.
Californians leave California.
Once
But
that
yeah,
crime,
what the
make that-
fuck
I'll
is this
make that very
insanity? This cannot be a real position.
Once
It's a
that
meme.
crime
No,
becomes a
they should
crime,
not be able to
public
because
interest.
once they
that's not even constitutional,
What
is it?
You're an
Absolutely.
un-American piece of shit. Like,
What at a time? Hold on.
shouldn't you want your fellow American to flee their terrible commie hellhole for the glory of the red states? No. Why if I'm born in California as a proud fucking God-fearing Republican, why do I have to suffer my life out because like 10 years ago dipshit ass governor decided that he was gonna fuck up the economy? Like, why should I have to suffer for that? Why do I have to stay there?
Why should the rest of the country suffer your shit politics? Why don't you fix your own fucking?
How are they
Because we have to
suffering
all
from
in
it?
one
What do you mean?
Little bro,
country.
it's called a democracy. We all have to
we're
tolerate
not a democracy,
everybody.
you
Welcome
dumb
to
fuck.
Okay, hold on.
America.
All right, so can I ask a
This is
question?
why
Let me
I say
ask-
you're
let me-
un-American.
Also, I'm pretty sure the Constitution guarantees travel
Mute
between
people. Let me-
states.
I'm jumping in. Stop. All right. Okay. So I do have a question. Like, so y'all brought up the power grid thing. I don't really. Maybe I'm not understanding why that's applicable because, as far as I know, Texas is the only one that has its own power grid. I mean, I could be wrong. Like, I haven't done any research on this, but I think we're the only ones. I don't think that's a fair comparison, unless you want to just say that the Lone Star Republic is better than the rest of the United States. Which
I think
we
the
already do.
comparison
Like,
is just
I don't know what
the
y'all's.
mismanagement of state funding by given
Okay,
lawmakers, right? Isn't that the complaint
Well,
about
okay,
the
so,
California?
let me- let's move into the- yeah, let's move
Wait, what
into the
about
mismanagement
Texas?
thing, yeah.
What about Texas's mismanagement? If you're going to be on your own grid, your grid should be able to withstand weather conditions because you know that
so-
you're going to get fucked if anything
Well,
happens
on that
to
note,
it.
Texas has fixed that problem. We are now experiencing the freeze in a longer period of time than we did last time.
How cold
our
is it
grid,
there?
our grid is fine.
not.
Our grid is great. It's not cool, but it's fine. So like, I'm not worried, and it was fine last year. And that's not really the point I want to go with this. Look, if we are going to compare Texas and Los Angeles to California, all right, y'all remember Ted Cruz? He fled during the Great Freeze, right? And he's at senatorial level. I've always been confused about what he was going to do. I mean, was he going to get out there and start plowing snow? I don't know. But Karen Barr is going to have to reconsider her decisions after she went to Ghana. You know, like I was a terrible attempt at a pun, but either way, she's over there in Ghana. She left. Should she have canceled a trip? Is this an example of mismanagement by the Democrats? Is this adding to the flames of the fire?
Okay, so first of all, you're talking about two different areas of responsibility. You're talking about the mayor of LA. Yes, the mayor of LA should cancel their trip and go handle the disaster happening within their own city. Where a senator, honestly, Ted Cruz didn't have a reason to have to end his vacation. However, it would have been a sign of good faith and show that, yes, he's supporting his constituents by, pushing for more funding from the federal government or whatever. But overall, Ted Cruz's responsibility, there wasn't much he could do in that situation other than advocate for more money, which he could have done from a fucking cell phone down in Cancun. However, the mayor of LA needs to be in LA while the disasters are happening there.
Katya.
Okay, so after you mentioned this topic, I took notes on this. Basically, there are quite a few differences here. Ted Cruz went on vacation while Karen Bass was going to Africa as part of a presidential delegation as part of governmental responsibilities. Ted Cruz left during the emergency. Karen Beard left 3 days before the emergency really started. Obviously, there were risk factors before, but no fire broke out until Tuesday while she left it Saturday, which was 3 days prior. And Ted Cruz as well, allegedly, apparently diverted police to get him onto his vacation flight faster, while Karen Bass took a military plane to get back home faster, on which she was on the phone the entire time in communication with people on the ground in LA. It seems like she was in communication the entire time. Obviously, like, one could say, hey, there's like something that might happen, so maybe you don't go on like a delegation when there's a problem that might arise, but we can't say, right, that there was a fire raging and she went on vacation. Like, these are completely different things, right?
Yeah, and that isn't something that I said she should cancel her vacation or whatever it is she's on during the disaster. Yeah, she left before the disaster, and there's nothing wrong with that. Once the disaster stops, you stop everything and you fucking go back where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, I just think it's bad PR.
Responsibility.
I don't care at all. It's bad PR, but like, what the fuck is a mayor of LA doing overseas, doing any sort of presidential delegations? Her responsibility is to the people of the city.
Well, all right, I'll push back on that. Every city I've ever lived in.
Presidential delegation.
Yeah, and that's not a
hold on. I
criticism.
want to push back against that as the mod here. I just somebody in my chat said something about it too, and I like remember every city I've ever lived in. They've all gone on trade delegations. Like, like Houston's got a twin sister city in China or something, and then they would go over there and they whatever. Yeah, and then maybe it's Japan. I don't know. And then Corpus Christi's got one in France or something. Like, they all go and do this kind of like, and they sponsor trade between the cities. And now how successful it is, who fucking knows?
It's
but
a career move.
I don't know that there's any real. I don't know if that's a fair
inauguration. They were there for the inauguration of a new leader in Ghana, I believe. So it was something,
It was a ceremony, a celebration. She was going, like, again, like the mayor of a city. They can go campaign for their career. They can try to advance their career and shit. But like, you got to be there when crises happen. Sorry,
she flew back.
She left
Does anybody even know how easy it is to find? Yeah, wait, and hold on. Even if we're to take the criticism, in good faith, which we shouldn't, that she should drop everything in return.
Yes.
You have any idea? Is it easy to find like a last minute flight from fucking Ghana to LA?
A military plane to get back.
Well, cool. Okay, I would level the same thing at Ted Cruz. Like, the only thing that really is bad, like, functionally, she probably could have done anything different. Same with Ted Cruz. It's just bad optics. That's all I'm saying is it's bad optics. But like he's on a fucking ceremony. That's it.
During the emergency.
Yeah, it's bad optics. So what? Like,
yeah, but what part of his responsibility? What part of Ted Cruz's responsibility could he not do from Cancun? What should he have done?
Part of Karen Bass's responsibility could she have not done on the airplane calling people?
Hold on.
Was she gonna go out there with a hose?
All right, let's
go to
call
many people from a military
Fabian. What do you think?
Someone who works on those communication systems.
Let's go to Fabian here. What do you think, Fabian?
Yeah, I've been just kind of sitting back because, like, the only thing I think any politician, regardless of whether or not they have a D or R next to their name, should get is me spitting on the ground that they have to walk on so that they don't get to have clean shoes. Like fuck all of these people. Like, I don't.
Yes.
Like this concept
grow up.
of
You're not in high school anymore.
Correct. I am not in high school anymore. I have grown up. That doesn't mean that what
You
I
don't
said
sound like
isn't
it.
true. Regardless, yeah. Like, I think of all of the things we can talk about in this controversy, I think this is an extreme partisan, media and social media driven distraction. We should be talking about what California's policies are. We should be talking about the fact that California enacted laws that made it difficult to actually clear forests. We should be talking about the fact that many of these homes were uninsured because of California's policies on being able to purchase certain forms of insurance, right? Like, we should be talking about the state and the many ways in which it has exacerbated this condition, and this situation with their policies, not about who was on a fucking trip randomly or like who, you know what I mean? Like, was on a phone. Like, I don't care. They're politicians. They all suck at their fucking jobs. The government fucking sucks at nearly everything that it does. And, we should be figuring out ways to fix it, not ways to like run scandalous like media tit for tat shit about who was on a plane or who wasn't there and what delegation they were on. Like, let's actually fix the problem, which is many of the retarded and or socialist regulation policies that help exacerbate these problems.
Did you really
mean-
just go on an entire rant about how we shouldn't just be out here bitching and complaining? We should actually talk about how to fix the problem and then not provide any suggestions on how to fix the problem?
Well, so
I
Just
literally
making
gave
sure.
multiple examples.
No, he said
I
don't do
literally gave multiple
socialism,
examples.
bro.
I'm sorry that you were so focused on trying to find ways to dunk. Because
I don't have to focus. You make it so easy
unlike-
for me.
No, I understand that you're like you're stuck in a high school mentality. That's why you brought it up. And you're
No,
like
no,
doing these,
you
like,
can't
tit
use
for
that
tat
one. I already
bullshit.
used that. You got to come up with something else. That's plagiarism, all right?
Well, I don't believe in
my
IP.
ninth period English
so-
teacher said so.
He really doesn't believe in IP. But look,
That's a good point.
It is an actual. There is actual truth
First
behind the
studies made all
fact
night.
that California did just pass a law making it impossible for insurance companies to be able to raise premiums on their fire insurance. So many people have lost their insurance policies because of this issue right here. The private company did away with a service because California made it to where there was no way for them to be able to make a profit off of it. Everyone knows that these fires have been willing and ready to come. It was just a matter of when it was going to happen. Insurance actuaries, they take these risks, they do these calculations, and they go, hey, this year is probably going to be it. And they go to raise their premiums, and California State goes, no, you can't do that because it's unfair, or we don't like it, or whatever the hell they want to say. And they go, cool, then we'll just drop all these fire insurance policies, and oddly enough, all these fires start coming up.
Well, it's
and
a,
I'm
so
not
it's a
saying
dual, it's a dual thing, right? It's a reflection
It's
as well,
Scott's
because
point.
like the largest homeowner, like the largest insurers of like homes is FEMA, right? It's well, it's not FEMA; it's another organization that's like connected with FEMA, but nevertheless, it's the United States government, right? Like and what we do as taxpayers is we subsidize wealthy people to live in beachfront property and to live in areas that are beautiful but dangerous and expensive. And then you have this kind of problem exacerbated by having price controls in the insurance industry. And so you, the taxpayer, are going to have to bail out rich people living in nice neighborhoods because it's gonna be us that are paying to have these homes rebuilt when it should be insurance companies in the private market.
I'm gonna agree with Scott really quick. I'm gonna really agree with Scott really quick because that's actually a problem that we've been facing in Florida as well with people who live on barrier islands, and then their shit gets flooded freaking 24/7 whenever there's a hurricane.
And then
'cause
the
it's
government
right
comes and
setting
bails them
there.
out.
Yeah,
it's like,
and-
no,
and
fuck you. You
these
should have to pay
companies
$3,000 a
all
month
leave.
for fucking insurance
Right.
if you want to live there.
Literally everything that happened in California with the insurance has happened in Florida except the price controls. But basically, we've been dropped off of as well.
Yeah, do we think that all this is attributable to the price controls, which
had
I
two
agree are
insurance
bad?
Companies, it just had
Wait,
two
well,
insurance
wait, let's
companies
see.
walk out of New York completely. Not New York, Florida. They're not insuring in Florida anymore, and at all. Like if you had
I've had
insurance,
my homeowner's insurance drop 2
What
times.
did you just ask?
they
What was your
literally
question?
just sent out
I was
letters.
just- I was just gonna
everybody
ask to
saying, "You're no longer
clarify."
insured. We're out of Florida. And to Scott's point, that right now, today, this morning, there are people in North Carolina that are still living in tents, having to draw water from pump houses after the hurricane.
I hope and pray with every ounce of my being that those are the people who believed all of the bullshit about FEMA coming to take their houses.
So,
because of the
before
lithium
we, okay,
underneath
we're
it.
gonna go. Hold on. We're gonna,
Natural selection
we're
needs
gonna
to
talk
come
about
back.
FEMA in a
guys.
second.
It
We're
needs to
gonna-
come back.
So,
America is too far gone. We need natural selection, Darwinism, baby.
The big JC. No, I agree. I agree. Hold on,
Wait.
real quick. Like
Don't
natural
agree.
selection does need to come back, right? We need to have market mechanisms instead of all of this socialist intervention, so that people that live in dangerous areas will be disincentivized by increasing insurance premiums, and people will live in safer areas so that we have more homes, so that house pricing can go down, so that people can live in more reasonable places instead of
The
robbing
safe
taxpayers.
areas that are owned by Jeff
There's
Bezos
still
and his foreign
subsidies
clan that are all
even
armed
within
with
the
the most advanced
private
weaponry on the planet
corporations.
because
That's
nobody
a
can
problem.
surmount them.
All right, let me jump
I
in.
agree.
All right,
Bezos gives to all the things that you
damn
love,
it.
buddy.
All right,
He's
all right, thank
he's
you.
your hero.
All right, 1 second. All right, taking control here. All right, we're gonna come back to a lot of this here in a minute because I think we're gonna talk about FEMA in a second.
Why is your
Seems
mic
like the-
so low?
I don't know. Maybe crank me up or something. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go now if I want to ask this question. We'll go to the FEMA thing in a minute because I think this is the natural progression of this topic. But what were you just asking here, Nathan?
I just wanted them to clarify like what percent they think is due to price controls on insurance, which I agree are bad, by the way, and like what percent do we think is probably just due to the fact that the risks have generally increased in some partly at least due to climate change, right? Like,
well, no,
Yeah,
so
I
it's
think
not
it
it's
was.
not about
There
it's not a
is no
percentage
moral-
of it's what right. So specifically in the California example, what we're talking about is the aftermath, right? So if people have lost home insurance because of the policies of California, well, how are like that's going to necessitate more taxpayer funds in order to cover the cost of the disaster. Right now, in terms of like what level of natural disasters are occurring, no one here is a meteorologist, and even those guys are like giving best guesses, right? Like, so to then add the idea of like insurance premiums, like what percentage of like property damage is occurring because of a corrupt incentive structure for wealthy people to not have to pay insurance premiums. Like, I don't know, obviously, but it is obviously a problem that is having a down or an upward pressure on home prices.
yeah, meteorologists should stop using empirics. They should logically deduce the weather from human action.
Right, I feel like the big difference that people have to do is they need to compare a situation because I feel like California and Florida are going through similar
I'd like to
shit.
challenge that
But one
too,
has
like,
more price controls than the other.
I'm looking at natural disasters per state. We're going to abandon the entire southern coast, the entire west coast, everywhere with volcanic eruptions, everywhere with tornadoes. We're down to like 330 million people packing into like 6 states.
Well, I
no,
mean,
no,
look,
that's not.
I
So
grew
no,
up
like
in,
insurance companies can get relative risk, right? They are rewarded for being able to accurately predict the risk of insuring your property and then gain a profit by charging you slightly more than the risk distributed against everyone else living in the area. So obviously natural disasters occur in a whole bunch of places. What I'm saying is that what you have in the corrupt incentive structure is that if you are replacing that mechanism with things like FEMA as opposed to allowing the market to do that, then what you're doing is you are artificially lowering the price of living in more dangerous areas. And so because of this is having the opposite effect, where it's artificially raising prices in places that are safer.
Okay,
That is
so
true.
people in Florida will understand this. People on any southern coastal area will understand this. There's really only one nationalized insurance that exists. It's national flood insurance. And those of us who live in lower areas with lower above sea level, like if you look at New Orleans is 33 feet below sea level. It is a fucking soup bowl surrounded by a bunch of dikes holding back the water, keeping them from
Careful. Well, okay, let me ask you this.
Thank you for saving.
All right, so just to play devil's advocate there, right? You're talking about like New Orleans, right? That's a good example, right?
It's a great example. It's the best example.
So here's the thing: New Orleans has existed for a while, right? They're one of the older cities here in the United States. Like, what do you do in this situation that the environment changed around it somewhat naturally? Like as time has gone on,
the environment has not changed there. No, it has not.
I mean, so
the
where
Army
do you?
The Mississippi Delta has changed.
Yeah,
it has changed, but not that much. If you look at the
I mean, what do you mean? Is the alluvial fan way bigger now and shit?
If you look at navigation maps of the 1800s or the 17 or 1600s in that area, the same stuff still exists. The same waterways still exist. Nothing has really changed there.
It's
except there's actually less land due to erosion through the Mississippi.
Okay. All right, and that's kind of the point right here, isn't it? Right, so it's kind of like Venice. Venice is been existed for hundreds of years, right? And they're sinking. They're sinking. They had all sorts of problems. They built those little bay things out there. It's been controversial. Like, what do you do to see like New Orleans? Like, it's a city that's established here in the U.S. What is the solution? Just drown? Like, everybody has to move? Like,
the worst thing they ever did was rebuild it after Katrina. Okay, really, it is the exact same cesspool it was prior to Katrina. It's gotten better since what it was in the 80s. But New Orleans, New Orleans is Chicago without the news, okay? No one talks about all the shootings that happens in the Ninth Ward and things like that. That place is freaking garbage. The best thing that happened to New Orleans was freaking Katrina, because it sent a lot of their shit down to Houston. You're welcome, Gibbs. And so that's why a lot of their crime shot through the fucking roof. But the Ninth Ward just attracted new rats in that are just as bad as the previous. The place is fucking disgusting. I love New Orleans too. I love going to Jackson Square. I love, the history, the architecture, and things like that. But it's time for the United States taxpayer to stop funding this city that has failed because it was built in a fucking swamp, and basically they drained it. They drained the swamp. They put up a bunch of levees to hold back water and things like that. And they didn't consider, oh my God, hurricanes come through here. Where I grew up in southern Mississippi, the house that I lived in was 3 feet above sea level. My mother, during Katrina, I happened to be living in Japan the year that it hit. She actually rode the storm out on her dining room table, and she had to take a hatchet to her frickin' ceiling to get into the attic in the middle of the storm. Okay, living in these areas do incur some inherent risk, and the way that the National Flood Insurance has actually decided that they are going to compensate for it is they tripled their rates, where people can almost not afford to live there anymore. So price controls is actually, if you want to say, certain areas are strategic and require to be populated. In Pascagoula, Mississippi, in my hometown, you have two major things. You have the Chevron refinery and you have the Huntington Ingalls Naval Shipyard. Okay, if either of those go down, that is an actual risk to the security and of America. These are strategic locations. You can actually say the same thing about New Orleans, because the port of New Orleans is one of the largest ports on the Gulf of Mexico. I think it's dwarfed by Gulfport, Mississippi, and Houston, Texas, if I remember right. I could be wrong though, but it's a big port city. You've got to have people in certain areas, so you have to mitigate that by making it livable. And unfortunately, because of the way insurance actuaries set things up and their calculations and whatnot, and when big events happen, such as Katrina to South Mississippi and Louisiana, the price of living has tripled since that time. And we're talking...
Yeah, but okay, just for funsies here, like, how do you get rid of people in established cities? I don't know, like, if you could tell a city that's been there 200 years, everybody got to move now. Like, I'd be pretty pissed. Like,
hey man, all people are just cogs. It's that whole middle brain thing where, like, you just tell them, hey, just pick up your shit, get rid of your whole family's tradition. Hey Japan, there's too much water around you. It's a little dangerous there, so just completely get rid of Japan. Start over in the middle of Asia somewhere where it's a little safer.
If you just didn't have price controls on insurance,
you act like you're owed a lifestyle.
Hold on.
Like we're gonna go America. It's too hard, so let's just give up.
We're gonna go we're gonna premiere content, then you non-fun.
Sure.
Like, obviously in New Orleans there's a situation where like a big amount of the actual city is in danger, but in a lot of these situations where you get places that get flooded a lot, you or at high risk of hurricanes, you have places that are way higher risk than others. And because if we really priced insurance to the risk without lower flood areas subsidizing higher flood areas, the higher flood areas would be absolutely freaking ridiculous. At this point, my policy position, this is partially informed by the areas in which I've seen people live in and that I think are really stupid. I think if a place keeps getting destroyed by hurricane, after the home is not livable, there should be a point where you just get those properties eminent domain, and then state park, no more building. It's gonna happen again. It happens every time. In Florida, in my neck of the woods, what that would mean is a lot of stuff. Yeah, a lot of situations where there's a lot of hurricanes that happen in the areas that get flooded always. A lot of those areas are currently state
parks.
People
to go camp where it's known to flood ridiculously.
During a hurricane, about a hurricane 4 or 5 days ahead of time. You're not gonna go to the. You're not gonna go to the.
Hold on, surfers might not go do that. They like
Well,
to
then
serve.
that's their
Not-
problem. They can do whatever they want.
Let's go to non-fun here.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say like we don't have to use like the force of the state to coerce people into moving. Like if you just don't have price controls on insurance, people will be incentivized to move. I'm not in support of the price controls that we have.
I
Okay,
think
I just want to say,
it's
it's so crazy. It's so crazy that like non-fun and I are going to agree.
I was just wanting to clarify
which I know I
his
said, but like,
because I thought I heard it wrong. I was like, wait, you're not.
No, but I mean, like that's the thing. Like when you're engaged in using these federal funds, you are necessarily moving, currency from its most valued ends, to another end, and the presumption is that like other people in the state. Other citizens are going to value New Orleans or value these other places to such a degree that they're willing to have their resources taken from them in order to do that. But there's a just much easier solution here, as Non-Fon pointed out, right? Which is just remove those funds. And if people actually value, if New Orleans actually is that valuable of a port city, if it actually, does produce something that is so valuable, then they will build it. They will maintain it. They will keep it.
Well, what if it's not a
businesses
dollar
will
amount,
sell-
Fabian? What if it's okay, just for, I don't know, this is not.
Well, culture has a value too,
yes,
right?
culture,
Right,
hold
but
on.
it has a value in
the
price.
food, like say the
right?
food,
It has
or like the history,
Right,
like
but
some
it
of this
has
is
a-
about.
Right,
Is
but it
there a
has a
value
value in price, right? So like if let's say New Orleans costs 10% more and I can get the exact same job with the exact same salary. And then like Shreveport, right, is 10% cheaper and I can get the exact same job and the exact same salary, right? If I value New Orleans culture and the architecture and the food and all of these things more than I value that 10% cost of living, right? Then I will move to New Orleans. And if I don't, I'll stay in Shreveport, right? So that cost is actually calculated in market mechanisms. Like if people value those things, then it's what's, like Austrians would call it psychic profit, right? It's like, it is what I want. It is satisfying my need of my most valued kind of like desire in that regard. I value that higher than I value that money. And if I don't, well, then I won't fucking move there. And obviously I didn't value it that much.
But your argument isn't like just that we shouldn't have price controls. Like I would agree we shouldn't have price controls, but you also like you want California to fail. You want to. I don't know how unironic the take was, or I don't know if you said this ever, but you want to restrict people from moving out of California, like. You
no,
like,
actually,
no,
I
didn't say that.
That was
Sparky.
No, that was me.
Sparky?
That was me. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
is that
I'll own my position.
That's an unironic take.
Why?
No, why is that an unironic take? If you fuck something up, why should you be allowed to go somewhere else?
Because
and
you're
do this
essentially
shit?
providing the justification for the descendants of slaves to punish white people that benefited from the products of slave. It's the same stupid
Wait,
justification, just with different people.
Sorry, can you make the connection? Because I don't.
You cannot blame an entire group of people for the actions of a few that came before them.
Oh,
You're
okay,
trying
so
to
what
blame
you-
the entire state of California for the actions of politicians you disagree with. That's why I gave the example of a conservative Republican kid. Who are you talking to? Yourself? Are you going crazy? Hello? Do you need help?
No,
Need
I've
assistance?
got a guy on my channel that's taking care of my audience, bro. Just chill.
Oh, see, when I need to talk to the audience, I mute
excitable.
the
Are you
mic.
okay?
That's pretty weird.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not.
So allow me to steel man Fabian real quick for shits and giggles.
Good luck.
So what he is arguing here is we make it so only the 1% can live on the nice oceanfront property, and then everyone else has to be packed into 4 megacity states that we practice.
Yeah, that's what I said. Definitely. Yeah, that's definitely a steel man position.
I'm just fucking around.
All right, I'd hope so.
I'm just being an asshole.
Yeah, I think that a lot of these solutions for being in a high risk area really depends on the area, and I think a lot of these, like what we think should happen, can't really be discussed on a broad scale because you have situations in one area that don't exist in others. Like again, I'm going to keep using Florida's example with our barrier islands. A lot of those, if people could not live full time on the barrier islands, would still economically contribute a lot because you got places like Clearwater Beach where hotels and stuff would absolutely make enough money to be able to pay those premium insurance rates, and people would still be able to go to the beach because the beach is there no matter what. It's a beach.
Where are the left wingers at here? Where are my left wing brothers and sisters?
I know,
at here?
right?
Where we say,
Yeah, I forgot you're in favor of price control.
I don't even have to say anything.
Yeah,
Like this is you guys are making all my
I'm fine. I'm fine with
this is the quietest I've heard Fabian Liberty on any panel ever.
The lefties fucking agreeing that like price controls are bad and that like
you're not gonna find much in here about price controls being good. It's not
We
a.
have some left wing engines here.
No,
guys.
I love Mark.
I'm very confused about what's happening. I'm not gonna lie.
Look at the
You thought we
idea
would
behind-
defend price controls?
Hold on. Look at the idea
I mean, I'm
behind
about the
Medicare
price
for all.
controls, but
Look at the idea behind Medicare for all. We're saying that no matter what your ailment is, no matter what your pre-existing condition is, everybody pays the same price. That's how we want insurance to function as left-wingers as well. We don't want you to have to pay more insurance just because you bought a house and happen to get hit by a hurricane. And
let me just segue this.
I don't think that's the Medicare for all
because
argument.
everybody has a physical body, but you don't have to live on the beach.
Also, there's just more market failures in healthcare. There's like administrative cost issues. There's like information issues. There's adverse selection
Let me just
issues.
move this. Maybe just move this a little bit because we've already done the healthcare thing recently. So like, okay, I like kind of get the sentiment that Sparky's come from. I think a lot of conservatives, at least that I can relate to, get the sentiment people need to live with their own mess, right? And then we come to something like FEMA. Right, Trump is alleging that FEMA's broke because of the way Biden managed it, and so when we go to this, like, well, this is the organization that's supposed to like fix like shit when shit goes south for like somewhere randomly. You know, how do we fix this? Like, whose fault? Or do we just let them, wallow in their failure and chalk it up as a loss? Like, what's the situation here? Who's at fault? What do we do here going on forward with FEMA? Like,
well, FEMA has been historically disastrous in every action they've ever done. I mean, if you really want competency, the last place you should ever look is the United States government. Okay? Government is bad. Take it from a government employee. Nothing works the way it's supposed to. Not even the goddamn military.
What about the
and
FDIC?
It's because the bureaucracy has become so corrupt and so fucked up that no matter what you do, it'll
I don't
always
even got a
get
flex
messed up because
libertarian
of all the
shit
red
tonight.
tape.
Everyone else is doing it for me.
Wait. What?
We're pointing out
Government
the
is bad, like
problems, and we're not
always. Like,
able.
what is this?
So I work for the DoD.
That's
Okay,
great.
I see all kinds of policy failures that happen all the time.
That
Like
doesn't
the
mean the
DoD
government's bad.
has not passed a fucking audit. The past 7 audits failed.
Oh
And
my god,
somehow
you can't keep
they're
pulling out
missing
that
billions
talking
of
point
dollars.
like everybody doesn't know the response. I got accused of it being a Destiny response. It's so commonly known at this point.
The deal is
everybody.
the deal is
Jesus.
Wait, also, none of
people
you
on the left tend to want to lean. People on the left, people tend to want to lean on the government for the answer. But the problem is the government is never the answer. In fact, the government is usually the problem. It is, you'll find more
Times where
answers
the
in
government
private
is the
industry.
answer.
You'll
None
find
of
more
what you
answers
said.
within
All you
private
said is like the
industries and
government
things
has
like that.
problems. It doesn't mean that the government is not a net benefit. I think the free market has problems. I still think the free market is a net benefit. So you just saying like, oh, I work in the
It's not a
government.
free
I see the DoD
No,
has
I am
administrative
telling
issues.
you-
It doesn't
you
mean
believe
it's not a
in
net
free market,
benefit.
No,
You'd
they
be a
don't have
libertarian like I
administrative
am.
issues. They have
Well,
an everything
your
issue.
one-drop rule
The
is
way that they carry out their policies is fucking flawed. Their purchasing, their acquisition programs are horrible. Okay, when you have to pay $35 for a single fucking bolt
horrible.
that you could
we
get
don't
at-
know
that-
how it's gonna be without any of that shit. Like, where would we be? We don't live in that world, right? So in
we
that
wouldn't have the
situation-
economic calculation problem.
Let me take
That's
something
what
away
we're-
from what
Sorry.
what Sparky's talking about. So I own airplanes, and so I have a certified airplane that costs me a fucking fortune to maintain because every single bolt, every item on it has a specific part number, and it has to be
FAA
bought from a
stamp.
specific manufacturer, and they don't play. However, I can buy literally the same fucking fuel filter at Napa for $7. It costs me $40 fucking dollars because the government's involved.
Yeah, all you need is an
Same part
experimental
number.
plane. You don't have to worry about it.
Wait,
Same
so
everything.
did the
I have
government
an
just
experimental
arbitrarily
airplane.
decide that
Hold
that
on,
part
I
was going to
wasn't
cost
done.
more?
I wasn't done. I
Yeah,
have an
they're
experimental airplane where I get to do fucking everything on it, and it's cost me. I can build a whole fucking airplane for what my yearly maintenance is on the other plane.
We're just arguing opinions.
Okay, can you answer my
Generally,
question now? Did the
people like-
government
I
just
didn't
choose
hear your
that part?
question 'cause you were talking
Yeah.
while I
I'll
was
ask it
talking.
again. Now you need to
Okay.
shut up so I can talk. Okay. Did the government just arbitrarily decide that part was going to cost more than the other one, or like why? Why does one cost more than the other?
So I can actually answer this. It's because it has FAA certification stamps. It's built to a certain quality deal, and it's the cost of the stamp is what you're actually paying for in the end.
Okay. Well, but there's a certain level of production quality that's required to attain that
Definitely.
stamp, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, okay. So it's
the
not
deal-
that they
the deal
just. It's
is-
not that the only reason that part costs more is because the government's involved. Is because it's gone through a lengthy process of
literally is,
approval to determine it more safe to use than other parts.
If you understood how
You're
much
paying
red
for the
tape and
process
how
on the back
slow
end.
the government was,
I don't
you'd
think there's
understand
anything
how
wrong with that.
ridiculous that statement.
To a degree,
I understand how
hold on.
ridiculous it might sound to someone like you. Yes.
To a degree, he has a point because, like, governments when we were working on Vogel down here, Plant Vogel, the nuclear plant, they were hiring all unions. So you're hiring unions. Unions have to follow every single fucking OSHA rule by the book. On top of that, you're on a nuclear site, so every weld has to be inspected by somebody. It takes a long time. Ended up going super over budget, but it's because they brought on literally the best people they could in the country, being the union trained guys that have to go through their 5-year apprenticeships and all that before they can even start working. So government jobs do tend to cost more, but at the same time, there are things that government does pretty well. We usually want government to handle the sectors that we want to be blind in the terms of like the justice system. We want the justice system to be blind and not judge based on a for-profit motive, because then it's just going to be the people that have the highest.
Then it'd be
amount of
better.
money. In theory, it could
Yeah,
be,
also,
but
like,
I
just to be
don't
clear,
know.
like, the position is not what the government does doesn't have a cost. Like, obviously, regulating something is going to make it more expensive, but, like, that doesn't mean it's not a net benefit. Like, you still have more work ahead of you. You'd have to, like, prove to me that the added cost isn't worth the added benefit of safety, which maybe for some things it isn't, but I would suspect that overall it is.
For a nuclear plant, I'd argue it is.
I'm gonna go to
and for airplanes,
hold on.
probably.
Let me go to Premier Conti real quick. I should be trying to get
You can't just say that he solved the ECP and then just like let that go.
Well,
Right?
you
Every
hold it. You
single
hold it.
piece
I'll
of-
let you
I
go.
don't dispute that there's an information problem. I don't dispute there's an information problem. That's why it makes it less efficient.
Okay.
Hold on, Fabian. Hold on, Fabian. Let Connie go. You respond. I know you're ready. I know you're ready.
I don't
Just go.
dispute the information
So
problem.
Tyler made a really good point here, right? It seems like one thing that really happens with regulation and with these standards are often higher in industries in which accidents are way
That's
Oh,
less
the broken
tolerated by the
mental
public,
fallacy.
right?
That's-
Hold on. Let her
So
talk. Let her
it's
finish.
not-
Let her
Can I
finish.
please speak?
Let her
It's-
finish.
yeah,
Let her finish.
Sure.
So, right, in industries where sort of mistakes or like failures are not as tolerated by, the public, which matters because we live in a system where people vote. Like stuff like, obviously, if there's a nuclear accident, right, that could set back the nuclear industry decades, which I hate so much. And if there's plane crashes, right, this is terrible
You
optics.
hate the nuclear
terrible
industry, or-
fucking. I
or
hate so
getting
much
set
that
back?
one accident can like set the nuclear industry back so much. I love like the whole concept of nuclear energy. Like that is what I advocate for, literally beyond any other like green energy or whatever. Like that's kind of the number one thing I advocate.
We should
for as
talk.
far
You
as
should
power.
talk to ICO. ICO
Yeah, I
had
was
a
gonna
this
say that.
recently. We were just talking about that. It was it was enlightening because I'm less pro nuclear than I was before after talking to ICO recently. But he was pro nuclear and found out some interesting stuff. But go. You keep continuing. I think that'd be an
Right.
interesting comment.
So it's a situation where
And then we're gonna go to Fabian after her. Okay. sorry, go ahead.
obviously, if there are accidents here, this sets back a ton of shit in these types of industries, and it sets back a ton of shit for the government. So the government's going to make sure that everybody's crossed their T's, dot their I's, which does cost money, which sucks. But that's kind of like the reasoning behind it. It's not really as much arbitrary as much as like kind of, I'd say partially at least, a reaction to how people react to these situations when care is not taken. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Right.
That's
So
a
there
broken-
is
that's a
this.
broken Go ahead. Go ahead.
Broken windows is not necessarily a fallacy.
But yeah, let's go. We'll go to Fabian, and then we're gonna go to. I know he wants to respond to something a little bit earlier, and then we're gonna.
I've talked a lot.
Yeah, no, I completely just dismiss that you can say that like that these regulations have this net benefit. I don't. Where are you getting that from? Where is this data or this idea that you're getting from that you've solved the or at the very least, we'll just leave it at HIAC, right? The local knowledge problem.
I mean,
Where-
I don't dispute that there is a local knowledge problem.
That fewer people die from like random medicine than used to in the past. Can you pull up a study that shows how the USDA has made food more safe, please?
I'm sure I could
I'm
find
gonna
that
need
regression.
a source on that, please.
Yeah, no, that's
You're gonna
I understand that you don't understand basic economics.
He said
right?
the
But,
word.
Like, I'm
Wait,
asking
Fabian,
Don
I know the
because he
local
actually
knowledge
has some
problem. I know
idea.
the economic calculation problem. I know the information problem. I don't
Gibbs,
dispute those
I
things
triggered
exist. I
on
just think that
purpose.
those
There was a
don't
point to
necessarily preclude a regulation being a net benefit. It's like the government can cause an inefficiency because of a local knowledge problem, but still have an overall net benefit because of savings in other areas or benefits in other
So
areas.
the presumption is that the market would not step in.
What do you mean? I mean, I don't think the market always leads to net benefits.
If you admit that there is some loss, right, due to the need to gain information to presumably have effective quote unquote regulation here, right, and that it doesn't have the price mechanism and competition as a means of incentive, but instead has this bureaucratic chain of employees and then uninformed voters, et cetera, right? If you admit that is an issue, but you're still saying that you can still have a net benefit, then the presumption must be one of two things. Either it would cost more money than to have a market mechanism here, which I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that, or B, that this would be a market failure, a market void. And again, I don't see how, getting back to the original situation which we're talking about, right, which is disaster insurance, that there would be some kind of fucking market void there, because there's no evidence to suggest that market void would exist.
I don't know if there is a market failure in home insurance or disaster insurance, but I'm not speaking in terms of dollars. I'm speaking in terms of utility. So I agree. If you regulate if you standardize how aircraft parts are going to be made, then you're probably going to increase the the cost of the parts of the aircraft, and you're probably going to You're probably going to cause some inefficiencies in that market, but also you're increasing the safety of airplanes, and that could be a net benefit overall.
Let's
go to
the number of small airplanes that fall out of the sky every day.
Yeah, we're gonna do grid, then we're gonna do Sparky.
Oh my god!
Hold on. Yeah, so Sparky. I know Sparky's waiting to get in because he loves airplanes. It's kind of what he does here.
Market would make safer airplanes.
Yeah, it's kind of my job. Look. There are some regulations that are actually good and actually warranted. Okay, aviation, nuclear power. These things are built on the blood of people who did the wrong thing. Okay, we got a lot of lessons learned. One of the things that you study going into aviation is the Challenger incident and how people just kind of went along with everything because they didn't want to scrub a mission because, we saw something wrong. They actually knew there was something wrong with the Challenger before it took off. And I remember watching it blowing up live on TV in my first grade class. Okay. When problems happen in nuclear power or aviation, the world pays attention, especially since we have more airplanes flying in the air right now than we probably have cars in your local city fucking driving the streets. It's insane the amount of air traffic that we have going on at any one time in any day of the year. So there are some regulations that are good. The problems when people talk about we need to lower regulations is we have a shit ton of regulatory control set in every industry, and it actually drives the price up on a lot of other things. Just like everyone says, Congress doesn't pass enough laws. Well, that's cool. Do you know all the laws that exist on the book today? Okay. Doing shit just to do it isn't actually getting anything done.
Can you give an example of a regulation that just arbitrarily increased the price of something like you're describing?
Anything involving aviation.
Yes.
It's arbitrary. Wait, you can't hold on real quick. You can't use that as an example. I already beat that one. I already said there's a reason for it. I already demonstrated that.
So try to beat it. But you said name me a regulation that arbitrarily
arbitrarily, except we determined it wasn't arbitrary.
Hold on, no, wait. I can actually buy
any aviation.
Wait, hold on. I don't want to be that guy. I'm about to trigger myself.
Hold on, Gibbs. No, I can buy the exact same goddamn metal screw at Ace Hardware for $1.25 a pound that I will have to pay $1.25 per screw because it has a little FAA. Because you can actually buy the two things and you can do a metallurgic test on it and find out the composition.
Right, I understand some.
You gave me the counter argument to this.
We're going to be testing the tolerances on these things and they're the same, but I guarantee that there are a lot of these situations. There are probably some parts where it's not the same what you get at Ace Hardware versus what you get.
No, it's not the same for every part. So what I am saying is there are some things such as your hydraulic system pumps and things like that you need to have extra fail-safe proof for aviation purposes. Yes, those should be higher cost, but certain things such as common fasteners like a rivet or a sheet metal screw or a bolt that is designed to shear at a certain amount of tension, okay, those shouldn't have that much of a disparity in cost, and that's where the actual differences are.
We're gonna go to Tyler,
Actually,
and then we'll hold on.
It's
hold
the
on.
insurance that the companies that make the parts have to carry. That's what you're missing is that if you put, and not with bolts, but like the reason that there hasn't been a major power plant change since 1970, actually closer, it's probably closer to like 1955. The reason there hasn't been a major change is because it costs so much to prove it out to the FAA to get certified. Once it's certified, they have to carry a massive amount of insurance on it. So do you understand? You probably don't, but I'll help you. If I go out and buy a new Cessna 172 today, it's $575,000. $300,000 of the cost of that plane are the insurance that Cessna has to pay for the time period that they're liable for it.
And it's running on
why is that a problem?
That was designed in 1943.
Your car, you are far more likely to crash and die in. Nobody could afford a car.
Yeah, but plane crashes, I mean, come on. Like, what are we even talking about here? Plane crashes are way more devastating.
I wish I could
airliner crash.
Come on.
Is that not worse?
Time out. The only reason that's less likely that you're going to crash is because so few people are flying. If we had every retard that was driving a car flying a plane, guaranteed plane crashes would go up substantially. And then that high insurance rate would be justified because it's more dangerous. And we want to deter people from those actions through high insurance.
Also, is our issue the cost of the regulation or the regulation itself? It seems to be oscillating between the two.
That was going to be my next point. It seems more like what Scott was arguing was against regulations more in general, and what Crop Duster was arguing here is against overregulation on certain markets. And overregulation absolutely exists. And you asked JC for some examples. In certain states, you need to get a license to become a florist. If that's the case, a lot of people aren't going to go out and get that license to become a florist, making those florist jobs less common, making florists get paid more per the hour just based on simple supply and demand of that particular skill set, thus making the cost of florists go up. Just to fucking put flowers in a vase.
Yeah, so Tyler, just to piggyback off of what you're saying a little bit, right? Obviously, I have the more radical position here, but nevertheless, when you say, look, government spent money and towards an outcome and then achieved the outcome, therefore the regulation was good or therefore the regulation was effective. The problem is that you're not calculating whatever money was spent towards enforcing that regulation or whatever money is lost in the market and increases the prices that would have gone to other things, right? So literally every regulation that the government does is going to have an economic impact. And if it costs money to engage in this regulation, if it costs money to enforce it, and if it increases prices in this, that someone doesn't have a job. Somebody is getting paid less somewhere in America. Some business wants to expand but doesn't quite have enough money to hire 10 more employees. So like even if you, I get that people aren't going to follow me, all the way down the rabbit hole in a giant panel and being like, sign up to be an ANCAP tomorrow, right? But just like basic, like just thinking about it, you have to understand that every single regulation, every policy. I do too, right? And I'm planting my seeds. But every policy that you have is a trade-off. Right? You are taking, like, just because you spend money on a program for a desired outcome, you can't just say, well, it is successful because the program did what we wanted to do, because you have to compare it against what would that money have done in the market without that.
We're asking, we're saying that is the juice worth the squeeze, essentially, is basically where we're disagreeing right now. You're saying the juice isn't worth the squeeze because GDP could be higher, someone's income could be higher, and we're saying we don't want 13-year-olds to be employed.
Well, okay, so let's just let's just reframe
employed.
this. Let's reframe
That
this.
wouldn't happen anyways. But
All right,
yeah.
let me reframe.
Child
this
labor laws had almost no effect.
we've kind of.
I love child
labor laws.
Hold on.
You're an anarcho-capitalist.
Well, all right. You know what?
Law enforcement. What is that?
Listen. So let's reframe.
I
this
violate the non-aggression principle, JT.
We've kind of gone down to like the little bit of the rabbit hole right here, right? So let's go back to exactly with FEMA. What do we do with FEMA right now? Like, are we like, is this a let it fail? Is this a replace it? Like what is like? Do we want this? I know outside of Fabian, who doesn't want any government, and you know, like me, which I'm biased on what I want. It's like what like y'all what? How do we replace this? What do y'all think? Like,
I think
do y'all
like
are y'all in
FEMA-
favor of scrapping it?
No, I think programs like FEMA need to be reformed, and they need to actually have like third parties do the inspections on them and do the follow up on them, and not another government agency. We need to hire a private contractor to look at the efficiency of what things that they do, because if you look at their disaster response, for the most part, their initial disaster responses are great, like hands down. They'll have water, they'll have Red Cross ready and all this other stuff, but it is the follow through where they usually drop the ball, talking about getting people money so they can, you know, get structures tore down so they can start to rebuild and things like that. That is where FEMA usually has their big failures. Their initial responses are good. It's the rest of the response that is usually lacking, and that is policy issues. That is not incompetence, because there are people who could be more than willing to do their job properly. But the problem with government agencies is too much bloated bureaucracy. You have to do 15 steps to accomplish one task, when really you only need about 3 steps to do this. But we have to make sure that Johnny and Jim Bob and Clem and, you know, Susie all can justify their jobs, because these agencies have become overly bloated. This is why I'm not an ANCAP and more of a conservative.
You know what? You know, actually, you know how we could reduce the bloat of FEMA is if we just had Trump continue to tell his followers to like turn away any sort of disaster aid.
No!
Again, bringing back in natural selection into play. Then we don't have to fund it nearly as much, because only the intelligent people are going to seek disaster relief, right? There we go.
I mean, that's
well,
something.
so like I'll make the like non-ANCAP, you know, argument here where I'm like, dissolve the state. I'll just make the argument in case of FEMA, right? I mean, FEMA is spending like somewhere between 20 and 40 billion dollars. Like, we don't know the exact amounts because they pull money from several different sources, so it's not just FEMA funding, right? Like, oftentimes other places get that, so, you know, like they pull money from other places for disaster relief. If we just abolished fucking FEMA and we just put $40 billion back into the market, and then people paid fucking insurance just like they do on disaster relief, there would be, number one, it would cost us less money, which would mean more jobs. But also, number two, one of the biggest problems with disaster relief is the regulations and rules around price gouging. Like, we need to allow people to fill up when they see that a fucking, you know, some disaster is going off somewhere. We need to allow people to fucking fill up their van with cases of water and drive down to some place and go, hey, water bottles, $10 a bottle. And people go, that's evil. How dare you do that? But it is literally, it is that incentive that makes Joe Schmo sitting on his fucking couch going, I can make a bunch of money, that then moves water from one part of the country all the way to where the water is actually fucking needed. And the only people that will buy that water are people that have the means and desire to get that water, which means when charity organizations come in and like only the rich people could get water, well, now the charity organizations and, you know, the presumed FEMA that would have been there doesn't have to give water to the rich people. The rich people got their fucking water first. Those guys moved water because they had a profit desire and motive to move water to those places. And now charity organizations have less that they have to do in order to successfully move resources towards disaster areas.
But FEMA
so
really doesn't
absolutely
have to
get
do
rid of
that.
fucking FEMA.
So wait, hold
we'd
on.
have more jobs, we'd have more money, and we'd have better disaster relief, both from the private side and from individuals.
Just to be
Stuff
clear,
like
though,
FEMA covers an externality. A lot of these things, like disaster relief, that covers an externality that isn't naturally.
An externality that
provided
only
by-
exists because
or
the
by
government
market.
steps in and says that you're doing something
I wouldn't
illegal when
say
you bring
only.
in fucking price gouging.
well, so okay, hold on, wait. You're pro price gouging, like you're
I'm pro
okay with
price
it.
gouging. Price gouging is amazing.
base.
Every form of
All right,
price
shut it
gouging
down.
is literally just price. Price gouging is a made-up socialist fucking term.
Big
It's
fan
just
of
price.
that. Big fan of that personally.
I
Keep
think
going.
it
He's privileged
depends
enough to say
if
that
it's
within
an-
the bounds of our like regulated market economy. I'd see how he feels about that when a charity organization has $10,000 of funds at their disposal and water is $10,000 a bottle. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to dispense that to the people that need it. But again, I don't think Fabian either cares about any of this or these are real positions. They
yeah, I
sound
think
pretty
there's a
juvenile.
difference between
Well, yeah,
like,
it's
if
not a real
something is an
position that I think
elastic
that
good versus
water
an
is going to be
elastic
$10,000 and charity organizations are
Well,
going to be
how
able
would
to do
you
it.
stop
I
that? How
explain
would you
the
prevent that
mechanism.
from happening?
I explained the mechanism by which it's cheaper
Yeah,
because
you also
the profit
explained
motive
you gave
allows
me
those
the
resources to
setup for
move
what I'm
by
asking
the
you right
volition
now. You
of those
established
people.
all of that.
Hey, as a water guy, a $10,000 bottle of water is probably fucking.
It better be the best damn Fiji water
I
ever.
pay like
No,
$9 for a
seriously,
bottle of
If you
water.
have
like
water in 2.5 days, it's the best damn water you've ever had.
this is my problem with like ANCAP types is like what is to prevent this if rich people can afford it at $10,000 a bottle, why wouldn't they price it there? If they're selling it to people who had just survived a natural disaster, there's probably like I don't know, a few thousand, 10,000 people that need it. If only 2,000
That's
can
the
afford it, they've
real
only got 200
value.
bottles.
If some rich dude has the ability to spend $10,000 on a fucking bottle of water and some other dude makes $9,900 in profit per bottle of water, then that's the fucking price. The poor
So
people
we're
aren't going to be able to
talking
get that
about-
water.
we're talking
Absolutely.
about
But guess what's
condemning
going to
a large
happen?
portion of our
Is
labor force to starvation
what's
and
going
thirst
to happen
because-
is there's a dude selling bottles of water for
Oh,
10
no, he's
grand
yelling.
and some other dude is like, holy shit, I can
Let me know
sell
when he's
bottles of
done.
water for 8 grand. And then they move in. And then someone else is like, holy shit, I can sell bottles of water for 6 grand. And what ends up happening is that
Exactly.
people keep moving water to the disaster relief area based off of a profit motive until it's no longer
Okay,
valuable to them.
That's super awesome,
also
dude.
a
Except what happens if the
frictionless
human
system.
body dies without water after like a week? What
hold
happens when the
3 days.
$400 water bottle people get in there and everybody's already dead?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Also,
people starve and people die, but capitalism
Hold on.
is what
Yep,
saves
okay,
the
that was
most.
about
hold
what I
on.
expected, I
Somebody found a
Okay,
way to
so
sell
hold
water
on,
for
hold
4
on,
cents
hold
a
on, hold
bottle,
on.
but it was poisonous, and we had to wait 2 generations of people being poisoned to find out because we didn't have a regulation in place to catch that poison.
All right.
What poison were you talking about? Sorry, I was looking at the chat.
Careful.
What poison?
Careful,
Hold
Tom.
on,
So that
hold on,
sounded like a
hold
good
on.
point.
Water at
Do you
all
see a
because
difference?
they're not making $10,000 for that bottle of water, and everybody fucking dies.
Oh, okay. Let's go to Peter Copy real quick. Cause
Do you see a difference between like, goods that are obviously like, elastic goods versus inelastic goods? Because there are situations, right, where I can be like, price gouging, that's just the price. Like when people complain about the price of like concert tickets or stuff like that, or like luxury items or this, that, and the other. But I do see a difference, right, in stuff like that are a luxury item that if it's too expensive, just don't buy it, versus water after a disaster where if you don't have it for 3 days, you literally die. So do you see differences between these as far as price gouging? Because like in a lot of these situations, it would have to be a frictionless system for stuff to decrease fast enough by more people getting into the market. Because obviously people don't act instantaneously. Like with stuff like inelastic goods, especially stuff like water.
Well, right.
we can't
So,
afford to
so the
wait.
capitalists,
Okay, hold
right?
on,
So
hold on.
when
Scott,
you understand,
Scott,
hold
right?
on, I'll answer this question, right? Like,
And then
she
we're
asked
gonna
me,
go to
right?
grid, and
So
then we'll go
when
to
the
grid.
capital, so you have to ask yourself, what is profit? Right. And what profit is not like, I mean, yes, you could say it's the money left over after all my things are paid for. But when you actually look and realize that there's land that goes into, in order to produce a commodity or a service, right? You need land, you need labor, and then you need investment because there's the universal time preference, right? People want the thing they need now more than the exact same thing later. And so
Right.
what profit is, right? What profit is the reward that the capitalist gets both for investing money and also for accurately predicting the market in the future. So the profit motive is based upon moving those resources there in the future. So you're right that like it would take a day or two for Joe Schmo on his couch to realize, holy fuck, there's a disaster. I should like fill my van up with water, right? That's the kind of the the entry piece, right? But there are other companies that are going to go, I can predict where disasters are likely to occur. I see a hurricane coming and I think it's going to be a bad one. So they load up the truck, even though the hurricane hasn't hit and they don't actually know how much damage the hurricane's going to do, but they're predicting that it's going to be bad. So they're already there when the hurricane occurs.
Right, that's what we do with
Yeah,
gas.
and if it doesn't do
I mean,
bad,
a
they're
lot of that
fucked.
happens with gas, but stuff like gas, obviously, a lot of people get stranded. Imagine, obviously, without FEMA or any disaster relief, where this sort of similar situation was happening.
FEMA doesn't really
with-
deliver gas.
No.
I mean,
No,
like, but you can-
no, I know that. That's
Like, have
not
you ever-
what I said. Hold on. Let me respond. I didn't say that. I said, like, imagine, because, like, in the world where FEMA doesn't exist, the delivery of gas and the delivery of water would work similarly. There's still a lot of people who are left without gas, right? So without FEMA to bring in water, we'd have a similar situation with water. Like, being left without gas sucks, you can't evacuate as far. Being left without water sucks, you die. Like, there's a difference here.
All right, so can I
So
make
if
a
you play the
couple
game,
comments
I'll
here?
very quick. Because it's very quick.
All right, go
Elite
to Grid right
Dangerous,
after
right?
that.
There's
All
a
right,
really
so
cool game, Elite Dangerous. You can get stranded in Elite Dangerous, right? If you run out of gas and like you're doing exploration in the game. And because of this existence, an entire market of people that are like that are pirates that go save people were literally created in the game, where they create guilds just to go rescue people so that they can get a small amount of profit by saying, like, look, we show up, we give you gas, and then you're going to give us 20% more than what the gas costs. Like, this already exists in situations where you can see the market mechanism that, like, for-profit incentive actually fixes these problems.
All right, Grid. Grid's going, and then you can go.
Yeah. So, you know who moved more people out of dangerous areas in North Carolina to start with? It was private citizens with using their helicopters, some of whom were threatened with arrest for helping people by FEMA. Okay, so don't by saying that the government's going to come help you, the government's going to come save you, and they're going to be the ones to bring the water or whatever is irrelevant. It's just the dumbest thing. It's absurd. I can't even get over how.
Yeah.
So I didn't say that there's
You mean
no
for
place
flying
stranded
in a
people.
closed
I never
airspace
said
without
that.
authorization?
I said
and-
that FEMA going
Hold on.
bye
A lot of
bye
things
would
just
be a
happened.
net negative.
Absolutely absurd to continuously believe that that is what's going to happen. Let private citizens get involved and things get done. What
Private
Scott's saying
citizens
is
don't know-
absolutely accurate. The
Private
first
citizens
guy
don't know
that
how to
can
do
call up
disaster
and say,
relief.
hey, the first guy
You're
that can get on his phone
shadowboxing.
and
I
call
never
up-
made
hold
that
on.
argument
I know a lot of people want to
Get
object.
out of
a random
this
point
fucking
and then
mess.
started to
Hold on.
beat
Here's what we.
someone.
I
Hold on.
promise you,
Hold on.
that's what happened.
What does it even
Here's what we're gonna do.
mean?
Hold on. Here's what we're
You're
gonna do.
shadowboxing. I never made this argument.
I know
though. Like,
everybody
I
wants to
never
respond to
said.
that.
I'm not
I know everybody
shouting
wants.
at you. I'm just being
Oh,
loud because
I know-
everyone talks over.
I know a lot of people have objections to what he just said there. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna let Tyler go first here.
He's using my tactic.
because he was wanting to go already, and I had him in line. But then I guess we're gonna go non-fon, JC, Katya, and they all can respond to him and that because it looked like y'all all had objections to what he said there.
fine.
Mine
So,
was
but
the
let-
S word, so you can skip me.
All right,
I
go.
don't believe him.
Okay. Sure,
I
perfect.
read
Easy.
the interview with that one gentleman that flew up and flew down the daughter and the mother, and then the police told him,
He
"We
was
need
just
you."
one of many.
Yeah, well, we need you out of this air zone. And the reason they gave was because they have their own helicopters in that air zone. They don't have air traffic control. They needed him out of their air zone so that they could do their job.
They didn't have any helicopters.
And Fabian or Scott doesn't like
By
it,
the way,
but
by the
in
way,
the
that's
current
bullshit.
system, in the
That's
current
bullshit.
system, we
Every
surrender.
airplane on the fucking planet right now that flies in U.S. airspace has to have what's called ADS-B. It tells you where every other plane around you is.
That is
Every single-
an
if you take
emergency
off, you have
situation.
to have it.
They wanted him out of the airspace. That's what the
I know
guy
they wanted
said
him
in
out
the
of their
interview.
airspace
In
because
the
they
interview.
were afraid he was going to get hurt.
Yeah, so
He
they
was
leave
threatened by
it to the
sheriff.
experts.
He
Leave
wasn't
it, leave
threatened.
it, yeah.
All right.
That being
But-
said, this
but
was
it
more
wasn't just him. It was several people.
This is
Yeah,
more
wait,
for
you said
Scott.
that the private helicopters evacuated more people than FEMA did. Do you have any evidence for that? Can you link
Initially,
something?
No, that wasn't true.
Initially,
Hold on, hold on,
I
hold on,
almost
hold on,
guarantee
hold
you
on,
that's.
hold on,
The
hold
name is
on.
still the S word,
Oh,
non-fon.
aircraft.
Okay, be careful there.
Hold on, because you guys keep yelling over me. This is more for
I
Scott.
kind of want to know. Sure, somebody find one.
Scott, so you were talking about the market rewarding people that successfully invest in the future, and it punishes those by losing their money that don't guess how the future, which is absolutely fine. And innovation is the reason why our economy is the way it is, and the reason capitalism worked the best and won and beat the communist threat all that stuff. But wouldn't you say that it disincentivizes investment to not have a safety net on the bottom for when people do lose in the market, it doesn't completely destroy their lives and their family starves? A safety net would ensure that. Like
Absolutely. And so you should, well, you don't need a government safety net because it would be less efficient than a private market and safety net. That's why insurance companies exist. Right? Like if you just fly helicopters and you refuse to fucking, have any means by other people knowing where you are, and you run into other planes, right? Well, now you're liable for the cost of the aircraft and the deaths you caused. Okay, so people are going to be like, hey, I'm not selling you this fucking helicopter because I don't want to be potentially liable, or I'm not doing certain things, or if you want to get insurance, these are going to be your rates, etc. Right? Like you can actually analyze the risk, and individuals have the profit motive to be accurate in their risk, because the best way to make money in something like insurance is to increase your rate of profit, which means to get more customers. And the way you get more customers and higher rate of profit is by reducing prices. So the profit motive there is to reduce prices against your competitor. The government has no incentive structure beyond like a politician getting mad about a hyper specific thing most Americans don't know about, and like there are like 7 different like people in between them and this other policy. Like the incentive is basically non-existent for the state to engage in reducing prices of what it is, what forms of regulation or insurance that they engage in. Whereas the private market absolutely does. It's their competitor. So safety nets are absolutely important, right? That's why you have things like insurance. That's why you have, items or things that can lower the cost of insurance. Like if you have a really quality aircraft and have some other company inspect it that says that this is like tip top, this never falls out of the sky, and then other insurance companies, well, they're not just going to take their fucking word for it. It's not about filling out fucking a piece of paperwork at a government office somewhere. They actually put their money where their mouth is and go, do I trust this inspector because I'm investing money and I'm investing risk in this scenario, right? So I agree that those safety nets ought to exist. What I'm saying is that the private market does a better job of creating those safety nets than does the state.
So, all right, moving back to I know I'm about to turn it over to non-fawn, and then it's going to go here's the order. It's going to go non-fawn, Katya, and then we're going to have whoever go after that. But I do have a question before I turn it over to non. So, all right, I'm not a libertarian. I do have very, very much sympathy for many of their economic views, because big fan. However, so Grid, I got to ask you.
Yeah, man.
Okay, say you're, like, just for, playing devil's advocate here. Say, like, there's a disaster area, or I don't know, a military area where we declare a no-fly zone, like I don't know, northern Iraq.
Yeah, we have those.
Yeah, sure. We might have those in that. Say there's like a disaster in the area though, and FEMA says we don't want any helicopters coming in because we're trying to bring our shit in, whatever. Wouldn't that be a reason enough for them to tell someone to stand down? But they didn't do that. Is that what the allegation is? They hadn't done that, and
no, they had not done that. What happened was
I'm a little confused.
And he was flying home. He saw the stranded people. He rescued, I think, 1 or 2 of them, however many he could fit in the helicopter. I think he left his son there. Flew back. The minute he landed, everything was cool, and all of a sudden, an official comes over and says, "Hey, you not only shouldn't you have done that, but you can't go back." And he said, "Well, I have to go back because I got to get my kid." And he was going to pick up his kid and the husband or whoever he left behind, and he thought better of it and didn't. And then he flew back. Now, that was just one incident that made the press. According to CNN, which is not the best news source, there was...
the Clinton News Network.
Right. They're saying 100 volunteer airports flew more than 400 relief flights during that time period. Those are privately owned helicopters or company-owned helicopters flown by private pilots, not from anywhere else. Now, that's CNN. I know people who are part of it. I know guys that own small helicopters, and they were flying in and out of there all the time as much as they could afford to. Fuel is expensive, and helicopters use a shit ton of it. And so even small ones, even like R-22s, R-44s, things like
The
that.
amount of maintenance
Executives.
for every hour is insane.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
I mean, helicopters cost a shit ton to even run. I mean, I got a buddy of mine. That's all he does down in Florida. He was helping out. I'm just telling you, firsthand knowledge. There was when they started this, there was no fly zone. Period. Zero. You could fly right over the entire area, no problem. And they can't really do that without a lot of effort. The FAA can't just randomly say you can't fly here.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously it wouldn't be random in that case because a hurricane just hit him. But all right, here's how we're gonna do this, and this is how I want everybody to listen. This is how we're gonna do this. It's gonna be real simple because I want this all to go before we have move to the last kind of thing here for the last 15 minutes. We're gonna go to non-fun, and he's gonna finish, and then we're gonna Katya, and she's gonna finish. The reason why we're doing that, and you can follow my logic, is because I know all the righties are gonna want to object to everything they have to say. So. We're gonna let them both say it, then you can all object to everything they say at once.
Not fun.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
He shocks me with his opinions.
So we're gonna go to him, and then we're gonna let Premier Katya go, and then y'all can yell at him. All right, and then we can have some fun. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we're gonna go. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh boy. Okay. From my understanding, it's like all these like private helicopters, the ones that people aren't being arrested for are the ones that are like from volunteer organizations that were set up or previously existed and like FEMA, I don't want to say contracted, but allowed them to help. I think they had, my understanding is it looks like they had permission. The ones that were arrested are ones that didn't have permissions. I don't know why we would think that like random civilian people are not part of any organization or better at doing rescue efforts and don't obstruct rescue efforts by flying in an unauthorized helicopter. I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that. And also, I don't know, like maybe I don't want to straw man Fabian, but I don't. You guys shouldn't let him get away with saying like, oh well, I think my ideology like causes less deaths or whatever. Like I don't think he wouldn't. I don't think he would care if people didn't have a social safety net and then died because that's in accordance with the non-aggression principle, and the other cases aren't in accordance with the non-aggression principle. I think he cares more about the NAP than he does about people living or dying.
What? All right.
Like saying that I wouldn't care if people died is just
wait, can you answer this? Hypothetically, let's say acting in accordance with the NAP caused one more person to die than not acting in accordance with the NAP. Would you be in favor of the NAP still?
Cause more people to die.
Okay, so I was right. Then what do you mean go fuck yourself?
That's not saying you're right.
You're cool,
saying,
dude.
You're saying
don't let him get away. To be clear, Fabian, everything Fabian says is like
you're the arbitrary metric, which is hilarious coming from a fucking utilitarian, right? Is only death here in this regard. I still care that people die. I would still try and find ways to solve human death and suffering, right? But if you could enslave 10% of the population to keep 5% of the population from dying, you'd probably fucking do it too. But I wouldn't.
Face.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Katya, go ahead.
Okay. Basically, yeah, my opinion on all of this, I feel like a lot of people like to say that, government agencies are super bad because they have flaws. I think that means a lot of the times, unless it's your, your explicit worldview, that you think that none of them should exist, which that's another discussion we can have. If we're not in that world, I think that reform is the way to go, because saying stuff like FEMA and stuff should go is absolutely crazy, because as well, like when you can talk about like, here's where they did wrong, here's what they made a mistake, here's where there was a policy problem, here's where there's bloat, this, that, and the other, we can do that all day, right? But without it, where would we be? We'd be missing a lot of stuff, right? There's a lot of people that would die. There's a lot of people that wouldn't get like their immediate assistance money or directly after a disaster. I mean, in my area, right? I'm in an area where right after Hurricane Milton and Hurricane, oh my God, what was the first one? Helene. I'd be driving down the road. There's tons of people with all their furniture, all their shit lined up outside, ready to get picked up by the garbage truck because their house got flooded out. Literally, like line after line, like 5 minutes away from where I live. And these people, a lot of them got their assistance checks to be able to replace the food in their refrigerator and to be able to get goods that they need to immediately get a hotel room and survive from FEMA. Without it, they might not have these things because things would cost more due to market forces right afterwards, and they would not be getting any financial assistance. So yeah, that's kind of my piece.
Okay.
All right.
Can I ask you something? This is an honest question. I just and this to the all of the leftists, but mostly you, Katya, because you
I'm
were
not a
the last
leftist.
Yeah, I'm just
You're
a
not
left winger.
Oh, I'm a
left
liberal.
winger. Whatever.
Don't do this. No more
Don't lump
arguments
me
on
in
what
with
a leftist
socialists.
is.
I'm not.
gonna
I ain't no
kill myself.
commie, son.
I'm gonna be a
All right.
liberal.
Oh my
All right,
god.
all right. Just
Oh
serious
God,
question.
I'm never gonna escape this.
What have you ever taken or had government assistance?
Have I ever
Yes.
personally done so?
Yes.
In the ways that everybody has, yes. But
No,
like
I've
in
taken
the ways-
disaster relief.
Disaster relief?
disaster relief, emergency funds.
Yeah, I had to take disaster relief. My apartment
where?
burned down. I lost
I
everything.
actually haven't. I got lucky this time. If the hurricane went just 20 miles north, my house probably would have gotten 2 feet of water, and then I would have been out there with
So what was the
everybody
point you were
else.
trying to get at with this? Or were you trying to invalidate
Well,
us? Because you guys have never
I'm trying to
accessed
listen
these
to
systems.
her, and you're running your mouth again. So if you could please be quiet and let the young lady finish. Are you done? I'm sorry.
I got lucky, right? But if I didn't get lucky and the hurricane did go 20, 30, 40 miles north and my shit did get fucked, because if it did, the estimate that was that in my literal evacuation zone, I would have had 3 feet of water, 2 feet of water in my house, which would have been a situation where I would have probably needed assistance, and I would have taken it then. My street flooded. It was shitty anyways, but it wasn't that bad. So yeah, anyways. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. So I understand that I'm probably not the oldest person on the panel, but I know that I'm from a different age, and so I have a different viewpoint. Scott makes fun of me about this, and that's okay. He's able to. I remember, so my parents' house burned down. They didn't get a check from the government. The family and everyone helped them out. It was no big deal. We ended up, selling the property because it couldn't be rebuilt. There was no money to do so, and we just moved on. That's beside the point. I mean, it's kind of the point, but not really, not the main point. Also, we, back in the olden times, we regularly had power loss, floods. We don't much in Tennessee anymore because we have a great dam system that we use for hydroelectric power. We don't really have floods much anymore. But we used to, and we used to have roads washed out and all that kind of stuff. We never needed a government agency to fix any of that.
Well, hold on, Grid. I got a question for you. Hold on. Let me.
Situation.
That's
the point.
Hold on. It is anecdotal, but I'm just saying. I mean, but you keep saying that without government assistance, everybody would be
I want you to clarify
Did I
something.
say everybody? Can we
Hold
go
on,
back
hold on,
and
hold
see
on.
where I said everybody?
Hold on. I want Grid to clarify something first, though. All right,
Yeah, good.
So, all right, there's a difference between need and want and all these kind of things. I'll agree with that. Sure. Let me give you a hypothetical.
Sure.
Say, you have some land. I don't know.
I feel like I know where this is going.
You have some land.
Hold on, I can't hear him.
It's just you have some land. Hypothetically, doesn't matter where it's at, and somehow, by no means of your own, it was damaged, and the area was declared a disaster. Now, I don't need the government to come in there, but if I have the ability to, I'm absolutely going to fucking take that goddamn money because I've been paying fucking taxes. All these other fuckers have been getting my fucking tax dollars, and you'll be damned if when it's time for me to get some money, Papa Gibbs ain't got to get his hand out too. Now, that being said, I don't like the idea of this in general. So, like, are you saying you wouldn't take the money if, like, say, the government was like, hey.
So I've never taken unemployment. I've never taken a
But
draw.
okay,
I've
so
never
you wouldn't take
taken
if a
any
tornado
kind of
destroyed
government
half of your
assistance.
property, you wouldn't take a check from them.
I've never taken anything from the government that they didn't owe me.
Ah, there we go.
And by owe me, I mean tax refunds.
There we go. Okay, well, they owe me.
Wait.
They're taxing you, so if you qualify for aid, they owe you it. Yes.
Real quick, and I know it kind of like
Never
it's
take anything they
circling.
didn't owe me either. Then in that case,
I know it's kind of circling, right? But I just want to address real quick what Katya said, that my position was crazy because people were going to die if we got rid of FEMA. I think I kind of already highlighted and showed why the market would be better at responding than FEMA and means by which it could. So as one of those, so I just kind of reject that unless she has evidence for that, because I gave ways in which the market could respond to that. But I also kind of want to point out that there have been several studies that show that, like, for every 1% unemployment, somewhere between, like, one 1982 study showed like 37,000. Other studies showed, upwards of 50,000 people die, right? People die from heart attacks. People die from suicide. People die from drug overdoses. Like, so when you take money out of the market that has a downward pressure on economic growth, you're necessitating some level of death. Now, at the same time, those are individual deaths. Other studies have shown that economic downturns actually reduce excess mortality because people can't afford to eat and they lose weight and have less obesity. People can't afford to smoke cigarettes, so they have lower rates of cardiovascular disease and heart attacks and things of that nature. So
No one engages.
again, when you say like people are going to die because, and I say, well, there's market mechanisms for this, right? You have to understand that the economy is really fucking complicated. And, when we're talking about where money goes and where it is, and, ROI and all of this other shit, you have to know without a doubt, it is just true that every dollar that the government takes from you is a dollar that is going to a less valued means, which means it is less responsive to the individual values and desires of the economy and causes economic downturn, which causes deaths.
Okay, no one engages this. No one engages this because there's nothing that you could ever show Fabian to have him believe that FEMA is better at disaster relief than the private market, because he has logically deduced from human action that the private market is always better no matter what, and it's a gobbledygook sentence if you even utter the word FEMA is better at disaster relief than the private market. There's nothing you could ever show him about it. He rejects all empiricism completely.
Well, make your argument.
So just for housekeeping,
don't just bitch about it. Don't just bitch that I know that I'm right and I stand by it. Like actually make an argument.
Gibbs, the reason I say I don't take anything they didn't owe me is because if they didn't steal my fucking money through taxes, they wouldn't fucking owe me a dime.
Just say
I
it.
wouldn't take a fucking dime from them.
I thought we were the same page.
Tom explained why Fabian would never listen to an argument, and then Fabian said, "Give me an argument."
He doesn't care. We've already talked about empiricism.
So here's what we're gonna do. I know that Sparky's been waiting a while. I'm gonna let Sparky go, and then I'll let Conti go, and then we're gonna go to open. We're gonna go because that seems like a good mix of righties and lefties to close, and then we'll go to we'll just do y'all can do closing statements and shout out where y'all are at. All right, go ahead, Sparky.
All right. So first of all, Grid One, you're talking about TVA, the only for-profit government agency that exists when you're talking about the hydroelectric dams. So I used to live over in the Chattanooga area.
Kind of Amtrak too.
No, they are government subsidized. I don't believe they actually make a profit. I'm talking about the only profitable organization in the United States.
Oh, profitable! I thought you said for profit.
We export power.
Yes, but that's because of your nuclear power, not your hydroelectric. But when it comes to organizations that have done better work that are privatized than the federal government, I offer you the Cajun Navy. They have been more successful than any other group as far as saving people from disaster relief areas than the United States government. The U.S. government fucking sucks at it. But I will tell you that FEMA does some good. I have received some aid, like during Hurricane Elena in 85, 86, when it hit my hometown. They actually delivered food and water to us where no one else could get to us, because a lot of the interstate passages were shut down, because when you build shit on water and water comes through and washes it all out, sometimes you need the logistical power of the federal government in order to get things to you. Grateful for them, but I will tell you, in the long run, in the follow through, they failed a lot getting money to people. It takes a lot of time. Where Katya will sit there and talk about people that were saved through FEMA by getting the money. Well, the reason why people bring up things like North Carolina is because they went over budget, saving your area, and ran out of money for North Carolina. So it was poor policy. It was poor planning, piss poor planning, giving them piss poor performance in North Carolina. So these are issues that happen, and it is ridiculous to think that your government agencies that work on a no-profit model, that work on a complete no one's held accountable for anything because of the way government works, that can't be a great model. And yet again, I'll say it again, the DOD has not passed an audit, the past 7 audits, and there are billions of dollars missing. Where's the accountability? Who's getting fired? No one. That's the actual deal. There is no accountability in government. Hate to break it to you.
Got you. And then we're going to go to closings after that.
Right. What I'm going to say about this is, so when I was talking about people getting money due to FEMA and stuff like that, I was mainly talking, right, like, obviously the long-term assistance that is more dependent on your personal situation does take a lot longer to get to you, and that does suck when there are so many people who are trying to take advantage of the system, like what we've gotten with these unprecedented hurricanes, right? Like, we did not think that Helene would go so far up and flood places so far north. Like, that was crazy. It's not like that we went over budget because all the money was spent on Florida. A lot of the situation with Florida was like happening at pretty much the exact same time as we're talking on, like, you know, governmental assistance scale as everywhere else, considering, you know, we were hit, then they were hit like within a day or two. But what I was talking about more was the I believe it's $750 immediate assistance that people can get with only a few questions asked for stuff like replacing the food in their fridge, for stuff like putting their gas in their car, for stuff like, you know, if they need to stay in a hotel room for a night or two to be able to get out of a place that is uninhabitable. Stuff like that, people have gotten access to in a way that they would not have access to without this government assistance. I understand that there are flaws, and I understand people don't get what they need fast enough. The fact that people are still, you know, without clean water, without their homes, like, it's awful, and I totally get that. But obviously, it's also just, in general, a difficult thing to deal with when you talk about an unprecedented situation, and we talk about so many people who are experiencing mass tragedies on these scales. And I feel like, you know, if climate change is to be believed, which, yeah, it is, these things are potentially going to obviously get worse over time. So we need to be prepared for those things, and getting rid of these government agencies is not the way to do it. Yep, there we go. Anybody else want to talk? Go ahead.
Yeah, so before we do that, I'm going to turn it over to closings here in 1 second. I'm going to do a shameless show for all of us that are streaming, because this is a fun conversation. I know that all of us here, we all like to talk politics, and politics, I don't know if you know this, but thanks to certain individuals, they've made politics not very ad-worthy, which is really hurting our bottom line. So if you like this kind of stuff, donate to your streamers. That helps them do more of this. Other than that, I got nothing. Moving on, let's go to Tyler. We'll let you start us off with closings. Tell you who you are, where you're at, and do what you do. You want closing thoughts?
Tyler, average debate enjoyer. Currently, I'm at the streets of Tarkov. Oh, and a scav run getting shot at. That all being said,
I'm glad that we're your focus. I
was more just listening to everybody. That being said, I've heard a lot here about how government sucks at things, and you can give plenty of examples that they do, absolutely. But at the end of the day, all these groups we talked about have a higher approval rating with the general public throughout the last 5-6 decades. So I would say generally these things are working for most people. I'm somebody that was in Georgia for the hurricane recently. FEMA did great for me. Government functions did great for me. I enjoyed them. So, that being said, in terms of accountability, absolutely there is room for government accountability and less regulation. That's what Trump is running on. If you voted for him, good for you. You found the right way to get rid of those things and to change them. So hopefully he does those for you and you're happy with that. But at the end of the day, I think also Scott made some good points. Every regulation does come with a cost. And that needs to be put into every single time we're talking about a regulation. It can't just be we're doing this for X, Y, and Z. But X, Y, and Z is also important. And there's a lot of good regulation out there that we want in place to catch before things actually make their way to the market. So that all being said, I like everyone here. Hopefully nobody got offended by me. And you're all great people. I love you.
Oh, you're so sweet. All right. And this is Aircraft Sparky.
Government sucks. Political streaming sucks. I do enjoy it, but I'm leaving it because it fucking sucks. I'll be doing music whenever all that's set up. I'll announce it, and yeah, we'll go from there. Look, when it comes down to it, I don't want to abolish government by any means. I want to limit government. The problem is our government is overbloated. That's why it's corrupt. That's why there are so many waste in it and everything else, because there is absolutely no way for any any small work group to be able to keep track of what's going on. Everything is way too big. I work in one of the largest segments of federal government. I work in defense. I work for the United States Air Force. I train people how to do heavy maintenance on aircraft. It's a great job. It is something that I love to do. I also mod private aircraft on the side. So when Grid One talks about the cost of maintenance for standard privatized aircraft, first thing that runs into my head is, hey, that 60-hour compression check, man. Every time you have to do one on your 175, I know how much that costs you just to have the maintenance done, not to even have the QA guy come behind you and give him his stamp. So I understand the woes of private ownership of aircraft. And it is because of the overregulation of aviation why we have these issues. Personally, I would love to see standard bolts and things able to be more affordable for the private owner, but keep things like the engine, the thing that actually keeps the thing in the air, you can still keep the same regulations on it. It's just the minuscule details, the nitnoid and nitpick. More regulation is bad. Less regulation tends to allow for better improvements in things. The market will find answers to these things. I'm Aircraft Sparky. Thank you all, and it was fun, y'all.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Also, before we move on to the next person that's give an outro, you'll see this person tomorrow debating. Our first guy, though, Tyler, terrible fucking promo guy. He didn't tell anybody about his show tomorrow, and I know Fabian would have, but I wanted to call Tyler out because that went by, and I let it slide.
I did on Twitter.
Yeah, 7:30 tomorrow. We're going to be having our first semifinal matchup of our Debate Championship Series tournament, and it's going to be Fabian Liberty versus Average Debate Enjoyer. So it should be very analytical and whatnot. I'm excited. It should be a good, even matchup. So, on that note, Fabian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube or X predominantly. I'm on a bunch of other shit, but I'm never really there, so that's where you should follow me if you want to watch me stream and stuff. And yes, I will be here. I will be back on Gibbs's channel tomorrow to debate Average Debate Enjoyer at 7:30 Central, which is a silly time. All right, it's Eastern, 8:30 Eastern. All right, where the nation's capital is, where more population is,
I looked at
where the New York Stock Exchange is, like all the important shit in our country, other than the GDP that's over there in California.
All the shit that you don't want to exist is there.
You're absolutely right, motherfucker. Well, I don't mind the New York Stock Exchange.
Listen, I consider all my conservative friends very intelligent individuals. I know some here on the left will dispute that, but it's amazing. I looked at my analytics the other day, and I have a 45% viewership rate, the highest of any group, even in the Americas. It's all from the UK. And if them dumbasses in the UK can figure out what time Central Time is with that time zone difference, there's no excuse for all y'all.
6 hour difference. It's a 6 hour difference, yeah.
East Coast is the most American time, by the way.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know about all that.
So just in closing,
don't tell me the
obviously squatters' rights are are not a fucking thing. You can homestead property, if it's abandoned, and it needs to be, I'll say it again since Gibbs loved it so much, intersubjectively communicated that you have abandoned the property. And in terms of this government spending and FEMA and stuff like that, I'm not mad at the lefties here. I'm more mad at the righties here. This is what always gets me so mad, because the right will say, like, the left thinks government's great and government can step in and do these things, but it's just a couple of problems. But it's the righties here that go, look at how every single time government does regulation, it makes things more expensive, and the market will find a way. And then the next thing they say is, but we need some regulation, right? Even though I just said that the market would absolutely make it cheaper and would find a way. I don't fucking get it, man. But to the left, all right, listen, I get that you're not going to get on board with me with the economic calculation problem or the local knowledge problem, or, explaining the economics here, because you just fundamentally disagree with those axioms. So just one little thing, all right? When we're talking about government that you think is doing such a good job, did you forget that James Clapper went before Congress and lied in 2013? Did you forget that he lied to the American public and Edward Snowden proved that he lied through his fucking teeth? And then what did he do after that? That source that you think is good, CNN, he got a fucking job in 2017 at CNN and gets paid there and still is working there and is still working there in 2025. Okay, for fucking 8 years after lying to you all and saying that the NSA doesn't collect any data and that's all bullshit and that they don't collect any of your information, they don't listen to any of your calls or your emails. So if you recognize that these people don't go to jail, if you recognize that these people are above the law, if you recognize these people that they're lying to you through your teeth, why do you trust they're not? And you recognize, as Aircraft Sparky said, that the motherfuckers can't ever pass an audit. Why do you trust their figures? Why do you trust their data? Why do you trust that they're doing anything? Please, for the love of God, bring the market back. Allow the state, I know the ANCAP is saying this, allow the state to be able to prosecute fraud and prosecute companies and give them that focus instead of bullshit like FEMA, okay? Get rid of these socialist regulations that are causing the forest fires to be exacerbated in California. Get rid of the fucking price gouging and get the government out of shit like this because the market would do a better job. And don't trust these fucking 3 and 4 letter agencies. When the fuck did you stop being so based? When the fuck did you become nothing but simps for disgusting lying politicians just because you think they're doing something good? Look at yourself in the fucking mirror and realize that you're nothing but a bootlicker and come on over to the right side, the right-wing libertarian side.
Nah, we'll stick with the majority.
That was awesome.
Good. Have fun following that. Go ahead. Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, good. Yeah, 'cause you get to.
It's not fair, Gibbs, making me follow that guy.
Yeah, well, that happens. I'm gonna tell you.
I mean, everything Fabian said, except, all the 3-letter agencies need to go away. They just do. States should have absolute authority in their states. There shouldn't be any of this nonsense. FEMA, I mean, I get it. You want the white knight coming in on the horse rescuing you, but the truth is you're not a princess. Nobody gives a fuck. So just suck it up, do it yourself, or learn to do it yourself. And if you can't, find somebody that will, because you know what? There's a church on every corner. There's a helping hand around every corner that you turn in life if you just look for it and you're not a complete tool belt. I really don't have it much to say on the first subject because fucking Liberty he was a man from Liberty Valance. He just fucking crushed that shit. And really can't say much more than I agree. Less government is way better. They fuck everything up. And that's about the size of it.
All right. Thank you so much. Non-fun.
Yeah, well, I love talking to all y'all. If you liked what I had to say, you can check out my YouTube channel. You can watch over a ton of my debates on non-fun. I know enough one. I'll end with a simple quote, okay? It is the libertarian who is committed to the grand claim that for some reason, intervention must always be avoided. The piecemeal social engineer, as Popper called interventionists, can concede a presumption in favor of private property while reserving the right to whittle away at its excesses. By means of state action, she faces no obligation to disprove the overall utility of property rights. The utilitarian libertarian, however, is obliged to show that the utility of property rights is so nearly universal that all government intervention with them is bound to fail when judged against a standard of human happiness. Fabian doesn't actually care about evidence. No one should engage with him on evidence because he's already logically deduced everything from human action. The rest of the conservatives presumably care a little bit about evidence, but apparently they've never opened Greg Mankiw and looked at the cases of market failure that do exist and do require either regulation or state intervention. Again, I stream at NonFun420 on Twitch, NonFun on YouTube. Go check me out.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go with JC.
Yeah, so I know that we're all, some of us on the panel are fairly anti-government regulation, but to To Fabian and Motorsports, I would like to say that the U.S. regulated pharmaceutical companies here in the States have produced some fine antipsychotic medication. And given the fact that both of you at separate times tonight were arguing against like complete invisible strangers with arguments that you seem to conjure out of thin air, I would highly recommend that you seek out and make use of these at the most immediate possible time for you. All in all, I'm kind of disappointed I didn't get to scream at lefties about squatting rights because I am going through some shit in my personal life dealing with that, so I'm feeling a bit frustrated, but hey, it was fun. I'm the big JC. I am a professional League of Legends streamer. I'm not, but I stream on YouTube and I yell at people there too.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. And Premier Katya, I know you've been recovering from the vid, so I appreciate you coming and joining us tonight.
Yeah, I'm recovering from the vid, and then I got a sinus infection, so that I lost my voice for like a week. But I am back.
It's those lefty genetics.
I don't know if it's the lefty genetics, but you know what? It's the fact that I have autoimmune disorders. But those are not technically. Well, some of them are genetic. Oh damn! Maybe it's my lefty genetics.
Leftism is an autoimmune disorder.
True. Yeah. We're gonna forgive that side of the family. That's super right wing, but genetics aside, because like that's a whole other topic. Yep, thank you for inviting me on. It's nice to talk to you guys. It's been a while since I was on a debate panel. I was gonna have like debate panel like withdrawal syndrome, which is a thing now that I just invented. Yeah, I already said pretty much everything I wanted to say about the topic when I kind of spoke before we did closing statements. So I'm just gonna say y'all are great. Love talking to you guys. I'm Premier Katya on both X and Blue Sky. So hi.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, in closing, I appreciate you all being here. It was fun stuff as always. And I gotta say one thing. Listen, if the government is offering handouts for any kind of property damage, them fuckers better come find me first. That's all I'm saying. And I want my goddamn checks. That's it.
As soon as you said, let's say you have some land, I was like, oh no.
I'm just like, these motherfuckers.
You gotta get rid of that. You got to get rid of that Trump sign in your yard and put like an immigrants and refugees welcome here.
No, you know what happened if I do that? You know how many cattle get eaten? Like the day after I put that up, I would be out of business. You think it'd be that time? I'll tell you what I will do next time. Just go put like a Beto sign out there or a Kamala sign. That'll probably maybe get me some of that government repair money. No, it's awful. Yeah, but that's great. Thanks for coming. It's good stuff. I don't know. I was hoping we'd have some more pushback on that first topic, but y'all didn't bite. And but luckily, the fires gave us enough memes today to have a good panel. I'm pretty excited about that. Go on. But yeah, in closing, yes, coming back tomorrow, 7:30 Central. Debate Championship semifinals. We're gonna have an announcement how seasonal format's gonna run. I know some people have been like out; they're gonna want to get back in. We're gonna have after about 3 main event, probably after the first season, I'll be able to post a ranking system, and I have designed an algorithm based off what I learned in my undergrad. I finally put my political science degree to use, and I have designed an algorithm with it and to do the ranking system for us. I'm pretty excited. So it's gonna be fun stuff. That's the big ones. Anyway, we're going to have it. I think that's it. Yeah. All right. Well, goodbye, everybody. I'm going to go play some games now.
Yeah.
Peace.
Hold on, let me fix my whole streaming setup here. Window capture. Alright. I've done nothing but fucking run around in Minecraft, dude. I need ender pearls still. God, I might read this, and I need to read this entire thing. Oh, what's up?
Hello, what's up? Oh, real quick, are we live?
Yeah, I still am. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm not, but that's fine. We'll just be sure to be extra careful just in case. How's it going? I sorry I couldn't talk as much. I liked what you had to say when you got to talk.
I mean, yeah. Again, I think I told you this in DMs, but like, I'm not like super interested in what it means to be a modern man. I just, I mean, Whick invited me, and I'm a modern man. Figured I'd join. Figured I'd get the exposure, or whatever.
I like how you somehow became like the punching bag. Like, oh, look at non-fight. He's not
Listen,
big.
okay.
Not all men are big.
Listen, last time I did something like this before. I was invited to like some YouTube panel on it, and listen, okay, they told me I had to go hunting and rip a heart out of a deer in order to become a man. So I'm
That's the
happy.
only way, yeah.
Yeah.
And now they just tell you got to gain 100 pounds, and then we'll respect you.
Oh yeah.
What's it called? It could be worse. My friend is like famous, internet famous, because he's one of the few people that is a incel meme, where it's like, you know those photos where they'll take like a really hot guy and
Yeah.
like he's quote unquote like mogging the ugly guy, and my friend
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the quote unquote like shorter, less attractive male that just gets spread on all the incel forums,
Oh,
which he also
no.
browses. So that is his claim to internet fame. But yeah, that was frustrating. But I do want your take. I mean, in general, but mostly just like, do you think that we were all just talking past each other? Like, was I misrepresenting them? I feel like I was trying to address what they were saying directly, but I feel every time they would try to address me, it felt like they were talking about something someone else has said in the media that I'm not currently saying. But maybe it was just a poor representation of my ideas.
Bro, I don't even remember everything that happened because I was just I just had to do another debate. I mean, like, I don't know.
I was prepping for the real debate.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I want to put too much thought into like, did you misrepresent like any of their points? Because it's not like a super like serious topic. I don't know. I feel like a little bit of it was talking past each other, but God, I'm trying to remember what was Tuna's position exactly? I don't even remember at this point. I don't know.
Yo, what's up?
Tuna was a little incoherent. Hey, what's up?
Wait, not fun. Can you check if like my volume is super high on your end?
You're
just sounds
always
very
at
tinny.
Yeah, right. Are you on your phone? You're at like 140% for me right now. I can.
Yeah, put me on 100 because like when I join your stream and I listen to myself talk, I'm like, it sounds like I'm at 300. So put me at like 100. That should work.
Okay. Well, it might be just my OBS
Yeah.
has Discord too loud then. But
Either way, I mean, yeah. So Fabian on economics, that's look frustrating. But are we talking about the real men section?
yeah, so I.
Oh, did you have another panel with Fabian?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. I can't escape
What was that
him.
about?
Okay. Initially,
The fires in California, I think, right?
yeah, but it devolved. So initially, Gibbs brought up like squatters' rights, but I don't really.
Oh God.
No one there had a super like strong opinion on it. It's like I literally I told Gibbs in DMs like I've never like thought about this. I don't have a strong opinion. So like we all basically agreed and moved on to like the FEMA fires, but that basically devolved into is government intervention in the economy ever justified with all the conservatives
All
holding.
government,
Wait, was he
like
no?
analytically bad?
Position was
Yeah.
no.
Do you not know Fabian?
I know of him because of that debate, and I looked up a little bit. But his
Fabian is an
Oh,
ANCAP
Fabian
of like, the
is
worst
a-
variety.
Yeah,
He's an
Fabian.
ANCAP of the worst variety, which is Austrian. Yeah.
Yeah,
You say
he's
Austrian?
he's a full-on Austrian economist.
Yeah, not as
like,
nationality. Not as
Yeah.
nationality. It's
Oh,
like the,
okay. It's a
yeah, they're the
ideology.
Austrian school
No,
of
I-
economics. Yeah.
So I mean, I've never met a smart libertarian who could, well, period, actually. But like, I mean, like he seemed like
Oh, no,
articulate enough to like.
No, there are definitely brilliant libertarians. No, Fabian, I fully believe is like has like the prefrontal cortex is not either fully developed or working, and he has like 3 brain cells probably. Like yeah, he's not
That's the
smart.
thing is, it's hard for me to call him
brain
not
cells to
smart,
death.
at least in
But,
that
like,
one interaction, because like the way, yeah, sure, he was talking past me. I think he wasn't fully trying to like get what I was
Well,
grasping.
okay.
To be fair, I was memeing a little bit, but like he seemed like he knew things. He seemed
This
like
is
he could articulate an idea.
No, that's
This
his
is an
thing. That's his
actual-
thing.
do you know what the
He seems
NA
like he knows things. He doesn't know things. He seems like he knows things.
Wait, do you know?
I mean,
do you know
No,
what?
no, no, no. It's not even a matter of like the principles. Wait. It's not even a matter of the principles of that he holds being ridiculous. Like the NAP is ridiculous, but like it's more like he will say something like saying "I am sleeping right now" doesn't even have a truth value and it's contradictory. Like, you
Well, yeah, I was
understand?
just about to go
In
into like
saying
the
that is
argumentative
contradictory.
ethics thing. Like
Something
he
cannot
actually.
something cannot be. Yeah, something.
But isn't that like you have to have like a certain academic background to even be able to have that stupid argument, right? Like I'm not gonna meet a stupid person on the street that's like, oh yeah, like the non-aggression principle, right? Like yeah, sure, there are a lot of dumb libertarians, but you have to do some sort of
Well,
reading.
but do you know the difference? The difference is look. There are many things in philosophy that the average person doesn't know. The thing is, the average person doesn't go on panels and debate them, right? Like I
Yeah,
don't know
no.
much about physics, and that's okay. But if I go on panels debating physics, that's retarded, right?
Yeah, sure. I see what you're saying. I guess what I'm saying is, compared to the stupid people I know in real life, he seems not that dumb. He seems at least like someone I could like try to hash something out in the one-on-one and disagree on principle. But like, I'm comparing him to people that are just like, I don't know. I've had some bad conversations, right? And that was not like a terrible.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
All right, we're talking past each other. But to
I
be
believe
fair,
he's like a Hassan level dumb. Like that's what I.
oh, sure. Like Hassan, again, stupid person, but like that's if we're using the streamer metric, right? Versus like Aiden Ross would be like, F tier.
Yeah, Aiden
like,
Ross
oh my
is
god,
like yeah,
genuinely,
Aiden Ross is like
genuinely low IQ person instead of just ignorant or
like yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, non-fun.
But yeah, how was that?
I mean-
How was that econ debate? What was he arguing for? Sorry, that the government should.
I joined
never,
at the
ever-
end. It seemed okay. I mean, it seemed like non-fun was a little too hyped to say that like evidence would not be important to Fabian, but that's minor. I mean,
Well,
he seems
because
like he
well,
made
here's
good
the thing:
points.
is all these people who don't know him or haven't engaged with him before don't know that like there's literally nothing they could ever show to
So
Fabian.
what you should do then? I agree. Then what you should do is like have a paper ready. Like there are many papers finding that like SOEs, state-owned enterprises, perform like as well or like slightly better or like the optimal level of state ownership is like somewhat right. And you could just cite these papers and be like, hey, see there is evidence at least that Fabian needs to contend with, and then Fabian would go like evidence is just like bad, and then you should go be like, oh, but. So why did you ask for evidence in the first place if for you it's like about quote unquote deduction? By the way, I would never say he logically deduced stuff because he doesn't even know what logic is. I would say quote unquote logically deduced, right? He thinks he logically deduced it, so why does he even ask for evidence, right? I don't ask for evidence 1 + 1 = 2 because I can prove it. I don't ask for evidence there are infinitely many prime numbers because I can prove it, right? That's what I would say. That's how. But I debated like more than
That's
like
curious.
50
Asking
Austrians in my
me
life.
for evidence that like, what if we start treating people without gender roles? Like, do you have evidence this would be good? And it's like, I don't know if I have a study that would show that it would be good not to tell men not to cry. Like, I'm sure
I'm not talking about the gender roles part.
No, I know you're not, but it's
Yeah,
curious,
but-
like his standard of like asking for evidence in comparison to what you just brought up. Like yeah, like
Also,
what
be careful, non-fun. When you say, market failures, therefore state ownership, that's risky. That's a risky inference, okay?
Well,
You're becoming like Stiglitz. No. What we should do is, market failure, can we internalize it? Or like, assuming it's like some externalities, if it's like inelastic demand and whatever, something else. But also, is the government alternative better? Because government
Sure.
failure is even more common. Like, I'm not a government fan, but certainly there are good regulations. Yeah, that's what I like that. But yeah, whatever. If you have limited time, that's a good sentence to say. I would also that triggered the fuck out of me where he's like, well, we're not going to go into ECP and knowledge problem arguments where it's like, God, you're so retarded. God, if you know a little bit about Austrian economics, then you know how retarded that sentence is because the economic calculation problem, ECP, and the knowledge problem are not arguments against regulation. They're not arguments against regulation. They're arguments against central planning, right? You understand? Mises explicitly wrote about how he wants the state to own some things like firemen, right? And other stuff. And Hayek explicitly wrote about how some regulations could be good, right? He even wanted a welfare state, right? So that's so evil to say, right? Like that shows all you care about is just like, as the soy pill said, right? He seems like he knows. He doesn't know stuff. He seems like he knows stuff because he can say big words, but he has no knowledge to back it up.
Real.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah, that's annoying. But I'm like an econ autist. Okay, I'm like, whatever. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, nice to meet you. I'm the
Yeah.
Soy Bill. I guess we didn't
Yeah, no
talk
problem.
before, but now we
Yeah,
have.
that's nice. Yeah, I'm not a streamer or anything, but I'm a
famed
friend of
non-fun
non-fun.
orbiter.
Not in
You
real
got,
life.
well, wait, you have the 2 criteria, which is an internet connection.
I
And
could open a channel. Maybe after I finish my degree, I might open a channel and upload some debates. But for now, I mean, I'm busy with uni.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
waited until I finished college too. It's probably not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Non-fun, you
Yeah,
19-year-old. Are you in college right now?
I am, but it's
not yet.
What you
Oh,
what you studying? Gender ideology?
Yeah, gender
That's
studies. I'm gonna get an associate's in science and then probably get an econ degree. So
An associate's in science. Is that where it's not community college, right? But it's like
no,
some...
it is a community college.
It
And
is
I'll
community
transfer.
college. Okay, gotcha.
I'll transfer to
You
a
are
liberal
probably-
college.
You know, I mean, I think I could have
Saving
streamed in
yourself.
my first year of my degree, but like I'm on my 4th, and that's like impossible. I don't think I could like upload anything. But yeah. I'm still wondering what it would look like after my degree. But yeah. I don't know. Either way,
The internet is expanding place. Just get in before the AI takes your job.
yeah. So when people like Fabian, the thing with Austrians, right? They claim to like the Lord Kane's blog really has some good responses to the praxeology people. It really is good in that regard, I think. But yeah, he has a couple of objections that I think are interesting. One is, and that's a really strong one. I make it all the time. If you think you can a priori logically deduce your claim, then formalize it, deduce it logically, submit it to peer review, and publish it. No Austrian has ever done this, and they've been challenged for this for at least 40 years, I think, right, or something, at least 20, right? So yeah, that's a little disturbing that they've never done this, right? That's kind of like should make you raise your eyebrow really high, right? Like if a math, because logic and mathematics are 2 fields where we study things by deducing them a priori, or geometry, right? If someone made a claim about geometry or like about like the Riemann hypothesis or something, and they claim that they can prove it a priori with proof, they should formalize it and submit it to a journal. They should not just like wave their hands and speak in common parlance. That's bad. That's bad.
Sure.
This is the first thing. Second thing is if, as you said, the economy is complicated, right? He said that. You need to understand the economy is complicated, right? Like he tries to say some vague things so that the viewer who knows even less than Fabian knows, which is negative, right? The average viewer hears him say, "Oh, the economy is complicated," blah 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 blah, and thinks like he's making an argument. Well, if you think the economy is complicated, but you can a priori deduce this universal truth that government has, why can you not a priori also deduce stuff like, I don't know, what should be like the general level of demand for toilets, or like what the price for like, I don't know, books should be, right? It seems like if you can deduce this vast and universal claim about from like the armchair, surely you can deduce from the armchair like what the price of something should be, right? I'm not an advocate of central planning, but like this is a very dangerous argument if I was an Austrian to make, that I can just deduce facts about the economy universally from the armchair, right? Just because like humans behave at times, right? So that's like, these are 2 big things, and a bunch of other stuff like David Friedman BTFOing praxeologists and other stuff. There are many things.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I did like the David Friedman.
I think the best way to proceed when he asks for evidence is to show him the evidence, be ready with evidence on hand. Like I love privatization, okay? There are many privatizations I like, even Social Security. I'm ghoulish, okay?
Oh
I'm a
my
ghoulish.
God, bro,
But-
not this again.
I just don't like Ponzi schemes, okay? But
Bro.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
what do you think
ping
a
a
Ponzi
Conaboy,
scheme is?
okay? We're gonna get a Conaboy
What
in
do you
here.
think
And he's gonna.
What do you think? Well, you already BTFO'd economic.
You talked to
Already.
No, not on Social Security.
I said I want to privatize Social Security. We talked about like social welfare fund, sovereign wealth fund. My God.
Could you
I
describe? Because
said
I'm not
like,
super educated. But like, what do you mean by Ponzi scheme in the sense of Social Security?
Well, a
Like,
Ponzi
I've heard this
scheme
before. I know what a
traditionally
Ponzi
would be
scheme is.
a financial structure. If a Ponzi scheme traditionally would be a financial structure where like members of the organization who got in early make the money off the backs of the people who got in late, and the people who got in late are in a deficit in that structure, so they need to sign in newer people into into the structure so they could be relatively later signees.
I know that part. How is
Yeah.
Social Security? How does
Well,
it
that's how
work?
Social Security works, right? Like old people, their money, it's not like a pension where you fund yourself in the future. No. You as a young worker, you pay for the old people that exist right now, and then later you hope that they're like the young people of that day will pay for you, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
as long as we maintain the policy, won't they definitely do it? And there will
Okay,
be
but then you're arguing for a good Ponzi scheme. That's possible. I'm just saying I have a
but a
general.
Ponzi scheme implies that eventually someone's going to be holding the bag, which is ideally never going to happen, right?
Well, no, it just implies something about its structure, which is true.
Okay, but what's wrong with it then? Because
We
like
don't
I think
even care
Ponzi
about
scheme has
that.
like got a lot more negative.
Well, I
connotation
would
than,
much rather it be like a forced pension or something instead of like a transfer from young people to old people. I think that's bad, right? Like, I'd much rather instead of like the most productive part of your society fund the least productive part of your society. You know, people fund themselves when they're the most productive, and then later on, and maybe then some transfer from rich to poor because like obviously poor people could fund their pensions less than rich people. Like that'd be maybe, and even that I'm not convinced like the forced aspect of it would be best.
Well,
But I
how would
just know that like
privatizing it? How would sorry, I'm not trying to start an argument or anything, but like I'm just curious. How would like privatizing it stop it from being a Ponzi scheme if it's the same
well, it
structure?
would not be all the young people fund all the old people, right? It would be like probably you fund. Well, first, it would probably have higher returns, and second, like probably like
What
it's going to
can we
be
go
more
point by point
financially
because I actually
responsible.
just like I don't know much about it, so I'm like trying to like follow, but like why would the returns be higher? Like how would it be?
I mean, markets. I think allocate resources and generate capital more efficiently than the government. I mean, isn't Social Security not even invested in stocks? Isn't it
Yeah, it's
invested
only
in
invested
government
in
bonds or
bonds.
something?
Well, yeah, because
Yeah,
that's not
so
risky.
like
So like if something bad
presumably like
happens in the
investing all of
market,
Social
like
Security. Wait, presumably investing all of Social Security in stocks would be deleterious. But like, surely there is an amount above zero which is more efficient.
Well,
it could be in
we
the
want
short
it to be
term. But
there.
the whole point is that it's like, and like again, this is not me trying to argue because I'm not like an expert on any of this. This is like my understanding, but like it's a backstop, right? Like it's the whole point is not, hey, could we make more money doing this? Because of course we could. Like if we started putting all this into like stocks and bonds, it got 10, 20, 30% yield or whatever. If we put it all on Nvidia or Bitcoin or something stupid, like yeah, there's a good chance a lot more people could make more money. But the idea is, no matter what, this needs to be there so that people won't fall into poverty because that would.
I'm fine with welfare. I'm fine with welfare. I just don't like the current structure of Social Security.
Okay.
Like something like a forced pension, even if it's by the state, seems way more rational. I mean, something like and
forcing
you
you to
said
put
like a
money
pension
away.
that you're automatically signed to as a citizen, and then you can opt out of it, seems more rational than like young people of today fund the old people of today, in the hopes that they'll be the old people of tomorrow. That seems to me a little worse. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. Either
but
way,
I
I'm
don't
a
agree.
point being, I'm a big free market guy, but like certainly I'm not like I don't think I don't call myself a libertarian. I call myself a neoliberal. That seems to maximize like the amount of people mad at me. And yeah, I mean there are certainly papers showing that the state can do things efficiently, if not better than the market. So I would just have a paper like that ready, show it to Fabian. Then because he cannot read actually, he will just like argue against the concept of evidence, and then you could go to town. Because when you just a priori go to town, you let him say, oh well, are you just mad that I'm like a priori deducing? I'm deducing. Yes, I'm about to deduce. Oof, stuff like that. Yeah. Also, be like, well, if you deduce something a priori, if you make the claim that if A, then B, and that's logically and universally true, right? And we find out empirically that not B, then either you need to undermine the concept of our empirical investigation, or your assumption in the beginning was false, right? Like we deduced not A with probability. You understand what I'm saying? Right? Like if I claim from my
I mean,
axioms,
we
I can
talked about
deduce the
that in
size
our
purple.
first conversation,
Yeah.
but yeah.
If someone told you like, yeah, I held some assumptions that seemed to me intuitive, and I found out from them it follows necessarily that the sky is purple, guys, then we look outside and the sky's kind of blue, actually not purple at all, then either our sense data is completely useless and we should never do empirical investigation, which is probably the position he would defend, or, you made a mistake in your assumptions. One of them was wrong. Probably should abandon them. That's what my take is. But he didn't even deduce it. He didn't even deduce. He just claimed to deduce because he hasn't read a few libertarians that he likes.
Well, he would just say, "Oh, it would take me like an hour to deduce it, so I'm not going to deduce it."
Yes. He would be like, "Oh, I'm so smart. Take a huge hit of his vape. I'm so smart now. You're just a child. You wouldn't get it. The economy's complex." But yeah, that's what he would say.
Non-fun. Do you know much about the tuna guy? Because like I didn't. I thought I vaguely knew what his politics were, but like he just started going super aggro and saying some stuff that I was like very majorly disagreeing with. But
I
know?
only saw him. He was on a Whick panel before with Destiny. I forget what they talked about. It might have been the insurance. You might have been there too, actually. I think it was the.
No, he wasn't on the
debate.
insurance one. I don't think.
Was he? Okay. Well, he was on
No.
some.
But I remember that one pretty vividly, and he was definitely not on it.
Yeah, non-fun. If you ever debate Austrians or libertarians on stream, let me know. We might do a 2v2. You're a good debater.
Sure.
We're on
yeah.
the same wavelength.
Well, Grid goes on those YouTube panels all the time. We could. With the open panels that like Sarah hosts, so we could do that again. That tariff one was fun.
Yeah.
But,
Either way, I mean, so also, if you want good examples of government regulation, I mean, I'm not anti-minimum wage. I'm skeptical. I'm not as hyped about it as like the average progressive, but I think there's vast amount of literature supporting minimum wages. There is a lot of literature against minimum wages. Mostly by Newmark, but there's a lot of studies that are not prima facie horrible that support the minimum wage. So, yeah, there's that. I don't know, but yeah, it would be a good thing to have a list on hand of good regulations. But yeah. I might ask him. Go ahead.
I was just talking to so I don't know where I got this impression, but I got the impression that Tuna was left leaning, but I honestly don't remember what debate he was on, so I don't remember his positions. But
I super got that impression, and then in this debate, he's talking about like these kind of strict enforcement of gender roles and like violence on the street and how important it is, and I was like, this seems like a little too like caveman brain for what I would expect from you, but I don't know.
Well, he might be a
an incel
Casparianist.
leftist.
He might be a Casparianist.
What is that? That's a
Anna Kasparian. She also is like progressive, but lost her mind on like people calling her like a birthing person.
Sure.
But yeah, either way. Yeah. So from the little I've seen, it seems like you did well. Fabian is just insufferable. The guy doesn't know anything.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's totally out of there.
Yeah. They look at me and they're like, "Sir, you know the most about this thing." And he doesn't know a damn thing.
He doesn't know. Factless Fabian. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Fake Fabian. That's true.
Fake Fabian. Total phony. Phony Fabian.
Total phony. Phony Fabian. That's true. But yeah. So I don't know. I don't like them. They're good libertarians. They're brilliant libertarians. Fabian, not one of them.
Yeah. Wait, are you a libertarian? Oh no, sorry.
No, I'm a neoliberal.
I was thinking non-fun.
No, non-fun is. I think non-fun has the same politics as me.
Non-fun is
slightly more right-wing.
he had a Biden poster, so I knew he was all right.
He's incredibly based. I'm a Biden.
Even
School
if Biden
economics
was like
appreciated.
Bernie.
Hey, look,
Yeah,
I wrote in
hate
Biden.
a lot of Bernie.
I wrote in Biden too.
I hate a lot of Bernie policies. I would vote for Bernie any day over Trump, right? Like even if Biden was Bernie, I would
That's pretty brave. I think that's a brave stance, actually.
Well, I mean, it's mostly because Bernie wouldn't be able to do a lot of what he wants to do. But I do think, like, if Bernie got his way, ultimately we would have a recession.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if he did like a $25 federal minimum wage, it might not be good outcomes, but.
Not only that, I mean, if we put fucking farmers, which are like the most subhuman form of like parasite in our economy, in the Federal Reserve, put them on the Federal Reserve Board, we would get
Making the red states upset. All the subsidized farmers in the red states, they're going to mobilize sample.
I just think farmers are subhuman. I mean, I can argue for it very well. I mean, you agree.
I mean, the meme of European farmers mobilizing for their worst cause you've ever heard of, like, is a true meme.
Yeah.
I don't know, like the farmers in the
I mean,
U.S.
they're
just
like the most subsidized like industry.
yeah,
We're one of
they
the most
beg for like
subsidized
subsidies and tariffs, and it's just like it hurts the rest of us. But
Yeah. Understandable.
What the fuck is this? Brian Kaplan. Okay, he wrote this. This exchange confirms my suspicion that a surefire cure for loneliness is to attack Austrian economics. As Harold Demsetz knows, once you argue with the Austrians, you'll never be ignored again.
dude,
True.
this is the cure to male loneliness. We found it. This is what men need
That's true.
for an identity. You just
support the Fed. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Let's
just
look
say-
at like support for the Fed over time with like the main loans.
I just say I love
We should
Jerome
do an
Powell.
eyeball regression from that.
I don't know if you caught any of its sample text, but what's his name? Tuna Chip was just like fondling a box cutter the entire time, like while he's talking about defending his fiance from stabbing, and I'm like,
Like a Japanese knife?
No, a box cutter, like you open up a box with, like the tool, but it's it's a razor blade. And I was just like, is he like?
I think we call them. Yeah, we call these Japanese knives in Israel.
Are you in Israel? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm in Israel.
Oh,
I'm an Israeli American. I'm a dual citizen, dual loyalty, whatever.
Dual, yeah, no, I've seen those arguments. No, it's stupid. Yeah, it's like I don't know why like he was doing that, but apparently that's just this little fidget.
It's better than fucking vaping all day.
Oh yeah,
better than
Fabian
fucking
is vaping too.
Well, I mean, it's better than Fabian doing
Yeah,
the
if
rape
you look up
analogy on me.
Japanese
So
knives, you find a box cutter at least. Oh no, you don't. Well, whatever. When I look up Japanese knife, I find like
box
ads
cutter.
in
Hardly
Hebrew
know.
that show me a box cutter, but then I don't. Okay, buddy. But
That's great. I'm sure.
But
we
yeah, I
have
don't know, whatever.
people like that here too, but like just off the top of my head, that's such a strange thing to call them. Like I've never even associated them with Japan.
yeah, I don't know why they're called that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why they're called that. I have no clue why they're called that. I'm sure there's an article about it somewhere. But yeah, either way. Like yeah. Yeah. So non-fun.
Yeah.
What are you going to debate next? What's your next debate?
I don't know. I don't think I have anything scheduled right now. So other than
I'm going to be talking to
Debate me on child labor. Debate me on child labor.
me or
Are you
Sawyer?
pro child labor?
He loves child
Yep.
labor.
You are pro child labor, like we should, the children yearn for the mines. That sort of.
Well, my position is that banning child labor does more harm than that's my.
You mean in developing countries? You clarify that, right?
Position is that banning it, especially. Well, I'm not.
Oh no, Sample.
Oh no. Oh no. Stop. Oh god.
I'd be fine with like conditional welfare. You
So,
get this
we're
welfare
talking
only
about,
if
like,
you're a
there's
child.
no good libertarian. Every libertarian I've ever
But
heard
banning
has
is
to, like,
retarded.
rediscover the reason why we ban child labor. Like,
I'm not a libertarian.
I know you're not. I'm just like, this reminds me of like
I'm not a
reinventing
libertarian.
every modern concept. Like,
Not a libertarian.
look,
I just
look,
read
you're not a
Cato
libertarian,
Day.
but you said there were good ones, which is a big red flag.
Well, yeah, because he reads the Cato articles on why
It's
we
true.
should
Have you ever
privatize Social
read-
Security.
Wait,
just
wait,
like,
wait. Have you? Yeah, I mean, have you? Brian Kaplan? Probably not.
You keep
right?
cutting
Have
out,
you
man.
read Cato is pretty good. I mean, okay, David Friedman, great
Cato
guy.
has
Even if I
good
disagree with
stuff
like his ultimate
sometimes.
libertarian system, Brian Kaplan. There are certainly bad libertarians. Mostly like the Tom Woods, is that his name? Ron Paul, Fabian. I mean, most Austrians like what's his name? Forgot his name. He's on YouTube. Forgot his name. Whatever. There were many bad libertarians, but many good ones. There are many good like socialists as well, but like many more bad.
I just never heard a libertarian be able to explain like the ideology in a way that is entirely convincing, other than like the point of, hey, what if everything didn't work the way it currently works? Wouldn't that be good? And it's like, maybe, like that's as far as we ever get. But that's just my experience.
Yeah, they're
But
annoying.
yeah, I was gonna say, I'm talking to Xerxes is what's it called? He's a like a red pill incel guy. Like not 100% either way, but like I've watched some of his stuff and it's very much like, hey, let me attack just like every like woman centered thing ever. Men are
Okay.
distraught and downtrodden. And I was like watching all his content, like fully expecting this whole thing to be like this kind of incel debate. And like, you know, I had some like counters, I had some like quotes from him that I'm like, you said this, and like I didn't have to pull a single thing up because I'm just like, wow, like this guy's being very charitable to the things I'm saying, and like I don't
Yeah.
agree with everything he's saying, but like, all right, like this is fine. And then
Yeah.
meanwhile, I got this tuna chip guy like calling me a bug person. I'm like, oh Jesus, like I was not expecting this, but that was interesting. But I'll try to talk to him out of being a black pill on Monday, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
How'd you get into this, Not Fun?
Yeah.
I like 8 months ago or something. I mean, technically, I've been like streaming forever, like since I was like 6 on my fucking PlayStation. But like 8 months ago, I think I started like consistently like streaming like political stuff, and over time, I don't know, I started growing a little bit, and then I think the big thing. Well, first I was there's I don't know, I don't think you're gonna know because it's kind of the difference we are, but there's this kind of. This is mean to the people who helped me get to where I am, but like lower tier, like Twitch politics sphere of also streamers like Casey and the Boss who like helped me out, and it got me noticed by like Dylan Burns and Danabo, and they invited me on Hippy Dippy.
Oh, nice.
And that's where
Is Hippy Dippy still a thing?
I was on the last one supposedly.
He was on the last one.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because like what Dylan went to Ukraine and they kind of stopped, or is that why?
Yeah, and I think he said like Progressive Victory told him to bring it back, so he did. But then he said he's probably not going to do it again. I think Danabo said there's a 90% chance that this was the last one. So
That's funny. I heard something similar. I don't know if you've talked to Kenkel more. He's part of the Destiny's like kick or keep or whatever, and like he reached out to me. He's like, "Hey, I like your stuff." And I was like, "Cool. Are you guys still doing that?" And they're like, "Nope." And I'm like, "All right. Is it ever coming back?" I'm like, "I don't know." I'm like, "Oh, all right. Well, maybe one day."
But it was good just because I got like the Gibbs connection and eventually the Whick connection.
Who's
and
Gibbs? You said that. Is he also a host?
Admiral
or
Gibbs? You don't know Admiral Gibbs?
I guess not. Yeah, Admiral Gibbs.
Oh, he's a Twitch streamer. He
Yeah,
hosts.
you also had a bunch of like wrong beliefs in the beginning. Like you believed in the Phillips curve in the beginning.
I mean,
he believed in what?
The Phillips curve. I mean, like.
Oh. Okay, wait. I think I've seen this guy talk to people I know of.
Yeah, he hosts panels. Like I was just on his panel, so.
Yeah. Okay. So you were like you back-to-back paneled, and you're like, I cannot use my energy on this stupid one. I gotta go to the other one.
I mean, I just don't I don't have a strong position on a lot of like the men's issue stuff. I'm just like.
What we're saying is, you
Admiral
can
Gibbs.
and I won.
In my mind, he like
destroyed them.
Either way,
I destroyed you for not having a position.
Damn.
You actually were owned in the marketplace of ideas.
Goddamn.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. But like, what's your like? If you don't have a position, like, why do you accept?
Not fun. A good example of a good regulation. Wait. An example of a good
This
regulation.
guy
would be,
interrupting.
No, it's fine. I didn't want to talk.
Yeah, a good regulation would be like a carbon tax. That's a good regulation.
I don't know if I consider that I mean, that's a tax. I don't know if I consider that like we were talking about regulations as in like the FAA, like regulating like
well,
what
you can
size
say
this crew
then
has
cap
to
and
be.
trade or something.
Oh,
Cap and trade is like
anti-FAA.
He's anti. He has a one drop rule. Okay, he thinks every action of the state is unjustified. And if you believe the state should do anything, then you are a socialist, okay? If you have one drop.
He called me a retard, and I was like, I'm not going to like push back super hard on this because I don't really know you. But if he brought any of that up, I would have been slinging that one out all the time. Because holy shit, like I worked in the aerospace industry, and like it's already pretty bad with the FAA, like doing their best to wrangle all these fucking stupid companies, like trying to, oh, hey, can we like build this plane out of half duct tape so we can like save money? And the FAA comes in and like, slows them down, sure, but like, God, like without that, I can't imagine how many fucking plane crashes we'd be having. Ugh. I fucking hate libertarians. They're just like, it's always the worst ignorant, like, oh, like, well, when I was 12, I figured out that someone's taking money out of my paycheck when I worked at the ice cream store, and now I don't think anyone should ever do that. And then it's
stealing...
like slowly reinventing every system that we've already taken for granted. Like, oh, God, it pisses me off. Like talking to a fucking Bitcoin person when they finally realize, like, oh, maybe we should regulate this. Like, I can't. Hey, someone stole all my Bitcoin. What do I do? Well, absolutely fucking nothing. That's what you do because it's unregulated.
Bro, are you telling me letting the Hawk Tuah girl make her make her Hawk Tuah coin is not utility maximizing? That shit's awesome.
God, people like her inspire me. And I mean this in the worst way possible, which is every time I self-doubt, I'm like, this person's a millionaire, I can do it.
Yeah.
Like, what am I worried about? Like, I had like 100 subscribers, like not a year or two ago. It was nothing, right? And I was like, you know what? I'm slowly growing. That's how it'll be. And then I get a little downtrodden. I get a little writer's block. I'm like, am I really gonna make it? And then I turn on and I see Hawk Tuah, and I'm like, I'm gonna make it. It's gonna happen. I can make better blowjob onomatopoeia than her.
Bro, you don't appreciate the genius of Haley Welch, okay? This guy.
It's not even Haley, isn't it? Hallie?
Haley, I thought it was Haley. I don't know.
Hallie Welch. It is Hallie.
I only watched the first 5 episodes.
Haley.
Of
It is
Talk
Haley?
Tuah. I thought it was Haley.
What kind of white trash ass spelling is this? Haliey? Birth sign Cancer, you bet. I'm gonna go on her Wikipedia. I want to know what it says. On June 11th, 2024, Welch and another woman approached. What makes you wifey material? What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time? Career Hawk Tuah. Meme coin scandal. Oh man, Wikipedia's fast. I think they just do this instantly. Wow, it had a 500 million market cap before plummeting to 25 million. With one investor filing a complaint with the SEC. I mean, okay, on one hand,
well, either way,
if you get fooled by the Hawk Tuah coin,
I mean, yeah, you might.
You deserve it, but at the same time, like, I'm an anti-gambler.
Yeah, you deserve it. You deserve that.
I think gambling is it's literally an addiction, and you can literally prey on people, and it doesn't matter if it's like, oh, you start.
I'm pretty anti-gambling. I'm pretty anti-gambling.
Like,
yeah,
I think it might as well be like peddling heroin to people. So, yeah, I can't necessarily support this. I think she should be punished.
Actually, all people that suffered from gambling, that was because of the state. Yeah.
Well, no, they suffered because they didn't.
Free market gambling doesn't make anyone.
If they just kept playing, they were about to win it big, and they quit.
Yeah, unfortunately.
They
don't have the true gambler's mentality. They're weak gamblers.
Yeah, like gambling is an example of like something that the free market gambling is something that like if it was a good thing, the free market could handle it very well. But because it's a bad thing and the free market handles it well, it does more damage to let the market do it.
How do you feel about the free market with specifically something addictive like cigarettes?
I mean, I want to tax cigarettes.
Yeah, but like
I think sin taxes are
specifically
bad.
because they're addictive.
Well, there's more negative externalities, but yeah, part of it is they're addictive.
I mean, yeah, well, because they're bad for you.
Well, let's say they
they're
weren't bad for you.
Yeah.
Like, let's say it was
like anything,
like if I just started putting
whatever
in
snacks are kind of addictive,
my
but,
frozen meat pies that were very healthy.
I mean,
actually.
video games are addictive, but they're not bad for you. Like mostly, like 90% of.
How does the free market regulate for the
video
fact
games
that,
are
like,
not, like,
I'm
negative
making you making you extremely chemically dependent on the product I'm selling you. You know, like that's what I'm talking about. Like the demand is not
Well,
simply
that's the
because
bad
people
part,
like it.
right? Yeah, it makes demand more.
Mm.
Well, it makes demand more inelastic. Then I want to tax it, right?
Okay. It's just hypothetical. I
It
don't
makes
have
you
a
more
position.
dependent
Although
on
I
the
do
product. You can, yeah.
get rid of cigarettes. Probably shouldn't exist. I don't think they benefit anything.
I don't know to what extent prohibition is a good idea. I mean, we tried it with alcohol; it kind of failed. Right. But like, I'd be fine with tax. Like, yeah, tax it. You know, let people do it if they really want to. But like, there is a price to pay. We price in the externalities.
I don't know how much this changed. I want to look at the stats.
Yeah.
Germany did that thing where they just plastered all the like dying people all over the cigarette cartridge. It's just like people with lung cancer.
Yeah, we do that too. Yeah,
Sig-
that's good too. I think that's good.
This was in 2007.
Like, I'd be fine. Like, because of just like, you know, like here are a few things that's markets, right? It's, you know, removing market failures like barriers to entry, or like to the extent you can, inelastic demand and whatnot. It would be improving competition, which is, you know, barriers to entry and whatnot. And it would be like informing consumers, right? There are many things you can do to like that are market oriented, but like the state can help. So like cigarette companies are never going to inform the consumer about the side effects, but like the government can force them to. That's good. That's a good thing. You know, we can tax it if it's like a bad thing for you, but like still, you know, if we banned it, it would just go to the black market and it would be catastrophic, like with alcohol. So we can just tax it, and that wouldn't seem to be horrible. Yeah, I mean a bunch of stuff. That's like free market oriented, but like still with regulation. But like, you know, there are many regulations that I just don't really like. It's a case by case. But like, yeah.
Yeah, like the child
So
labor
like
laws. Yeah.
taxing carbon, like a tax is a regulation. Or like you can say cap and trade. Cap and trade is sure a regulation.
Yeah, that would have worked. Yeah, but they would have. I think they dispute. We talked about it a little because they were like, oh, you know, people don't have home insurance because of price controls, and it's like, well, I agree, the price controls are bad. Like, you're not going to find me in favor arguing like price controls for housing insurance, but like, do we think any of this at all is attributable to climate change? And they basically all just dismissed it. They don't. I don't think any of them believe in it, or at least believe in it.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
the extent.
conservatives are evil. Right? Conservatives are evil. The main axiom of conservatives is just be evil. They're evil.
Says the guy who would commit a Holocaust just so one kid
Like, you know.
would have a lick of ice cream.
Wait, what? What's
Yeah.
what's this trolley problem?
No, it's a meme. It's a meme.
It's a meme because this guy's
utilitarian. So, Econoboy told me, like, what if you know, you could do more good? Like, imagine you increase utility by like a Holocaust and like one to a kid, but you need to do a Holocaust for that. Well, it increases utility. Like, people don't understand what it is to increase utility by more than a Holocaust. So it's like an immense increase in utility.
I'm sorry. What is the trade-off?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not
you do
good,
a
I'm gonna
Holocaust,
do it.
and what is coming out of this Holocaust?
Like, imagine you. Okay, look. Imagine, would you kill one person to save one person and give a child a lollipop? Like, I think
the lollipop doesn't really affect it as much.
Yeah, I think the all sequel good. Like, well, it's slightly better than that, right?
Shout out the lollipop is.
I think it's just literally negligible.
But
Whether
imagine that something like that dog is imagine.
You're cutting out, man.
Yeah, you're.
So like, ignore other consequences. Like, you know, assume the death is less painful than like assume, you know, the killing.
If everything else is equal, then it's just would you rather give a child a
much pain
lollipop
as,
or
like,
not give a child a lollipop, right? Like the Holocaust has nothing to do.
Yeah, that's the question they asked me, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
you don't
but we
need to reject utilitarianism for it. You can just say like, oh, maybe like I double the importance of like pain or something fucked like that, even though it has no ontological foundation. You can say that.
I'm having trouble hearing you,
Like,
buddy.
yeah.
I don't know if
Which is fine, but like just say, oh well, I
don't
just
even
do
know if he
whatever my
hears us.
subjective like intuition tells me. Then that's retarded. What?
Your internet's shitty, man. You gotta.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh.
Well.
Alrighty then. Was not expecting any of that, but fun guy.
You might. Oh yeah, he's
And he's back.
Should be better now.
We'll see.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, is it better now?
So far.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Either way, look. I mean, Econoboy's system is silly. It's silly. And my system is objective and based. Wait, I forgot. I can just deduce it. I can just deduce it. Yeah, I deduced
yeah,
that
you
my
can
system is correct.
logically deduce, from human action.
Yep.
Well, anyway, what I was asking non-fun, I was curious, like, if like, does Whick just say like, "Hey, I need someone for this," and like you're on it? Because like if you,
Well, does he not do the same thing to you? Like he just DM'd me and said.
No, for me, I mean sometimes, but like I was like, "Hey, what are you doing soon?" And he was like, "Oh, like here are the 3 things," and like one of them was like the one he did yesterday was like the Ukraine. One of them was what was it, politics and D&D, and I was like, I don't think I'd have much to say there. Like I don't have a.
Well, I wouldn't have done the
passionate,
D&D because I have nothing to say on D&D, but like this, I at least like have some minimum level like opinion about and.
Gotcha. It's not like you don't care at all. It's just like I'm not like this isn't the hill I'll die on. This isn't my area of study, but I have something to say. And you did have something to say. You just didn't say too much. But that was also because everyone kept talking over you and you were being polite, which
it's the Econoboy syndrome.
Is a virtue. So that's what a real man does.
It's real.
Oh, geez, Louise. Yeah, but I had fun. Well, maybe I'll see you on another one then. It was good to meet you.
Good to meet you. Yeah, I'm glad we. Yeah.
You as well. Sample text. I'm gonna head off. I'm being summoned to play video games, which is what real men do.
All right. You have you had perms to join this, by the way. So.
I have what perms?
Yeah, it's perms to join the VC. So like if I'm streaming.
Oh, so like if I ever see you randomly talking, I could just jump in and be like, "Here's my unsolicited opinion," and you can't do anything about it until you ban me or whatever.
Well, I mean, I can disconnect you whenever, but yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. I promise not.
Wait, Amy Coney Barrett just denied Trump's request to like avoid sentencing on Friday. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Is she the goat? Is she possibly goated?
I thought the sentencing was already nothing. They're like, I'm going to slap you on the wrist, and that was.
Well, I think they said they're not going to give him jail time, so.
Or a fine or anything. It's just like.
Oh, I didn't.
Well, they didn't say that. Well, I don't expect jail time. That's never happened. But like, I don't think the Supreme Court said that it would be bad to give jail.
Yeah, but I thought the judge said.
The judge said no jail time. Yeah.
No, the judge said. Is it a he or she? They said they would balance like the interest of the nation with the interest of justice, and to an extent, like allowing for the function or like getting over this whole affair is the most conducive thing for justice or whatever. Like, yeah, it was like a message that says, basically I'm not going to give jail, but I don't think they explicitly said it. I don't think they will. I think I'm like 90% sure they won't, but I don't think they explicitly came out and said it.
Yeah.
Either way, Amy Coney Barrett, fuck the other 4 Supreme Court justices. Holy shit, what fucking evil bunch.
I just realized, when the first Trump presidency happened.
Yeah.
Wild.
What about it?
I'm finally. Well, I up until like 4 years ago, I was just like, yep, it's me, a college kid. I'm just a guy, and I'm finally now at the age like 28, where I'm like, oh right, like I'm experiencing the passage of time, and this is why old people talk about it all the time, because you don't feel any different, but you just see the milestones and the people you talk to, and you're just like, oh shit, what? Like that's insane. Like you're making money, you're spawning your career off of a presidency, which in its inception was like nothing. It's like you were 10. Like that's crazy. This is not like a talking down thing. It's just like it's wild.
Yeah, sure.
Time. So hey, enjoy time.
Either way,
You get
Yeah,
a
I
very
mean,
limited
let me
amount.
read the wait. Either way, are you gonna go?
Yeah, I guess I will, unless you want to hear it. I do want to hear what they said.
No, I was just gonna read like I want to read the Amy Coney Barrett decision.
Yeah.
Well, what did she? Yeah.
What did
Well, I
she
want to
say?
read her decision. I mean, it's interesting. She's generally.
Well, are you gonna read it?
She's
You
one
just
of
keep
the.
saying you want to read it.
I think of all. I'd be fine with reading it. Why not?
Yeah, that's
How
what we
long
want
is
you to
it?
do.
I
You're
don't know.
telling
Let
me
me find
now
it.
for the first time.
Yes, go
So
to.
you tell me you want to read this, but you don't even know. I thought you had something. I thought you had like a
Let
paragraph
me read
pulled up,
this.
but you're just like.
It's just, you don't even know. Maybe she didn't even write anything. It's like, also, the news I just told you, I don't know if that's true. I just hope it is. I just made that.
What, me? What did I say?
No. Read the decision. I'll read the decision. Where is it? Give me the decision. I've got to read it.
Decision.
Amy Coney Barrett Trump sentencing decision.
No, that's not it. That's not it. Where's the decision?
One paragraph statement.
Link.
The application for stay presented to Justice Sotomayor and by her referred to the court is denied for, inter alia, the following reasons. The order reads, first...
Is this what she wrote or what?
This is, I think this is just all of the...
It's all of them, yeah. All of them.
No,
First,
okay. They all wrote in unison? No, like, dissenting in part?
Yeah, they all held the pen, like, together.
Okay. Okay.
I think that's how they do it. This says, first, the alleged evidentiary violations at President-elect Trump's state court trial can be addressed in the ordinary course on appeal. Second, the burden that sentencing will impose on the President-elect's responsibility is relatively insubstantial in light of the trial court's stated intent to impose a sentence of unconditional discharge. Yeah, okay. Eschewing a typical opinion, the tense ruling goes on to note... Oh, okay, this is just the article now. Yeah, so essentially they're just like, well, if the judge isn't going to do anything, go ahead, fucking sentence. I guess, like...
Second, the burden, the sentencing will impose responsibility is relatively insubstantial in light of the trial.
I just said that.
Yeah, I'm verifying that we read the same thing. I'm verifying that we read the same thing. Well, I'm not even happy with this. I mean, if the decision is substantial, presumably the crime is also substantial. Are we just gonna like get out of not get out of jail, but get out of any punishment free like?
Well, yeah, didn't they already rule the president can do whatever the fuck he wants, essentially?
They already did that. Yes, that's an evil decision. That's like the most evil decision they ever made.
Yeah, well, we'll see how much they abuse it. Hopefully not too much.
I mean, they will. I mean, yeah, we know they. Yeah.
Nah, I don't think Trump's never done that before. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do that to me.
Yeah, of course.
Never obstructed justice.
He wouldn't do
Never,
that. What is?
never
It's
done
the
that.
Susan Collins defense. Nah, he would. Nah, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't. You don't think he would? Nah, he wouldn't do that.
Not my guy.
All right, cool. Well, hey, nice to meet you guys. Had a good time. Hope to talk to you again in the future. I guess I'll pop in at some point. So
yeah, sure. Appreciate it. Yep.
Cheers. Have fun with the stream.
Yeah, that guy. No, I'm joking. But either way.
That guy.
Yeah, that guy is. No, I'm joking. But the Supreme Court finally doing something based. Finally something.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
I don't know what's up with Amy Coney Barrett. She's because she even in the immunity decision, she like dissented in part and was like, yeah, you know,
in part,
this is kind of,
yeah.
So clearly,
Yeah.
she was a bad pick.
She's
Horrible
more
appointment by
balanced,
Trump.
Yeah, that's fun. That's surprising to me. I would expect her to be the most unhinged. I mean, she did dissent on. She did like help dismiss Roe v. Wade. She did eventually help pass the immunity decision.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well. Anything else?
Yeah. Wait, are you kicking me? Are you ending the live? What are you doing?
I am gonna end stream soon, so.
Okay. Then I'm gonna probably go. I'm just saying libertarian debates are fun. Did you crush it? Like, did you feel like you did well in the debate?
Yeah, I feel like I did well, except I mean, the only reason I didn't do. I don't even say like as good. I would have done better if I had known the topics beforehand, because like they're bringing up like
Oh yeah,
the recent like FEMA stuff, and it's like I haven't done a deep dive into every bullshit conspiracy that you guys bring up. Like I can talk a little bit about like the last time you guys lied about FEMA, but like I don't know. I don't know every like they're like, oh, California changed their regulations. Like I have no clue. You could just be lying. Like you're probably just lying, but like I don't.
Yeah, we like yeah. Did you ask like do they think it's like literally 0% climate change? Like what
Yeah, I did
percentage
ask
do
that at
anybody
one
would say?
point, and they all basically dismissed it. They were like, well, but the regulations still matter, and I'm like, okay, great way to not answer, but
Yeah, because they're like fucking, they're robots. They're evil robots. They have no honesty. They have no commitment to truth. They have no values. They have no principles. It's all like, whatever helps the cause. They're like fully evil people, conservatives.
yeah.
I really don't like them. But, it is what it is. Yeah, it's half the country. Got to deal with it. But like, yeah. Either way, what are you planning to read on next week?
I don't know. I need to read just the thing that oh fuck, I forget now. Oh, Unlearning Economics cited that the thing I quoted from the What's Wrong with Libertarianism. I will read that at some point. It's only like 60 pages, so I can read
Marx
it.
versus Rothbard? Oh, Marx after Rothbard?
No, it's
Marx
a bit.
after
Remember
Rothbard,
at the
or
end of
what?
this debate, I quoted from.
Yeah, I remember what you said at the end. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
where was it from?
It's from just a paper, like What's Wrong with Libertarianism, going over why like libertarian philosophy is stupid. I need to read that at some point. It's like 60 pages, so I could read it.
Yeah,
2 or 3
that's
streams.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good. I mean, yeah. My favorite argument against libertarianism is just like make them tell the public that they would let private people own nukes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's like a really forceful argument that shows like the viewers how insane they are. Yeah, be like, well, first of all, you're an ANCAP, right? Okay, so people should be able to own nukes, right? Okay, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's like a crazy position, Maybe the government is bad with it, but like the private people
but
are
Sample,
the worst problem.
have you considered?
I don't want someone like Musk being able to nuke.
You haven't considered that I can rape you.
That's true. You're weak. Well, he cannot rape me. I'm like 6'5".
Oh,
and
right.
I go to the gym. And
He's 6'5",
he's
IDF
vaping, so
trained.
healthy. I could destroy. I mog Scott. He has nothing on me. But yeah. No, but I mean, the libertarian response to the nuke thing is just like, yeah, but companies will charge them a premium because it's like risky, and they were going to price the risk when they insure their stuff, right? Because if you own a nuke, presumably their insurance is going to be more expensive. It's like, yeah, but presumably if you own a nuke, you have money. You have money to pay for that. Presumably, if you're like Elon Musk rich, presumably you can afford the price, right? Presumably you can do that. But yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know if you need to read a whole paper on it, but you like reading and you make the arguments, so yeah, that's
Real.
nice. But yeah, I mostly like debating Austrians because like they're really in a cult. Like I like debating Marxists, right? Most Marxists are like at least okay-ish in principle. I believe most libertarians are just like dumb. It's also one of the most surprising things to me, and I don't know why. I assume it's just because they're generally like slightly more aligned with Republicans. But I have no clue why libertarians are so religious. I'd expect way more atheists in the libertarian movement, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But like so many of them are like religious as fuck. And when I think about it, it's like, yeah, political ideology might not totally inform your religion, and okay. And also, there are slightly more aligned with Republicans. That's why they're slightly more conservative. But like, you would expect them to be like, I don't know. It's just red state libertarians are really good people, and blue state libertarians are really evil. Like, yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go read the book on Marx. Okay, I'm gonna tell you if it's good or bad or something in between.
Marx after Strafa, that one.
Well, no, Marx after Strafa might be next, but I want to read right now A Farewell to Marx, maybe then The Myth of Dialectics, and then maybe Marx after Strafa. If anything, I know for a fact Marx after Strafa is a good. So, if you want to read something, you should read that on Marx, right? On the Liberty Rebellion stuff.
Yeah.
But also the blog is good. The blog is good. It debunks Austrians, it debunks Marxists, and it's mostly good. You know, he has a section on why he doesn't like immigration and free trade.
Yeah,
That's
you
just
told
because
me,
he's
yeah.
evil.
Damn.
You can ignore these parts, but like, yeah, the Prax stuff is generally good. You know. So whatever.
Yep.
A farewell to non-fun. I'm gonna go to sleep. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed too now.
Don't
Or
look
I
up
have
the
to
time
edit
in
and then
Israel.
go to bed, but yeah.
Don't look up. Don't look up the time
in
in Israel. Don't
yeah,
look it up.
like 6 a.m., 8 a.m.
7. Yeah.
7. God damn it.
But I have sleeping pills. So
Wow.
tomorrow I'll fix everything. You'll see.
right. With combining sleeping pills and Monster, okay, it'll let you fix everything.
I don't drink a lot of Monster. I drink Monster when I need to stay up all day, which was 3 days ago. But you know, no more. But yeah, I do combine sleeping pills with like sugary drinks, which is probably not healthy.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or like popcorn. You know, apparently my snack dispenser downstairs has like a vegan popcorn. Like, it's really good popcorn.
Wow.
It has butter, but it's vegan somehow. I don't know why. I don't know how. But
It's vegan stuff. It's
it says,
fake
like,
butter.
I don't know how they do it, but it says, like, you know, in Israel, we have like labels for if something is like using meat or using dairy. And if
Sure.
it's neither, then it's vegan, right?
Oh yeah.
And it has neither. I don't know why. Because it's like it's religious stuff. It's not for like
Yeah.
right? You cannot eat meat and dairy. But like if something is neither, then it's vegan for sure. And if it's not, then it's not vegan. So it's just like a shortcut. But yeah.
Damn. Okay,
But some things are not vegan in our whatever, neither. Like, like gelatin or whatever. Like, uses fish. I don't know. Whatever.
gelatin
Whatever. Either way,
like
talk to
bones, but okay.
Whatever. Yeah, have fun. Bye.
Yeah, bye. Thanks. Okay. Thanks everyone for watching. I love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. I'll stream again tomorrow, probably. I don't know for sure, but probably. Yeah, appreciate everyone being here. Appreciate everyone watching. Appreciate everyone who, like, one person donated. Yeah. Love streaming. Love you guys let me do this. Head over to Prime Guys. We're rating on Twitch. Yeah, we got more. I don't have that much cool stuff scheduled, but I'm sure we'll have more fun stuff coming up soon. Okay, so yeah, follow if you have not. Sub to the YouTube channel if you have not. Go follow the Kick and the Rumble and the Twitter and the D Live and the Trovo. Where else do I stream? I think that's it. Anyway, see you guys.